Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, getting moving fast, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele maduche mefo.
And there it is, one name. So there it is. Welcome again, dear friends. One name and all that. Good to see you again. Always a delight in your company. So the usual protocol, please click on the like button as you're coming in. It's very important that you do that. So if you have no real objection to clicking on the like button, then do the platform the favor of doing that. So important that you do that. So click on the like button, and then, or if you are watching on Watchback as well, because I know we got a lot of traffic on Watchback, click on the like button as well. And click on subscribe as well if you're not already subscribed. That equally is important. As you are aware, YouTube works on algorithm, and it is those sort of interactions that YouTube uses to push you up the hierarchy. So click on like and subscribe, please. And then if you want to come join us on the screen, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. So click on there. It brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and engage in a conversation. So that's how it works. It's an open microphone session, and the open microphone, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to come join us on the screen, there are no designated spaces, by the way. It's first come, first serve. The first 9 people to click on that hyperlink, they end up on the studio. So if you want to be part of the 10, I've been the one that make up the 10th. So if you want to be part of the people on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then you appear on the screen. It's nothing more complicated than that. And then, of course, we're inviting people to tip towards the platform. So if you're feeling especially generous and you feel that the platform is deserving, the portal that we prefer. So you have the function of the super chat, super thanks, and all of that. If you look at the bottom of the comment section, you'll see a $sign in a box. So that you can use to super chat, super thanks, and all the supers to the platform. But the preferred portal of the platform is this buy the coffee thing. So if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform, click on the buy the coffee link. It's a simple 3-step process. You can go wild there if you feel inclined. So there's all of that. So it's a gift that just keeps on giving the Nigerian political space. There is no sign of anything abating, and we had always been of the anticipation that something seismic or seismic, depending on your English, something seismic or seismic is going to happen in the final furlong of the elections, in the final phase of the elections, because the way the elections were going, they were too predictable. And we've done so many permutations, as you know, on this platform, all to arrive on an easy winner. There was no way that we permutated all the figures that the winner did not pop out. So the winner was obvious from these elections. So now, if the will of the people was to hold through, or if politics was to play out, then the winner would have emerged out of what the figures were telling us. But we were always of the anticipation that there would be interference, intervention, and subversion from fifth columnists. So those fifth columnists have finally shown their hand, and they're showing their hand now via the Naira squeeze. They changed the currency and refused to pump out the new one. So riots on the street nationwide. So we're seeing that. And then, of course, they squeezed the electricity, not electricity, they squeezed the petroleum as well. So it's a perfect storm, a recipe for disaster. So the disaster imminent and immediate upon us. But what are these puppet masters looking to see achieve at the end of all of this? So all of that in question, as we're 3 weeks now, barely to the elections now. So 3 weeks might well be 3 years. A lot of people feel that that election is under risk. The election under risk, the headlines, things are out of Buhari's hands. Babachir Lawal saying this. So Babachir Lawal, erstwhile the secretary to the federal government, sacked for looting money in that grass cutting scandal, put his nephew, Boss Mustafa, to replace him. Now speaking for the powers that be. Things are out of Buhari's hands, says Babachir Lawal. So quite what things are out of Buhari's hands and why they are out of Buhari's hands, all of that we'll find out shortly. Fifth columnist wants to postpone election, install interim government. This is Tinubu now. The gloves are off, and the warfare. It's a street fight now. Where I come from in Oyo State, we say Ija Igboro Niti Ibadan. We say Ija Igboro Niti Ibadan. That is to tell you that the way we fight in Ibadan is dirty and on the streets. So that is what it's come to now. It's an open warfare within for the battle now for the Nigerian presidency. They clearly, patently don't want to give it to Tinubu, and Tinubu is determined to get it. So there it is, the perfect storm. Fifth columnist wants to postpone election, install interim government, the looter of Lagos fighting hard. New Naira note, I will take decision in 7 days to end crisis. Buhari promises Nigerians. So he will take a decision to end the crisis. And that would be a good thing if it was a crisis that was organic and just came upon the space. But this was a crisis that need not have happened. You know, this was a crisis of their own making. Because if they had half a brain, they would know that with one of the most important elections coming up in the country, and then also giving a 3-month window to swap over a currency, that is a recipe for disaster. So that crisis, very much orchestrated by them, they cannot not have had the anticipation that it will end up this way. You change the currency, give a anyway, you know the backstory. New Naira notes, I will take decision in 7 days to end crisis. Buhari promises Nigerians. So that's there's only 2 decisions that can be taken. And the first decision is to postpone indefinitely the deadline for that swap over. So the old Naira note continues to be legal tender for at least the rest of this year. So that's the first decision. And the second decision is to immediately pump sufficient enough of the new Naira notes into the system. I've seen pictures of people sleeping at ATM machines. I'm sure you've seen them as well. I've seen people, which one of us have not seen videos and images of people throwing punches, not because they were fighting over a girl, they were trying to access their own money via the banking system in Nigeria. So it's just it's a farce. Even Lai Mohammed knows those in Villa who wants APC to lose election. This is Governor El Rufai as really sticking down and doubling down on that position that he has adopted. It was on a rise, of course, having an interaction with Charles and Gweli or something. Apologies, you know, the posh sounding guy that does the sit-down interviews on Channels television. So not Channels, or on Arise television. So he's had an interaction with him. So now that's now the third media space that is whistled through now over the last 2 days, hammering down on the same position. Even Lai Mohammed knows those in the Villa who want APC to lose the election. Governor El Rufai takes his message to Arise TV. So we go to that. Full statement as Buhari government finds Tinubu'S TVC, Arise TV, over Kiyamo PDP comments. So this is it now. There is no equivocation that this is now the final battle for the Nigerian presidency, and even beyond the Nigerian presidency. This is the final battle for the heart and soul of that country and the forward or not projection of the travel of that country. Everything up for grabs now. Literally, your future is at stake in 3 weeks. Your future is at stake, but there is a battle between good and evil. This is what we're saying. But I leave it to your discretion to determine who fits in where. So you determine who the good is and who the evil is. But certainly, just to boil it down to its core pedestrianized language, it's a battle between good and evil. But who is the good and who is the evil? Full statement as Buhari government finds Tinubu'S TVC, Arise News over Kiyamo PDP comments. So quite why. Just look at the mix. Even TVC, a Tinubu platform, Festus Kiyamo, and a senior APC minister, and the government finding them, both of them, for comments being made. So that tells you then the split is open and there for everybody to see. IBB Abdulsalami, other region elders will be disgraced. They are paperweights. Northern governors far more powerful. This is El Rufai still, and it's now. Hopefully, some of you have been following this platform for a good while. If you have not been following this platform for a good while, I recommend that you go watch our sessions over, at least watch 5 of the preceding sessions to this. If you watch 5 of the preceding sessions to this, we've been having a conversation as to what exactly is going on within the Nigerian space. And we have arrived at a conclusion that what is going on within the Nigerian space is a battle between the conservatives and the liberal and the progressives, not even the liberals, but the progressives. So that is what we have concluded, that what essentially is going on is a battle for the heart and soul of that country and the future of that country. And the battle is between the conservatives and the progressives. And those conservatives and progressives, they are isolated within one region of the country, because that is where this particular decision has to be made at the moment. This battle has to be fought and won. And the region, of course, the north, and the conservatives, already all these elements that El Rufai is listing, and more, IBB, Abdulsalami, Malam Buhari, the retinue, the Sultan, and then, of course, Mamandaura, all of this sort of Babagana King. So those are the conservative feudal north, and the progressives are arrow-headed by El Rufai. So that battle space then is where this Nigerian presidency is. IBB, Abdulsalami, other region elders will be disgraced. Their paperweight are northern governors far more powerful. The diminutive little man from Kaduna State making the headline. Still wrapping around the new Naira change. I never want to be silent. Whenever there's a fight going, always the first to the scene of the fight. Yemson Wike, of course. Naira scarcity. Wike sends cryptic message to Buhari, says, I want you to finish well. So now, a cryptic message from Wike, when is ever really cryptic from Wike? Often instances is always full front. Often in, pardon me, let me just have a sip of water. Often instances is always frontal with Wike. So quite what Wike is up to this time around, we'll have a look as well. So there it is. A rich and diverse menu. A rich and diverse menu. That's always the case here, of course. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Click on the subscribe button if you haven't done that already. If you want to come join us on the screen, if you want to share thoughts about all of these talking points that I've just listed, if you want to share thoughts, click on this link here. It's in the comment section that says StreamYard. It brings you into a studio space. Soon as I finish reading out the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen and we have a conversation. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us on the screen. So do that. And then if you feel inclined towards tipping towards the platform, click on the buy your host cups of coffee. So do that. Pardon me. So do that. So as I said about doing all those, let me take another musical intermission, get myself a sip of water, and then we get into the throes of it. But this time around, actually, let's take still with the Kegites. Let's hear from the Kegites.
Only water, where they see ma. You don't come home. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu Waila ti keke elemu re o. Erukulele elemude. Erukulele egbe elemudodo jare o. Erukulele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petro Sodana ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petro Sodunke ẹyẹ rẹ òdìlé o. àkùkọ ọ̀run mú ìní o. àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
Oh, all right, and there it is right there. Let me pause something that is making noise in the background. Just give me 1 second. So there it is right there. May death have nothing to do with us. So there it is. Often emphasize the importance of that prayer. May death have nothing to do with us. And there's still plenty of room in the studio, by the way. If you want to join now, so that you don't then push when the room is full. So if you want to click on the hyperlink to join us, this will be the best time to do it. Let me just do a quick little something. Hold on, just let me just let's do this, and then we'll go to the readout in just a moment. There's just something I need to download, possibly to play to you. It's that wiki the wiki bit. So we might just be able to we may be able to get a video of it rather than have the readout. So let's see if we can grab not a video, but a video of our Wiki's commentaries. So then we avoid having the readout, or we could have the readout and still have the video. So I think I may be able to grab it, and there it is. It's been grabbed. So let me now just pop it onto the studio, and then we launch into it. We would launch. I wonder why I say I always use certain words sometimes. We launch into it. I don't know. We'll kick it off, I should say. But there it is. You know what I mean? So it said, and there it is grabbed. So there it is grabbed. So let's get straight into it. Things are out of Buhari's hands, says Babachir Lawal. So let's find out what the latest installment is on this. Hold on, wait. All right, there's a video of it as well, but it's too big for me to download. So let me just give you the readout. Things are out of Buhari's hands, says Babachir Lawal. A former secretary to the government of the Federation, Babachir Lawal, on Friday said that governance is out of President Buhari's hands. Speaking during an interview on Channels Television's special program, the 2023 verdict, the ex-SGF said that there is no government without an inner caucus. According to him, those in the current administration who had the ears of the president refused to carry Buhari's expectations. Things are out of his hands. There is no running away from that. There are people that do not take the orders that they have been given, he said. As soon as they leave where the order is given, they go and do different things. There is nothing like cabal. There is no government that does not have an inner caucus. There is no government. There are people who have the ears of the president, to whom the president, by functionality, their functions in government ought to do things, but they do not do things. Let's do that. Let me take that entirely all over again. It just sounds like gibberish the way I'm at. A former secretary to the government of the Federation, Babachir Lawal, on Friday said that governance is out of President Buhari's hands. Speaking during an interview on Channels Television special program, the 2023 verdict, the ex-SGF has said that there is no government without an inner caucus. According to him, those in the current administration who had the ears of the president refused to carry Buhari's expectations. Things are out of his hands. There is no running away from that. There are people that do not take the orders that they have been given, he said. As soon as they leave where the order is given, they go and do different things. There is nothing like a cabal. There is no government that does not have an inner caucus. There is no government. There are people who have the ears of the president, to whom the president, by functionality, their functions in government, ought to do things, but they are not doing what the president tells them to do, or what the president expects them to do, or what society itself expects them to do. He also explained that he dumped the ruling All Progressive Congress APC for the Labour Party, adding that he pitched his tent with the Labour Party's presidential candidate Peter Obi for the February 25th election after realizing that he is the light. Describing the APC and the main opposition PDP as the old system which represents darkness, Lawal said he saw the light and left the darkness. I have seen the light. You can repent when you see the light. I saw the light and repented. The light is Peter Obi. The darkness is the old system that used to govern us, which is represented by both the PDP and the APC. Same people, same agbada, same red caps. So Nigerians have seen the light, not only me. In the life of a people that are so oppressed, living under undescribable insecurity, poverty, ignorance, hunger, and disease, a time comes when they get fed up and little thing can just ignite the flame, and there is conflagration. I can tell you Peter Obi is the conflagration in Nigeria, because every Nigerian has come to realize there is no way we can continue the way we are going, Lawal said. On what went wrong with President Buhari's administration, which he was a part of, the former SGF said the government did not function well and failed to live up to expectation. So there it is right there. The only real outtake is the submission that Buhari is not in full charge of his administration. And the also thing that is said that is worthy of note, that there is no such thing as a cabal. Which I have to agree with somewhat, because it's a choice of words, isn't it? Because we use that word cabal because it has this negative, dark connotation. But what we actually mean when we reference cabal is an inner caucus. And what Babache Lawal is telling us is that every government, you forget Nigeria, anywhere in the world, they call it a kitchen cabinet in some places. But there's within every government, there are trusted allies that surround the president and aids in decision making. So that's what obtains. It's not just one man sat in a room at a desk making decisions. No, he runs he runs his decisions by people that he trusts their judgment in order to come to a final decision. So that is an inner caucus, but we reference it as a cabal, which has a dark and foreboding undertone. So there is no such thing as a cabal. Our fifth columnist want to postpone election, install interim government. This is our Tinubu now. All Progressive Congress presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu said the fifth columnist behind the current nationwide fuel and naira note scarcity wants to foist a political crisis on the country. Speaking at Ekiti Parapor Pavilion in Ado Ekiti, pardon me. Speaking at Ekiti Parapor Pavilion in Ado Ekiti, venue of the presidential campaign rally on Friday, Asiwaju Tinubu said the people behind the crisis that is causing nationwide frustration and hardship are two Nigerians want to spark turmoil that can lead to postponement of the general election. They are hoarding nairas so that they can get, they are hoarding naira so that you can get angry and fight. They want confusion so that the election can be postponed. What they want is an interim government, but we are wiser than them. We will not fight. Any rat that eats rat poison will end up killing itself. So Tinubu again back to his rats and throat mouths and whatnot. Pardon me. So yeah. The former Lagos State governor told the people that he is in the presidential race to better their lives. I am in the race for the betterment of the people. If it is what I will eat and what I need personally, God has provided for me. Pardon me. I am in this race to make life good and better for you too. Ekiti people are well-educated people. They are well-read. They don't joke with education, but it is not good enough finishing school and not getting a job. So we shall provide you with jobs. Pardon me. On that day, we will trek to the polling booths to cast our votes. Your polling booths are not far from where you live, so you should walk down to cast your vote, Tinubu told the supporters. Speaking, pardon me, I'm just going to take a micro break just to clear my throat. Just give me 1 second.
When it offend them, it sweet us. When it sweet us, they never say something. As in the sweet us, you go to pay them. As in the pay them, you go to sweet us. As in the sweet us, you go to pay them. As in the pay them, you go to sweet us.
There it is right there. It's a River State something. It's a River State something. So let's speed through this. All Progressive Congress presidential candidate Asiwaju Bola Tinubu said the fifth columnist behind the current nationwide fuel and naira note scarcity wants to force a political crisis on the country. Speaking at Ekiti Parapor Pavilion in Ado-Ekiti, venue of the presidential campaign rally on Friday, Asiwaju Tinubu said the people behind the crisis that is causing nationwide frustration and hardship to Nigerians want to spark turmoil that can lead to the postponement of the general election. They are hoarding naira so that you can get angry and fight. They want confusion so that the election can be postponed. What they want is an interim government, but we are wiser than them. We will not fight. Any rat that eats rat poison will end up killing itself. The former Lagos State governor told the people that he is in the presidential race to better their lives. I am in the race for the betterment of the people. If it is what I will eat and what I need personally, God has provided for me. I am in this race to make life good and better for you too. Ekiti people are well educated. They are well read. They don't joke with education, but it is not good finishing school and not getting a job. So we shall provide you with jobs. On that day, we will trek to the polling booths to cast our vote. Your polling booths are not far from where you live, so you should walk to cast your vote at Tinubu supporters. Rallying the people of Ekiti to hope for a better and happy life in his prepared speech, Tinubu said he believes every Nigerian is entitled to live a life of dignity. I believe each and every Nigerian is entitled to a life of dignity and happiness, free from the fear of hunger, poverty, violence, and hopelessness. I believe we can do better as a nation. I believe we must do better. History calls, destiny calls, greatness calls. I came here today to offer you my best and assure you that I will always work for you. Take a look at my plan and ideas for the nation. You will like them because they were developed out of concern and hope for your welfare and for your future. Parents, don't you want your children to enjoy a better life? Young people, don't you want a nation where you can realize your dreams and also be able to care for your parents, yet nurture and have children of your own? So he goes on into the campaign spiel. But that campaign spiel, of course, the takeaway now is that an alarm that the machinations going. Essentially now, there's some veracity to this, or there is, or maybe not veracity, but there is logic certainly to it. Because if you look at the movement over the last a few days and couple of weeks, the movement is lining up for a nationwide anarchy. We've seen Buhari's helicopter being stoned. We've seen people fighting at ATMs. We've seen people not being able to access money. We've seen markets shutting down. We've seen businesses are not being able to accept the old naira notes, and they are not really being able to service business because there is scarcity of the new naira note. So we've seen all of this, and then vested upon that is a real squeeze on the petroleum space as well. So that is a recipe for anarchy. And what they are telling us is that this is orchestrated to foment anarchy, and then of course roll out the military, and then we hear the martial music, and then we come under a military phase that will then tell us that they want to reset the country. So that's the recipe for all of this. But now that that has been outed, can that plan still follow through? Buhari promises us a decision, so we'll find out what is intending to decide. New naira notes. I will take decision in 7 days to end crisis. Buhari promises Nigerians. President Muhammad Buhari has urged Nigerians to give him 7 days to resolve the cash crunch that has become a problem across the country, from the policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, to replace high-value naira notes with new ones. The president made the call on Friday while speaking to Progressive Governors Forum, PGF, who came to the presidential villa Abuja to seek solutions to the cash crunch, which they said was threatening the good records of the administration in transforming the economy. President Buhari, in a statement issued by spokesman Malam Garba Shehu, said the currency redesign will give a boost to the economy and provide long-term benefits, whilst expressing doubts about the commitment of banks in particular to the success of the policy. So some banks are inefficient and only concerned about themselves, the president said. Even if a year is added, problems associated with selfishness and greed won't go away. He said he had seen television reports about cash shortages and hardship to local businesses and ordinary people, and gave assurances that the balance of 7 days of the 10 days extension will be used to crack down on whatever stood in the way of successful implementation. I will revert to the CBN and the minting company. There will be a decision one way or the other in the remaining 7 days of the 10 days extension, the president assured. The governor told the president, the governors told the president that while they agreed that his decision on the renewal of the currency was good and they were in full support, its execution has been botched, and their constituents were becoming increasingly upset. They told the president that as leaders of the government and party in their different states, they were becoming anxious about a slump in the economy and the series of elections that are coming. They requested the president to use his power to direct the concurrent flourish of the new and old notes until the end of the year. So the concurrent flourish is to say that both of them will be legal tender till the end of the year. And that is a decision that necessarily Buhari has to. I hadn't even read this when I was proposing it just earlier. So the concurrent flourish is to, and it needs to make that decision immediately and right now, so that we remove this as a cause of concern, and then we can focus on the election. So it's unbelievable. What is he doing? What is the pressure to have it done within any set time? You know, what's the pressure to have it done within any set time or within such a short set period? He needs to remove that as a barrier. You know, he's clearly trying to get at the corrupt politician, but which is a good idea. We are all on board with that. But the pain that is vesting upon the country and the way that it is shrinking the economy is not a worthy counterbalance to that intention. And the politicians will find a way around it anyway, as El Rufai told us just on our channel's television, that they will just buy CFA, which they've already bought, and then they will change it back to, so the politicians will find a way around that. The only persons that will bear the brunt of this, of course, is the masses, which is what we're saying. They told the president that as leaders of the government and party in their different states, they were becoming anxious about a slump in the economy and the series of elections that are coming. They requested the president to use his powers to direct the concurrent flourish of new and old notes till the end of the year. The president said when he considered giving the approval to the policy. So, I'm glad this is a good landing point right here, because this tells us now where that decision came from. The president said when he considered giving approval to the policy. So when he's saying that when he considered giving approval to the policy, that then suggests that the change in note was not his initiative. So people got at sorry, let me have a bit more water. People got at Godwin Emefiele, who in turn got at Malam Buhari to present him with this idea, which echoes something that Buhari had done before, and then he approved it. So this comment now tells us now that the change in Naira notes, the Naira redesign, was not Buhari's initiative. The president said when he considered giving the approval to the policy, he demanded an undertaking from the CBN that no new notes will be printed in a foreign country. And they in turn gave him assurance that there was enough capacity, manpower, and equipment to print the currency for local needs. And by the way, we do have that capacity. The currency of countries like the Gambia, they are actually printed in Nigeria. So quite why we were going to Malaysia and places like that to print our own currency, that's beyond me. He said he needed to go back and find out what was actually happening. The president told the governors that being closer to the people, he had heard their cries and would act in a way that there will be a solution. So the only way that he can act for there to be a solution is to follow exactly as recommended by those governors. Just abandon the nonsense, and at least till the end of the year. So remove it as a fact. That's just the thing. That's the only thing that gets him out of that space. Pardon me. So on to the next. So this is now El Rufai still doubling down on the shadowy figures at the villa working against Tinubu'S presidential campaign. Even Lai Mohammed knows those in the villa who wants APC to lose the election. El Rufai. Governor El Rufai has said that the Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, and others in the villa know the individual in the villa working against the APC in the forthcoming general election. So I'll just pause there. Just, I don't know why, man. I have a dry throat, as you can tell. Just to pause there for a moment. I'm going to reread that, and I want you to pay particular attention as I read it, because something struck just as I was reading it now. Something struck. Governor El Rufai has said that the Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, and others in the villa know the individual. So individual is a singular, isn't it? So it's narrowing down now to one person. And of course, we are all having the same thought of Maman Daura. So Maman Daura, of course, the person that has the most access to Buhari's ears. So this is what he's narrowing it down to. And it's not beyond El Rufai to have a moment of damn it all and name him frontally. Governor El Rufai has said the Minister of Information and Culture, Lai Mohammed, and others in the villa know the individual in the villa working against the APC in the forthcoming general elections. Recall that on Wednesday, February the 1st, Governor El Rufai, in an interview, alleged that some persons in the presidency were working towards the failure of the ruling party APC. Lai Mohammed, while speaking with State House correspondents after the Federal Executive Council meeting on Wednesday, February the 1st, stated that the presidency was not aware of those in its fold working against the APC. Speaking in a fresh interview with Arise TV on Thursday, February the 2nd, Governor El Rufai insisted that some elements in the villa were working against the ruling party. He stated that even Lai Mohammed knows the person he's referring to as working against their party. He said, Let me restate exactly what I said. I am a quantity surveyor. What I said was that we are convinced that there are elements in the villa, some elements in the villa that want the APC to lose the election. I did not say the federal government. I did not say Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. I said the APC. So I don't understand why the federal government is responding to what I said. Because the federal government is not part of it, I referred to elements in the villa, and I know who I am referring to. And those in the villa know who I am referring to. And with the greatest respect, even Lai Mohammed, my brother, knows who I am referring to. So there it is right there. Ijaiboro Niti Ibadan. Street fighting in Aso Rock Villa. Street fighting in Aso Rock Villa. So there it is. So we've gone beyond the phase of dropping hints now. Name names and shame people. This is where we are now. So name names and shame people, and I'm sure those names will come out. The person that will probably bring the name out will be somebody like Femi Fani-Kayode, because he, of course, that's his role in this whole system. So name and shame faces. So no more dropping hints. Who are those elements in the villa? We want to know. Who are those elements in the villa? So the elements in the villa, on to the next. So the intrigue continues, of course, as the empire strikes back. The empire strikes back. Full statement as Buhari government fined Tinubu'S TVC. Arise News over Kiyamo PDP comment. So the empire strikes back. For breaching broadcasting codes in Nigeria, the National Broadcasting Commission (NBC) on Friday, February the 3rd, fined Television Continental and Arise Television the sum of 2 million naira each. NBC on Friday said it monitored the consistent breach of the Nigeria Broadcasting Code over a period of time by the TVC during the countdown to the 2023 general election. This punitive measure by the Commission is contained in separate letters addressed to the two media outlets by the Director General NBC, Balarabe Shehu Lela. Lela lamented the worrisome trend which he said has become a house style on the media house that enjoys national coverage, citing ample instances of violations on the newspaper part, the NBC boss stated. So on the 6th of the 1st, 2023, at 12:29 p.m., the Joint Media Director of the APC Presidential Campaign Council made the following comment whilst briefing the media. Festus Kiyamo, Obasanjo and Atiku run a criminal enterprise, that should be run, of course, an enterprise of fraud in Abuja, at the same time that Ahmed Bola Tinubu was toiling hard, beautifully and meticulously to rebuild Lagos. Two criminals were stealing money in Abuja at the time. They both stole from the SPV account at the time. Speaking about the whistleblower, Michael Achimugu, he said, "We suspect that some goons of the Atiku Abubakar team are planning to eliminate him and members of the family. In fact, my big brother, FFK, actually hinted me about something like that yesterday. On the 24th of the 1st, 2023, at 11:39 p.m., during the APC presidential rally in Abia, the APC presidential candidate, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, after telling the public to vote APC under the symbol of broom, he went on to make the following comment: "You know what you do with the rest of them? They are like lizards, cockroaches, and mosquitoes. Just take the broom and wipe them off." So, sorry, I beg your pardon, but so sorry. What was out of step in that? And I use I'm not getting. So what was out of step in that? What overstepped the bounds in that? for fines to be imposed. What was out of? Let me read it to you again. So these are the reasons why they are fining TVC for breach of conduct, the Broadcasting Commission. The APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu, after telling the public to vote APC under the symbol of broom, he went on to make the following comment. You know what you do with the rest of them. They are lizards, cockroaches, and mosquitoes. Just take the broom and wipe them off. So I don't get it. So if you get what flouted bruise or what went over the mark there, you let me know. On the 31st of the 1st, 2023 at 2:37 p.m. during the All Progressive Congress APC rally, which held in Anambra State, the party's presidential candidate, but also, okay, so now we get it. They are using the NBC to target Tinubu. So this is where the fight is now. They're using the National Broadcasting Commission to stifle the Tinubu voice. So all those comments that he has been making, they don't want it to get into the public. On the 31st of the 1st, 2023 at 2:37 p.m. during the All Progressive Congress APC rally, which held in Anambra State, the party's presidential candidate, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, also made the following remark. When you hear Atiku use the word Muslim and say Walai Talai, you know what is in his heart. Nalai, nalai. Anytime you hear Atiku say Walai Talai, just say to him, Nalai, nalai. So, I thought that was a witty play of words, but it offends the religious sensibilities of the Islamic State of Nigeria. The man who left here, this is still Tinubu being quoted, the man who left here, he calls himself Peter Obi. We read in the Bible that before cock crow 3 times, he would deny Jesus. He denied. So how can he keep a promise to you if he cannot keep a promise to God? So, I'm still. Are they saying essentially that they'll be fined if they ever carry any of Tinubu's campaign rallies or speeches? I'll give you a couple more because they cite countless examples, all Tinubu, of course. On the 30th of the 1st, 2023 at 3:50 p.m. during the APC presidential rally in Akwa Ibom State, the presidential candidate of the APC, Bola Tinubu, made the following unfair comment about the PDP presidential candidate, Atiku Abubakar, and the governor of Akwa Ibom, Udom Gabriel Emmanuel, first, who rescued him from Abasojo, who wanted to roast him like a goat. Speaking on Emmanuel, that boy will bring Atiku here, where they call himself governor. Tell him enough is enough. He lives in my backyard in Lagos. If no be because we be one, I will drive him home. The biggest palace that he built, I just put lizard and pigeon. And if not, because you beg me. I don't know, man. So I'll put a link in the comment section because I'm struggling. So they find Arise TV as well. So Arise News. The agency also find Arise News for airing and reporting a broadcast where the spokesperson of the PDP presidential candidate Dino Melaye mocked Tinubu of the All Progressive over his health condition and status. In a letter to Arise TV, NBC said, for the avoidance of doubt, some of such unprofessional broadcasts are listed below for your perusal. On the 24th of January 2023, between 1 and 2:27 p.m., Arise TV aired the presidential campaign rally of PDP, which held in Delta State, replete with unfair remarks and mockery of the APC presidential candidate by Dino Melaye. Mr. Melaye sang a song, hand they shake, leg they shake, Babane we know well. They shout Emi Lokon. He further went to fall down, demonstrating the frailty of the APC presidential candidate. So I'm not sure, man. So that's free pass for you, Nigerian Star. Let's move swiftly on from that nonsensity to another thing equally nonsensical, no doubt. So just bear with me one moment. Let me just let me pop the panels as we have them already on the screen. So what piece will say you, Ola will say you, Eze will say you, Engineer joins us, Man of Prestige joins us, and Des joins us. So that's your list so far. And let me take this moment also to pop one of the clips that we'll be seeing. Let me pop it in the, let me pop one of the clips we'll be seeing in the, pardon me. Hold on. Oh, God, man. All right. Okay, so let me go on to this. IBB Abdulsalami, other region elders will be disgraced. They are paperweight northern governors far more powerful. So this is El Rufai still holding court. So he's just opening his mouth and running wild over the last few days or so. So let's get into it. Governor Nasir El Rufai of Kaduna State has described Ibrahim Babangida, Abdulsalami Abubakar, and other northern elders as mere paperweights who lack actual political power to influence the outcome of the general election taking place in a few weeks' time. In a BBC Hausa interview on Friday, El Rufai bragged that he, a 63-year-old man, and other northern governors currently in office were the true northern elders because they have the ability to influence elections in the region. I am 63 too. I have children and grandchildren. I am also an elder. Pardon me. So who are the northern elders? They should come out and contest the election. I was elected twice, bragged El Rufai. Those claiming to be elders, ask them if they have had, if they had ever contested any elections, even councillorship position. They are liars. It is we, the northern governors, that are the northern elders and leaders of the north. El Rufai claimed that some northern political heavyweights were actively working to thwart Bola Tinubu's bid for the presidency because they opposed the transfer of power to the south. All these conspiracies and hypocrisy is by people of the north. They want to portray us as ungrateful people, especially we, the northern governors, advocating for shift of power to the south and support for Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, El Rufai said. The Kaduna governor claimed that Mr. Tinubu deserves support from the north because he had performed numerous good deeds for the region. He maintained all efforts to sabotage Tinubu's ambition will come to naught. Let me tell you, all these sabotage and conspiracies, this coming 2023 election, by the grace of God, we have already won. Because God knows our heart, He knows our plans for Nigeria, He knows our plans for northern Nigeria, so that we can show the people of southern Nigeria that we are not ungrateful people and that we return good deed with good deed because Asiwaju has done good to us. The Kaduna governor stressed. So there it is right there, the Kaduna governor stressed. So the Kaduna governor stressed, so we stress no more. Let's come into the room then. Let's come into the room. So let's come into, actually, let me remove the buy the coffee thing because whoever is going to avail themselves of it would have availed themselves by now. So let's come into the room and we kick the conversation off with, let's kick the conversation off with Joel of Nashville. But before we kick it off with Joel of Nashville, let me play you this now, Jameson Wike, having his own contribution to the changing Naira note. Watch this.
Well, Mr. President, I would also want you to finish. Well, this one is anti-people. This policy is what? Anti-people. The note is not there. The new Naira is not there. Even when I have money in my account, I cannot get 10,000 Naira. I cannot go and buy fuel. Who is losing? Who is losing? The masses. Is it not the masses? The masses. Is it not the people? The people. Who can tell anybody this period that telling you they are fighting politicians. Who told you? Who told you? You look at me here that we are not prepared for this election. You are merely fighting against the poor people. So, Mr. President, I know the pressure, but please, since two of us are going the same time, this policy, it has nothing to fight corruption at all. To fight politicians at all. The policy aims to suffer the people who elected us to govern over them. Our business is not to make people to suffer. We all know how to fight corruption. We all know how to fight politicians. This particular one, it does not come in at all. At all. No way. I've never seen anywhere in this world, where you are changing money.
So let's kick it off with Joel of Nashville. So Joel, you're up first. So Joel, to it then, this move by the Nigerian state to stifle free speech, they are fining TVC, Arise TV, for something as ludicrous as Tinubu saying that they should use the broom to sweep away the opposition. What's going on there? Is this the cabal fighting back? It's going to get ugly, isn't it?
Yes, it's going to get ugly, one man. I told you. It's going to get. By the way, good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be. Like, share, and subscribe. Good evening, one man, and my fellow panelists.
Good evening.
The issue here is this, one man. You see, is part of those things I was saying in the past. There is a plot. There seems to be a plot, and like we've always said here, Buhari is a figurehead. There are people in the presidency, including him, because I do not believe that there's anything going on around the presidency that Buhari does not know of, and or he does not approve of. And in this situation, we have seen a clear disconnect.
Sorry to interrupt you, Joel, but you say that you believe that there's nothing that is going on within the presidency that Buhari does not know of or approve of. But yeah, would you also consider not that there might be things going on that he did not initiate, but he was they go on to convince him, and then he approves it?
Good. Whatever way it's happening, one man.
No, it's quite important, because he was saying, and by the way, we'll get another spreadsheet from Kulata later on, so we'll wait for that. But you might not enjoy it, though, Joel, because he's permutating for article this time. But back to the conversation, though. When the governors went to meet Buhari, it was quite telling some of the things I said. He said when the policy for the change of Naira was brought to him, that he laid conditions for approving of that policy, that he wanted the Naira printed locally, and Emefiele gave him assurances that they had the capacity for that. So what we gleaned from that was that he did not initiate that change in Naira policy. So that's why I was asking you that the fact that he knows and approves does not necessarily mean that he initiated. So he may not necessarily know the politics behind some of these initiatives, but they managed to convince him of the logic of it.
Yeah, but you see, one man, you see, I always look at body language. Remember, when before Tinubu won that election, what was going on? So are you saying that they planned it and they came to him and they told him, hey, we don't know what Tinubu. So the issue there is this. Buhari may look dumb, but that guy is smart. He is smart. So whenever we come out here and we try to make it like trying to distance Buhari from what is going on in the villa, no. Whatever thing they prepared, whatever politics they are playing, right, was played because they knew that Buhari was in the play. You cannot just go and bring in something and ask Buhari to sign. So if you say, okay, Buhari, I want to take your wife, is he going to sign it? He don't know something.
No, that's ludicrous. But if they go to him that, look, we want to change the Naira notes because there's too much Naira in the system and a lot of it in the hands of corrupt politicians,
yes.
And you of course want to run a free, fair election, then he will say yes, of course. Would he not? So he might not
What
necessarily.
What was the reason that was given when Buhari was talking? What was he saying? He was saying purely that I am doing this to do what? To fight corrupt politicians. He was clear on the intent.
No, it gave a list of reasons, by the way, but carry on.
Yeah, but I mean that was the main one. We all knew where this whole thing was headed. So when he did that, now there might be some contingency issues, within the CBN. There might. I don't necessarily think that MFLA, just said, "Oh, let's change this naira. Let's change this naira. They will redesign these nairas," and without having the capacity. I think you see these banks, like we also know, they have their ways. I mean, we were looking at people in a party, throwing the new naira notes. How did they get those money? Why is it that this money find their hands inside in the hands of money doublers? Because even in Lagos, when I went to went for a wedding, you go there. I mean, this has been going on since. Like you go out there, you buy a new naira notes. Whose business is that? You pay about 10,000 naira. Yes, Abi. Yeah, you pay about 10,000 naira to get a 100,000 naira note, a 100,000 bundle. You understand what I'm saying? So these things.
Was the new naira note out when you were in Nigeria?
No. It wasn't out when I was in Nigeria. It wasn't out when I was in Nigeria. But the thing there is that before then, I mean, we'll be going to occasions in Nigeria. You just stop by, you see some Hausa boys. You tell them, "Hey, give me $1. Hey, give me naira." If you have 10,000, they'll tell you it's 2,000. You pay 2,000 extra to get the mint. We want the mint money that they spray. So how did it get to the hands of these people? And the people of Nigeria are suffering. So even within the banking system, there is a sabotage. So it does not just stop at that Emefiele level. You have to go down. So that of the sabotage is on the side. But what was the reason? My own thing is, why would you bring up such policy? I said it here, 3 months or 4 months to the general election. Who are you trying to do? Now,
what about the theory being proposed, Joe? Sorry, what about?
Go ahead.
And by the way, as many people that can have their cameras on as possible, I'll encourage that. It's good for the optics. If you can have your camera on, then have it on. But what about the narrative coming out that what is actually going on is an attempt to sabotage the whole election in itself, and then have an interim government arrow-headed by a military person to then midwife a fifth republic.
I know that's nonsense. How can you?
It's nonsense. How can that be nonsense?
It's nonsense. How can you get in a president via naira design by making it so probably you scuttle the logistics during election day? What I mean, on what basis? How can you do that? You're calling for anarchy now. You're calling for anarchy. The issue here is this: whatever thing you guys are doing, Nigerians are going to the ballot box on the 25th.
Are you confident that the election will take place on the 25th? Because
if it does not, okay, no problem. If it does not take place on the 25th, give us another date. But we cannot have anything like interim national government. I heard the other time that Buhari's case with Atiku for the 2019 election is still in play. They're still, look, Supreme Court cannot come now and say, oh, you know what, Buhari is an illegitimate government, so Atiku should take over. No, now that will be crisis. So one man, that is what I'm saying. Like, I know that there are going to be many ways, many permutations for them. Whatever they are thinking is their own thing. Nigerians, we are saying that we must go to the ballot box. Whatever decision we are going to take, we are going to go to the ballot box. So you're not going to come with a government of interim government or any of that bullshit. No, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. So whatever politics you guys want to play, play it. One man, I said it here. Before Tinubu came out to speak in Ogun State, the Emilokon speech, I knew something was going wrong at the back. And one man, when you look at the campaign, you know that there seems to be a disconnect. It's glaring. Where is Amechi? Where is Osibanjo? Even the president, okay, the last one that he appeared, he followed the Tinubu to campaign. They said there was a problem with the mic. So if there's a problem with the mic, is that the reason why you should leave? So you are showing, even on the first day you appeared on the campaign, if you want to make, you are not even, I have not seen Buhari say things like, vote for Tinubu, Tinubu is this. You know, you always see him, vote your conscience. Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Well,
yeah, but Joel, there's a narrative that as president, he wants to remain as aloof as possible from the process, so that he gives the appearance of an open field. That he's trying to remain aloof from the presidential race.
One more, please. No,
that's a narrative that I found there.
Certain narratives sometimes it sounds so dumb. Even in the United States here, in the United States, you see the president supporting their own candidates. It is nothing new. To talk place of Africa. What are you talking about? In Africa, where politics is as crude as anything, you are trying to play what? Buhari, look, let me tell you, apart from anything, I know we might have our party affiliations. But if I were Tinubu, I would feel bad. Even looking from outside, between the both of them, put yourself in Tinubu's shoes. I'm not Tinubu's fan, I'm not a Tinubu's fan, but as a human being, let's just look at it. When Tinubu was campaigning for, we have go to 2015, go to 2019, when Tinubu was campaigning for Buhari. He was calling out names. That is how you do it. You don't just come and you just start making general speech. The kind of one he did when he was getting inaugurated. I belong to no. How did he put that word? I belong to nobody. I belong to everybody.
I belong to everybody, and I belong to nobody.
To nobody. You know, stuff like that.
And then as soon as he said that, he then presented a wall-to-wall Fulani cabinet.
Yes. And finally, we now know that you belong to somebody. So one man, please, when you want to do your thing, you do it, you come out right. You come out the way you want to, the way you feel. When you want to put in your Fulani cabinet, making sure that every parastatal, all the security operatives have some Muslims in them. You do not have a problem with that. You did not want to sound presidential. You do not want to do anything. Now, when it came to supporting your own candidate, you now start playing neutral words. Come on, fuck it. Sorry for using that word. But one man, it's painful though. It's painful. Like as a human being, I am not a fan of Tinubu, But what is going on between Buhari and Tinubu is very, very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate.
But is it not a case of put your big boy trousers on for Tinubu? Because you are saying it's painful, but it is not unknown what is going on. This is high-end politics. And within any political party, any political structure, there are vested and conflicting interests. So the vested and conflicting interests within the APC is what is playing out now. So it's nothing new or unusual. It's just an obstacle that's Tinubu, because the way things were going, it looked at some point that he was going to coast into that presidency. And a lot of us were alarming that it cannot be this easy. So that final hurdle that he has to scale, this may well be it. And if he's not able to scale it, then I take your president. But certainly, I'm not sure that Tinubu is fighting hard, that's for sure.
Tinubu is, I mean, now away from the drama between Buhari and talking about the candidate Tinubu, it's not even helping matters. It's not helping matters. Let's sometimes we have to be truthful about what we see. We see the arrogance, we see the gaffes. So in my place we say, it is not good for people for you to behave like what people say you are. If somebody say, "Oh, Tinubu is arrogant," you don't need to wait. Just go to the next campaign. You will just see the arrogance. If they say, "Oh, Tinubu gas,"
sorry, is that a criticism? Is arrogance not a necessary component of leadership?
No. There's a way.
It is.
No. Arrogance.
Go and read Niccoli Machiavelli's The Prince. That's the first chapter.
Good.
Arrogance
as a leader,
is a necessary component of leadership.
As a leader, Obama was arrogant. But yes. Obama was arrogant in those issues, that he knows something about. He wasn't bragging about Obama wasn't condescending of his opponents, right? Or try to belittle them. Obama was talking about issues.
Sorry,
he was arrogant about the kind of things he cannot do.
Are you new to politics?
I am not new to politics. No.
Then you would know that were you not there when Bush was Sleepy Joe and all of this? You run your opponents down and diminish them as much as you can to paint them in
Trump
and they mocked Tinubu as well.
Trump was a different animal because Trump was going against the establishment, right? So Trump knew what he was doing when he was coming down, and apart from that, Trump was mouthy. If you go back prior to Trump and you look at how election debates are being held, you find that there are certain things. The arrogance of Tinubu, even to the point of not coming up for debates. Those are the kind of things I'm talking about. There are things that Tinubu is doing that people are looking at and saying, "Man, that guy, if this guy enter," even the northern people. Look, let me tell you something, one man. Even you see these northern people that you're saying, some people are saying, "Oh, they are thinking that when Tinubu comes in, there's a way Tinubu will play it down." They say you stoop to conquer. In some areas, it's not every area that you come out and you just say everything. Just like the issue of, castigating the Buhari government. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, you cannot, no matter what you're doing, you cannot fight your boss. Especially when it comes to election. Because see, one man, after God is government. You get where I'm coming from? After God is government. So no matter what you're doing, when you look at government, Buhari is the God Nigeria is seeing on earth today because he can make or mar your life. Anyone that has power to make or mar you has total control over you. I do not care how you say it. So when it comes to how Buhari has treated Tinubu, he said, no. But when you look at the candidate, just take for instance, have you thought about it that Osibanjo won this won the primaries?
Well,
Hold on.
sorry,
Allow me to.
have you been smoking Amsterdam again?
No.
You've been smoking Amsterdam.
Hold on. I said assuming and Osibanjo won this election,
all
right?
So sorry.
Hold on. Yeah, assuming that Osibanjo won this election. Can you imagine the kind of things Osibanjo will be saying in those places? So if the people like Mama Darwa are doing what they're doing, you will see Nigerian people having sympathy because they have looked at the man that they are trying to pull down. They are seeing the kind of things that comes out of his mouth. That is the point, one man. Those nuances that we always look, we always like say, oh, this is how it should be. No, you only do those things when you know that the person at the top is following you full time. But if your brother, the person that is the president is not working with you, and you have seen it clearly, there's a way you are not doing anything and you're doing everything now to show the people that are the actual voters that look, oh, these people are fighting me, but this is what I want to do for you. But when I come out now and I start being arrogant myself, then you are trying to shift people away from you. That is where I'm talking about, one man. So it is a blame, but the major blame goes to the Tinubu. And Rufai coming out to talk about these things clearly shows that there's a problem. It's now left for God. Somebody said the other day, it is now left for God to deliver Tinubu. Because even right now, as we are looking at the, I don't want to, because when I thought they'll say, oh, I said that Tinubu is playing agro politics. No. But when you start looking at certain operations going on in parts of the country,
are you talking about the military movement in Oshodi a couple of days ago?
It is. My brother called me yesterday. He was in the Lekki area. So he was like, that he is seeing there is like DSS, even at his gates, right? Because they have like an estate gate. And so he was coming back. He thought that, what is going on? He said there were some people that were coming here to pick up, that these people are now infiltrated everywhere, that there seems to be something going on, but they cannot explain what it is. So the Buhari government is doing what they're doing. Tinubu is doing what he's doing. Every other candidate are doing what they're doing. But in all of this, when we look at certain actions, we have to look at it and say, oh, you know what? And if you look at where these things are very domiciled, there seems to be protections. My brother was like saying that there seems to be like protection in certain areas in Lagos right now. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know what this election is going to come with, but I know for sure that if there's any attempt to scuttle this election or make this election not to come true, then sell us a dummy in the form of interim government and all that. It's not going to work, woman.
Well, what if that interim government is arrow-headed by a Yoruba person, like we had Shonekan when they did? It doesn't matter.
One man, we have gone past this level in our national life.
You can't say that because if they have an interim government that is arrow-headed by a Yoruba person to not made a fifth republic, the fact that it is arrow-headed by a Yoruba person, that will somewhat it will at least maybe not fully satiate the Yoruba space. And because if we have an interim government, it is only the Yoruba space that would need satiating because they are the ones coming in into government. So if they are able to have an interim government that will satiate the Yoruba space to then not made a fifth republic, could that not be a plan?
No. Because you cannot even come out right now and tell me a Yoruba, whatever Yoruba dummy you're bringing out. As an Igbo man, you cannot sell me that nonsense. Or you want to sell it to someone from South or someone from the Middle Belt. I do not care no more. Whoever that they're going to put in there as an interim government, right, has to be a stooge. So it is more or less like Buhari running a 10-term government. No, we cannot go that way, more man. Whatever these guys they want to bring in this interim government, it's not going to happen. We are not in a war. We don't have any problem. The only problem we have is allow us to go and vote. If you get to the polling station and your candidate wins, whoever you are supporting, I'm now talking about the Buhari side. Why must it be a Yoruba man that they will settle? What has that got to do with a Yoruba man?
Yeah, because the front runner in the election is hold on. Just hold on. The front runner in the election is a Yoruba man. So if the elections don't take place, the people that will feel aggrieved the most will be the Yorubas. It'll be a repeat of 1983. So in order for them to manage the space, they have to satiate that space. And that will be for if there's an interim president, then a Yoruba person it has to be.
Now we only have an incumbent party.
Not satiate to placate. In order to placate that space, I meant.
I know there's nothing placating in it. How are you going to say that to me? Tinubu is not the front runner in this election. He's the front runner to people like you. But to people like me,
you were here when we ran all the figures. Now we've run all.
No. Those are figures.
We have run about 3 figures here. It all lands the same. Okay, carry on.
The figures that we saw were figures that were done based on the last election. One day in politics is big. It's huge. Talk less of 4 years in politics. So, using the last, yesterday's polling to predict this particular one will be a wrong thing to do. So that's the reason why I said if we are not going to go, these permutations are good. The one from Kulata. Those are just like. It's not. They are good. I love the effort behind it, but the outcome, is just kind of clownish. But it is what it is. All right, now, baby, you understand what I'm saying? It is what it is. Whatever thing you feel is what you feel. I do not see anybody as a front runner. If there's anybody that should be a front runner, it should be Peter B, as the poll has stated. So when you're coming out now to tell me that you have to settle the Yoruba because Tinubu is based on what? Was he tested at the polls? Are we going to go by parties? No, we're not going to go by parties. So the issue there is that we are going to go by what the people say on February 25th. That is the people's mandate. But we cannot have this situation where we have the rug pulled under our feet in order to score any political point. It is not going to happen in Nigeria today. Nigerians are suffering. Nigeria have an issue. Nigeria is going through one of the worst times in their lives. And you cannot give them the opportunity to elect their leaders. Hells to the no. We cannot continue to go down that route. Everybody is awakening. Babache Lawal was on a Chinese television. And he was talking about the situation that the northern people are going through in the hands of the northern elites, the Fulani oligarchs. And he stated it, out of the 27 federal universities in the north, you only have 5 that are Christians. To study medicine in the northern universities, a northern Christian or non-Muslim cannot get in probably with a 200. He might have to get 300 and up. Meanwhile, if you're a Muslim in the north, you can get in for medicine at 200 credits. We must stop those kind of
that's affirmative action. That's affirmative action. So there's nothing
no, those affirmative actions. There are things that are embedded. The foundation for such affirmative action is faulty. We cannot continue. No, one man. We cannot continue to breed this thing because look, these guys that we are giving this pass are still the guys that we are going to present at the workforce. So when they come in, and that's the reason why when they come in into when most of them come into positions of a workplace and all that, you find out that that place is going down. Why is it that from history, whenever we have a southern president, Nigeria seems, no matter what, there seems to be a progress. Then when we have a northerner, especially the type of Buhari and the rest, our economy is on the low. We have to start telling ourselves the truth. Because at the end of the day, the people, my dad will always say, garbage in, garbage out. If you're tuning out below average graduates, those are the people that are going to make up your workforce. Because by constitution and by everything, you have to consider them first. So one man, please, that issue has been laid to rest, and Nigerians must be allowed to go on go to exercise their voters' right on the 25th. It must happen. No interim government will be supported. Nobody is the front runner. If there should be any front runner, it is Peter Obi.
All right. Say that with a straight face. Say that like you mean it. Say it like you mean it.
Say
it with confidence. Say it with confidence.
I said one man. If there's any person that is a front runner in this election, it is Peter Obi.
All right.
Yes, okay. Peter Obi. Yes, that's what I said.
You know, if Peter Obi becomes the president of Nigeria, the country will be better for it. The country will be better. Or if Peter Obi becomes the president, the country will be. It will be a real leap. It's a quantum, because if Peter Obi becomes the president, then we've killed off Tinubu, Atiku, Buhari, Babangida. We wiped them all out.
We wiped them all off.
Yeah. So
you have wiped up a generation.
How did you wipe them off when Obi joined PDP in 1998? So what's the difference between Tinubu and others?
Please, let's not go into that about.
What that means?
Gone past that kind of politics.
Hold on.
No, then you will need, if we really want new generation politician, then we start talking of people like Showore.
Hold on. No. We've been to that space so many times. What we're actually talking about, if we want a paradigm shift within the Nigerian political space, the best opportunity for that shift, yes, the person that will probably want the most is somebody like Showore, who is a real leap. But the most practicable opportunity is Peter Obi, which is not to say he's not an old guard politician, but it's a bridge between that old guard politician and a new breed politician.
Yeah.
So we'll take him as an interim space, because if Obi becomes president, then the relevance of Tinubu, Atiku, they are all gone. You know, and then from there we can start to rebuild as him being ground zero. So, and Obi will not make a terrible president. It will make a decent president.
I mean, because
it will not make a great president, because he doesn't have the brains, but it will make a decent.
It's okay. Whatever you want to say, whatever way you want to put it. Well, one man, you see, I always tell people, and this they did say that goes this way. It's a popular one. Show me your friends. I'll show you who you are. Right. Based on the same of the same feather flock together. You have seen all these things. When you look at the architecture of people around Tinubu, the architecture of his entourage, when you look at those people around him, there is no way Tinubu is going to move away from those people to pick up people from somewhere else, even if they do. Right? Even if they do, hold on, guys.
Was that your daughter saying hello?
No, that's my son.
All right.
You know, yeah. So, where was I again? I've lost my train of thought.
You were running Tinubu down and trying to be what you always do. You were as you were as always. Carry on.
No. But one man. Yeah. So the issue there is this, right? When we look at people around Tinubu, and you see people around Tinubu, those are the people that are going to make up his government. And if we need to get out of this situation that we are in, look at Atiku as well. Look at people around him. The same people that have put up with this.
What about Peter Obi? Who surrounds him?
When you look at Peter Obi, no. Hold on. When you look at Peter Obi, right? In his words, he knows. You see, there's this thing about when you see when you are coming up for something and nobody gave you a chance, and you have been growing, you know the people that you're paying homage to. When we in Peter Obi's government, I believe, and I strongly believe, we are going to see things like 30-year-old ministers. It's going to happen.
No. But we will see that in any of the front. In fact, all the 4 candidates that come on. That's what history tells us. Atiku has a history of recruiting talent, young talent. We saw it when he was vice president. Tinubu, his antecedents in Lagos, young, intelligent, irrespective of where you come from in the country. We know that. Kwakwanso, he's always been an investor in the youth space. So if anybody of the top 4, you will have a youthful governance, with the arrowhead being an old man.
One man, if you're the president, it becomes different. The lower you are in the space of things, the younger the people you pick up. When you are going up, the people you have to pick up, because the people that are going to help you get those votes are the old heads. So you are going to compensate them. So the higher you go, the age increases. So it's the people that are around you, that you're going to make. You are going to make those ministers heads of parastatals and all that. And we have this culture of settlement, because you were you helped me during the election and time. Okay, I'm going to settle you with this. So it is not a question of, okay, though you help me in government to get into government. Look, I am giving you this position because I know that you're competent in doing that in doing that job. That is the problem we have in Nigeria. We have we have square pegs in round holes. So when you say you are compensating people, you put someone
hold on, Joel. I think Ola wants to interject. Ola, you want to
go ahead? Yes, I'm just challenging you on this hypothesis about old people and the age of 30. You are saying, because I don't know how you arrive at that, and I don't know if you are within Obi's mind that you can actually read that, oh, that's what it's going to do. See, the mistake we make sometimes.
He said it. He said it in many interviews, but go ahead.
Okay. So even if he said it in the interview, like a woman said, there is no probability, there's no way it is written that even Tinubu or Atiku will not go for younger age. We should not forget sometimes too that experience too matters. So this thing is all about, it's not all about age. You can get someone even that is just coming from Harvard, and someone that is just as old as anything, that maybe graduated from one local school in Ibadan. Listen, can still be better. It depends on what the person has come across. Maybe the problem is being able to see over the time and be able to find a solution that, okay, is just awaiting and the opportunity for him to implement that solution. So this idea of younger, this thing, I do not subscribe to it actually, and it's not selling anything to me. So now, those people that surround the Tinubu we are talking about, are we forgetting that, for example, Fashola is one of those people that is surrounding this guy? So if a person like Fashola now find himself in the cabinet now, are we going to write Fashola or because Fashola is already 60-something or not? So I don't subscribe to that.
But Joel is right, though. I did maybe not right, but he has a point. We cannot continue to recycle all of these people. there's nothing unique or he's a talented man, Fashola, but there are other younger, probably more talented Nigerians. And if we don't move people like Fashola and Rufai out of space, how would the younger talented people come through?
You know, old people in the politics is not within the Nigerian space only. So those are the points we are talking about, because you have some area that you need experience. Yes, you can be the mix of the old and the younger people, but just because someone is old now, it does not automatically means that the person is no longer useful. That is exactly what I'm saying.
Well, can I interject, please?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, go on.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah.
Good morning.
Concerning Rufai, these young people and old people too. Somebody like Rufai understands now that you have to push the young people to start carrying out all these tasks. Even in one of the interviews he held some days back, he made it clear that even as it stands now, that it is the young people that will be pushed to carry out most of the tasks, and it's just for them as the elderly people to. I'm not an APC supporter, but we have to be straight in saying things. That is the young people that they will. What they have to do is just to advise the young people and put them through on how to do things. So anybody saying that, clearing them out to them themselves, they already know that the young people have to be in the game, and he has already made it known and made it clear already.
Solomon Falaye.
No, don't do that. Sorry. Remember Emeka. Remember when you did that to Emeka? And the office was
this guy. One man. This girl is not even as. He's not an Igbo person like as I am. He grew up in Lagos. He's a Lagos boy.
Lagos Igbo.
He's a Lagos guy that.
Hold on. Is there that divide? Is there that divide that an Igbo Lagos born and bred is not quite as Igbo as
of course. This guy is a Lagos guy that
is a Yoruba Igbo. He's a Yoruba Igbo. Look at that.
He grew up in Lagos and he's claiming to be a thick Igbo guy. He's not thick. He's all these people that just come home during Xmas, finish. Then maybe he's schooled in the East and he will not go to his village. He will not go to his village because of fear. He will just, after his school like this, he will run back to Lagos 1 week. I know them.
So about, I'm grateful like you understand that it's not a joke. It's just sometimes it's good to add humor to the conversation. But I know you're a full-fledged Igbo man. I have no doubt about it. It's just that you are a fulefu. Probably that should be a better word.
God forbid.
All right. Let me just say this, and then I want to invite your commentaries on what Buhari is saying, that within the next 7 days left of the 10-day grace for the Naira note, that he's going to make an announcement that will ease the crisis. But to the moderators, go easy on Chris Nwagu, because he's a long-standing member of the platform. So let him speak as he wills. On the Chris is a big boy, so he wouldn't cross the mark, I suspect. But back to you. What do you think Buhari is hinting at when he tells us that within the next 7 days left of the 10-day grace, that he will make an announcement that will douse the crisis? What is he talking about?
Okay, I wouldn't know what kind of announcement he's going to make. The only announcement I just want to hear him make is make Naira and make the redesigned notes available to Nigerians. One man, I have seen so many videos out there in the streets. Now he might have a good point that he's trying to get those monies that have been stashed away, into the system. But you cannot be hurting the same people that you claim to, to protect. So the hardship this thing had brought on Nigerians, I saw it and I could imagine. I even saw some people sleeping at the ATM. And this is un-Nigerian. We shouldn't be seeing such things in Nigeria. But I understand where he was going with the redesigning of the note. It's a laudable idea. and we can see the people that are speaking out. Unfortunately, the people that carries it on their head like gala, people from the people that you're supporting, one man, the APC and the Tinubu'S and the others. There have been cries, just little cries from other parties, but it has not been so loud, like as damning as that of the people representing APC in the government. So whatever decision he's going to make, please allow these monies to be available to the people, so that the people will be able to do their business. We've lost a lot of money and human hours within the same period. People that are really suffering, from this policy. So I don't have problem with policies, but if you have to make a policy, it has to be, you have to make it easy for people to assess or to utilize that policy. You cannot initiate a policy and you suffer the people from it, and that is that policy is wrong ab initio. The process is what I'm against, the redesigning of the naira. So whatever announcement is going to do, just make it easier on Nigeria. Secondly, allow us to have a say on who leads us on the 25th. If you're going to postpone it, no problem. Whenever you're going to postpone it to, we must go to the ballot, period. No interim government.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Joel. So, Joel, for time, let me go on from you.
One more, please, before you go. The other day we were talking about Wike not making any announcement, right? Wike has done more harm than good to his political career. He has shown that he is a real coward. He is flippant. He's loquacious. He is the man that we all thought that could stand and damn the consequences. Even if you're going to APC, tell us you're going to APC. You said it. You said that I am going to campaign. I'm going to announce who I'm going to support, and I am going to be physically on the stage with the person campaigning. Now you're telling us that you say you're not going to come out to talk about it. What a shame. Shame on you.
Is that not political expediency, though?
The political expediency, you should have thought about it before you start talking. You don't just talk. Wike disappointed me, seriously.
I was disappointed as well, because I thought he had the bravity to
you understand what I'm saying? So you just took all these other guys, your other Jackson 5 crew. You guys were going to Madrid, watched football, going around. So all this came down to this.
So what do you want?
We can do better.
If I may ask, what exactly do you want?
No, take a stand. That one makes you a man. Take a stand and damn the consequences.
Look, in fighting against some others too. All of them will be watching the strategy, right?
Then don't talk about it. I don't have any problem with it. Then don't talk about it. If you cannot do it, don't talk about it. Don't threaten us.
You can talk about something.
Pick up the politics.
Hold on. Let Ola come in. Yeah, go on.
You can talk about something to get some kind of a psychological advantage. You try to push your opponent to cause some kind of chaos in their camp. And when you see their reaction, you see hold back. And that thing that he has been threatening may just be his last card. It can just be a few days where he will leave you with no chance to even try to change anything against his strategy. But if we talk clearly now, for example, those guys, they can move and try to dilute whatever strategy is pushing forward. But like few days, okay, look at what Tinubu did. Did anybody know that Tinubu was going to support Jonathan against Ribadu in 2011?
No, don't go to 2011. No, don't go to
so at the last moment, just few days to that election, the guy just decamp and just follow Jonathan. So anything can happen. So it doesn't mean that we can stalwart.
No, he's a coward. I'll tell you why.
Yeah.
Go ahead, woman, if you want to say something.
No. I was only going to somewhat align myself how you are positioned, Joel. Wike came out in public and told us that he was going to announce. That's what he said. He said he was going to announce who he's going to support. He said that he went on
he's going to campaign,
and then he went on to add that he was going to campaign nationwide for the president.
Nationwide, and nothing will happen.
And then January came and went, and he did not. And look at all of the drama that surrounded that space for months on end, only for it to land here.
On. Every day you are out there speaking, talking.
He punked himself.
Talking. You every day you come and so all
he
those
will sing and dance. He will sing and dance.
All those dances for what? Oh, you talk and dance. You talk. I think who told you this? This one told you this. Mouth. That if you cannot do it, shut up, Wike. Shut up. If you cannot do it, then shut up. Then walk on the ground and do what you want to do. No, he paid me, Solomon, my brother.
Okay. It's because he did not support Obi.
See. If you're going to support Tinubu, right? Come out. Remember, we have a game plan. It is a southern presidency or nothing. So for me, whether he supports an Obi and supports a Tinubu, there's no problem. But what I want to see in this election is wherever P2B does not get his 25%, Tinubu should get his 25%. That is the way I look at it. Because the thing there is that
the politics is dynamics. Dynamics. Wait for this guy and let's see it to the end.
My brother, he's not going to do. No, he has already said it. You know what he's saying now? Forget this guy. This guy in Ebola will say, "I'm Mumiri." In Ebola will say, "I'm Mumiri." You know what he's saying now? No, I did not say it. That I'm going. Your people, your representative is going to tell you. What kind of nonsense? You are not delegated. You are not the same thing. We are accusing Tinubu of doing, sharing a question. Now you are now sharing names of who to vote. So you will not be the innocent person. You not stay in PDP. That's a coward move, if you ask me. And in Nigerian political system, you can as well, decamp when necessary. So you can go to APC, and at the end of the day, you say you're coming back to PDP. So what's the problem? Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. The explosive duel of Nashville. No chill, there's the chill and duel of Nashville are completely incompatible. So no chill duel of Nashville. But I'm encouraging again, as many of you as can have your cameras on. Please have it on. It's good for the optics. It's good for the viewership, so that they can associate your words with the person speaking them. Up next, World Peace. World Peace, are you ready to go? All right, World Peace on daddy duties, I suspect. So let's go on from World Peace then to Man of Prestige, because he has his camera on. So Man of Prestige, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Why does your voice sound so dull? Have you had a long day?
One more, sorry, I was far from my phone. I was doing laundry. Today's Saturday is laundry day.
Okay, go ahead with World Peace. World Peace, go ahead.
Okay, let me go.
Go ahead with World Peace.
Okay, let me go with World Peace. Okay, so you're up next then, World Peace. So there is World Peace wearing the picky hat. What that? It's a face cap. I thought it was a picky hat. But,
no, it's just
all right. So are you driving to laundry or coming back from laundry or?
I'm in laundry. Let me show you. I'm in laundry. Can you see the building?
Oh, all right. Yeah, we call it a laundromat here.
Yeah, just a laundry. Just my car. My phone was in my car.
Is it self-service?
Coins. I still have some coins in my hand. Hold on. I was putting coins inside the machine.
Oh, okay, self-service. It's exactly like we have here. It's exactly like we have here. But there it is. When you move into your new house, just get a washing machine in. It's easier,
I have a washing machine. I have my washing machine is 10 kilos. These are industrial this thing.
Oh, okay. The volume for all the children,
for all the children. So every weekend I come here. It's winter, so hardly to when we wash clothes now, it's difficult to dry up because it's winter, So I just take everything down here and wash, dry it, and I take it back home. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. So to the conversation, World Peace. So now this narrative about fifth columnist puppet mastering the Buhari administration with the agenda not to transit to a new democratically elected government, but to an interim government that they would then use to shape the future of Nigeria. So this is what the allegations are. And that allegation, arrow-headed by Tinubu, who is telling us that they want to foment trouble in the country to get us into a state of emergency, and then still insist, because if they foment trouble to get us into a state of emergency, then the criticism will be that they want to elongate the Buhari administration. So they would then step down for an interim government that would then midwife their wish. So what are you then making of that theory? Is it conspiracy theory gone wild, or does it have some veracity to it?
Yeah, good morning, one man. Good morning, the panelists and people on the chat section. Anyway, so anyways, like this, who is saying that? Is it about Chelawa or just a news headline? One man. Hello, can anybody hear me?
Sorry, I muted I was responding. I muted myself, but no. Tinubu is saying it. El Rufai is hinting at it. Babache is telling us that things are out of Buhari's hands. So all of the politics of that space is hinting in that direction. That figures want to orchestrate an interim governance. But are you on board with that narrative?
Yeah, you're sounding like me now these days. White theory. That seems not to be impossible, sometimes possible. Yeah, but these things you are saying now, I think this guy, they have talked about these things since last year or 2 years. Last year, when some people came on channel was talking about they want to install interim government and all that. Their plan at the end of the day is to try and install interim government. And I think this guy, Sani Shehu, that senator, tweeted about it one time too. It won't be a surprising thing if they do it, but can they do that is the problem. Would society accept it the way we have the way Nigeria is now? I think a lot of people are informed through this smartphone. A lot of people are getting informed every day of the society. The last time they did it, Bangida did it, probably technology is not that advanced. But now we have so much advancement in technology. So how will the people take it? That is the question. I think it will not fall well. People will not take it lightly though if they do it. But that does not mean like.
What piece? Do you see an argument for it first? Do you see an argument for an interim government to birth a new Fifth Republic? Let me tell you where the argument might be. The present field that we have for this presidential race, if we look at the four people, Kwakwanso, Tinubu, Atiku, Peter Obi, there is none of them that is fit for purpose. So they will only be placeholder in an already corrupt system. So that's one. And then what will further enhance that corrupt system? Is this not fit for purpose constitution that we have? That's two. So a lot of things not right with the system, and what is coming in is unlikely to put it right. But if we have that interim system to reset the country, abandon this completely useless constitution, reconstitute another one that is people-led, and have somebody midwife a 12 to 18-month face back to a Fifth Republic, would that not altogether be a good thing?
One man, like you're saying, it's supposed to be a good thing. Why is it the time of the South, they're always the interim government? Why is it when it comes to the South to produce the produce presidency, then they not now know they can now bring interim government to do what they couldn't do all the years they were in power? It does not make sense. Right now, the way things are playing out, let me just follow the headlines. The way things are playing out right now, yeah, it seems that you are driving towards that goal to bring interim government. Let's assume that there's chaos for fuel and this, that, and no. To continue for the next 2 weeks, there will be a total breakdown of the country, and Buhari can announce that he's moving the election in under. He's moving it. He's shooting it for the next 6 months, which he has to leave the office leave power by May 25th, right? So basically, he's going to create interim government. Now he'll not bring somebody now to fix what he couldn't fix for 8 years. It does not make sense, one man. And who is gonna be at the receiving end? It's gonna be the man that is crying right now. They're trying to sabotage his election, which is Tinubu. I'm not saying.
But as I was saying to Joel, if they put a Yoruba man at the head of that interim government.
Yeah, if they put a Yoruba man ahead of that interim government, the agitation will die prematurely from everybody. I don't know how to. I don't know.
Continue that cycle.
But now Oga Patrick, you, even me. Like now, for example, now they say interim government, they post by job. We all will chill down first. 50% of our anger will die down first. We say, okay, I see Yoruba man there now. It's a super job. You're supposed to be the man that's supposed to take ticket. It is there. Let's see what you can do.
Some of us are going.
No, we not fight it. We will fight it one hand behind our back. Let's say the truth to ourselves. We will fight it one hand behind our back.
Some of us.
And what piece?
One voice. Yeah.
Can I interject? What piece?
Sure.
Okay.
Let Joel come in first. Joel, yeah.
What piece? I think. Look, painfully. I think I will agree with you on this one. If the interim government is headed by Osinbajo, my two hands are tied behind my back.
Okay.
That's the thing. So I think more or less it's about the character of the person that is going to head that interim government. I see it from that way. I agree. If it's an Osinbajo, well, go ahead.
So come in, but let me just add, if Osinbajo is the head of the interim government, is that not really Buhari self-perpetuating in government, but coming at manner prestige?
Yeah, this is directed to what piece Hannah. But
anyway, I definitely agree to you.
Before I proceed, why must he be a Yoruba person? I mean, how would the other region, let me just say geopolitical region, feel about that? Why must he be a Yoruba man? Is it because people perceive that Tinubu is the leading candidate? To me, Joel is going back to what he said earlier. So it doesn't even matter to me who it is. There shouldn't be an interim government to begin with, and you shouldn't assume that it's going to be Yoruba man because of what people perceive to be Tinubu being the leading candidate. It makes no sense to me. So give me a clarification on that, because it seems like you agree, and Joel is backtracking now. Go ahead.
No, I'm not backtracking. What piece? I say, man of prestige. I'm not backtracking. I only said that my two hands will be tied behind my back. It does not mean that I cannot speak out. It does not mean that I cannot kick. But I'm only saying that my two hands will be tied behind my back. That's it. I'm not backtracking. Thank you.
Okay, like man said, that's going to be
all right. Let Wapis address what you just put to him. Wapis, yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Just like I said before, I said first of all, one of our hands will be tied behind our back, going to agitate. First of all, 50% of our agitation will die down first. And now going to man of prestige question is this. First of all, there are three key players in this election. Either we like take it from either you like it or not. Is Wazobia thing. And this Wazobia thing, sorry to say, the Southeasterners have played that set out of this election. They are already down 50% into this election by short-changing themselves. They are not united in their election and in this election cycle. Now they have the situation. They have some IPA situation. They now have this Orji Kalu and whoever is supporting Atiku Saludo this thing too. Section of how will I say? Is this section or factor 2 in the Southeast? So now the Southeast is very divided, which is no longer a threat right now. It's not a threat in this Nigeria political section right now. Now coming to the Yorubas and the Northerners, they're the two most organized section right now in this, like Tinubu and Atiku, and they are the two power block right now. Now, if they bring interim government in and give it to a Northerner, nobody will take it lightly. That the South, the not biggest fear will come to pass. The Southwest and the South and the rest of the South will unite against them, and there will be a crack in the North. The international body will not perceive it well, and it will not go down for them well. Nobody will take it, and there will be a big problem. But if they give it to the Yorubas, because the Yorubas right now are the second force in Nigeria that can make things happen locally, nationally, and internationally. You understand? So if you give it to them, the West, the East does not have a play. The East will always be taken care of. Believe me, that's the sad news. It will always be taken care of. You know. So
yeah, you know what? Yeah, your narrative is very mischievous. Okay, I'm gonna just tell you directly because your narrative.
Okay, yeah, but it's the sad truth. Yeah, no, it's the sad. Yeah, it's the sad truth.
What piece?
It's a sad truth by you, but it's not a sad truth by any other Nigerian. So don't come here and be making that narrative.
No, one at a time, gentlemen. And that is World Peace's subjective view. So
it's my view.
I'm not saying anything wrong with it, but I'm just saying, in my opinion, it's so mischievous. You know, I mean, it doesn't even make sense to me. But anyway, that's his opinion. So
no. Hold on, World Peace. Which part of what he said do you disagree with?
I mean, by saying that the Igbos are not relevant in a nutshell. That's what
he did not say that, did he?
No, that's what he mean. He said they are irrelevant because the Yoruba and the hold on, let me land one man. Yeah. He said the Yoruba and the Hausas are the ones that don't have any kind of insecurity and other kind of mess he was taking. Look at the insecurity in the north. So why would they have more balance? You don't make sense, but that's your opinion. That's how you feel. But I'm just telling you how I feel. I'm totally disregard what you said. Don't make no sense to me. But that's your opinion. Thank you.
All right. You didn't listen to what he said because what he said. No, you listened maybe with prejudice because what he said was that in this political cycle that we're in now, that two regions are more organized than others, and that is where the power shift will be. So if one region, which is already in situation in governance, wants to have an interim governance for reasons of not wanting people to accuse them of self-perpetrating, then they have. So it was quite clear, but you know.
Tell me why
hold on, Joel. Now,
more organized. One man, tell me why that region is more organized.
No, it's World Peace that has to explain that.
World Peace, tell me, give me a rationality why.
Okay. Right now, look at it right now. For example, now, if the Southeastern and everybody, the power player, regardless Ojikalu, and we all have our interests, we can support who we want to support, but have this agenda that they're supporting a Southeast candidacy, and they're agitating that the power must come to the Southeast, and they'll be playing this power come to the Southeast for the last 6 years or 10 years. They have like a gathered vote of solid 5 million. At every election cycle, they always come up with 5 million. There will be a force to reckon with. You do not want to upset them. But for the past 3 or 4 years, they're neither here or there. Either they don't want to be part of Nigeria, or this one is supporting this, or the other one is asking for Nnamdi Kanu. So now they cannot be trusted, and they don't have a serious person in that region that speaks for them, or that move the power. How do I say that move that political how do I say? Just like Tinubu now in the southeast, southwest. Not everybody like him, but he's one of the major decision maker in that the southwest. But there's none like that in the southeast. Now you say that we say now there's going to be interim government. Don't be surprised. Before 10 o'clock tomorrow, there will be 10 different Igbo leaders that will back in that situation, backing that the announcement. For any reason, best known to them. You first of all see maybe Wazirike will come and say yes, we support it. Let's go on so can research the country. You see Ojikalu will say no, I don't support it because they're supporting my candidate Tinubu. And we see Akpabio will say okay, I support it. You know, they have to be united. They have to be a power voice from them.
Let me challenge you on that space. We are not a monolithic ethnic class, so you can't change who we are. We are who we are. So there's nothing 200 years, 500 years coming. We can't change. We are who we are.
No, you're breaking off. Hold on, you are breaking off. We can't hear you. You are breaking off. But let me get
Let
you. So sorry. Let's hear from Desmond, and then we move. We have to move on from there. Des, come in.
Yeah, what piece? I know you're not Igbo, but what you have to understand is Igbos are mostly democratic in nature. They think for themselves, and when a governor or one organization come and say something, I don't want you to mislead it as the Igbos being divided. They are the one trying to make it seem in your head that we are divided, but I don't want you to take it like that. That's just what I want you to know.
Okay.
All right.
And one man, let me just add this.
Can you not? What pace? Carry on. Sorry, Joel, but we must. I want to move on from that space.
Okay, I want to move on from this. Is a very sensitive thing. But anyway, let me just round up like this in this very section. This question. Well, we can say the Igbos are Democrat or Republican people, but in such a situation, you need to be united. You need to have one voice. Forget if you are Democrat or how you put it, or individualistic-minded people. It can work for you for some time, but not all the time. In a certain situation, you have to show your strength. It's very important. And let me quickly end it with this before I go to the next question. You see, in Benin, we can always say, we don't. In Benin, the monarch cannot tell us how we vote in Benin. You should get it clear today. The monarch cannot tell how we vote. People vote their mind in Benin. But if that vote will go against the monarch, people will go against that vote. That's how it's supposed to be. You have to be united for something, or that you fought for nothing. So one more please, so we can go to the next next question.
All right, brilliant. Before I go on to the next question, let me acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat, which came in earlier. It says, Joel, I acknowledge your doggedness and consistency. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. So the super chat section is now open. I thought it was broken for a moment, but Alexander has been able to use it. So light up the comment section with the multicolor of super chat, please. If you do that, it's usually the convention in live streaming that the comment section is lit up with a super chat. So do that. So let me actually play you a clip. Pace. Let me play you a clip. This is Wike speaking to the change of Naira. No, have I played that? Have I played that Wike clip?
I think you played at the earlier section. You played at the beginning of your section.
All right. Let me then play you this clip. El Rufai kicking back against, is doubling down actually on positions that there are elements within Aso Rock working against the Tinubu presidency. And he's speaking to a particular person and is insisting that they all know who that person is.
Let me restate exactly what I said. I'm a quantity surveyor. I am mathematically tuned to be accurate even in my use of words. What I said was, we are convinced that there are elements in the villa, some elements in the villa that want APC to lose the elections. I did not say the federal government. I did not say Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. I said APC, all right? So I don't understand why the federal government is responding to what I said, because the federal government is not part of it. And I refer to elements in the villa, and I know who I'm referring to, and those that are in the villa know who I'm referring to. And with the greatest respect, even Lai Mohammed, my brother, knows who I'm referring to. And I think it's inappropriate for him as Minister of Information of Nigeria to respond to a statement that specifically referred to individuals rather than any institution. If I had said the villa is against us, then I would expect Garba Shehu or additional, my two brothers, to respond to me. If I said the federal government was frustrating the APC, then I would expect Lai Mohammed to respond. Why he responded to that, I cannot fathom, frankly. I still stand by my words that there appears to be very strong evidence of a conspiracy to incite voters against the APC in the forthcoming elections by coming up with ad hoc decisions and policies that are not well thought out, that have not received widespread consultation and a whole of government approach to incite the voters to vote against.
Oh, okay, so there it is. Respond to that.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Rufai is having this courage to be going to TV since 3 days now, and there has not been no response from the cabal or the presidency, and he just keep going and going, and it seems like he knows so much that we don't know. And again, I don't understand since when he becomes the spokesman for the PDP, for the Tinubu fraction of APC, talking about these cabals. Anyway, there's a say that say when they say a child that dances, there's somebody that is playing band for him, So what he's talking about the cabal. Let me go with his narrative. There's a cabal in the villa. It's like you're accusing Amaekpa, then exonerating not in Kanu. You're accusing cabal in the villa, then leaving Buhari. Who is the number one cabal in the villa? It's not Buhari. So when you come out now and say, oh, there's a person, there's an individual in the villa, our first mind is to go to Buhari. Then again, you are the APC. I don't understand. I'm just trying to get it. Let's move sympathy and let's try to be logical here. Now, are you telling us that your APC is sabotaging your APC? At what gain? I don't understand. What is it trying to play at? That APC is paying APC. Sometimes there are certain things you don't say in the public. If there's an individual in the villa that is sabotaging this, or trying to sabotage Bola Tinubu candidacy to become a national president of the Nigerian president, then you should talk about it in the villa, one-on-one. This is not the public business. It's not our business to know, because it's not only Tinubu on the race. It's not only Tinubu on the race of this to become the Nigerian president. There's Peter Obi, there's a Concourse, the article, and there's so many other people, other 17 other candidates, and Ibu Shawari is there. So why are you coming out to make it like it's Ashwazu or nobody? My guy, it's APC issues, not the.
But it's campaigning for Ashwazu now.
Yeah, but this very one he just said that he has said to before that he said to one I say it's conspiracy theory. The other one I said okay, just cabal. I don't want to run with this notion that okay, there's cabal sabotaging Tinubu, his campaign is going down the drain. I don't want to go with that notion. It happens. Like I said before, nothing that he's saying that is new. Tell us something that we don't know. All the things that he's saying, we a layman on the street know such things going on in the villa or in Nigeria. But tell us the things that we don't know. This is like saying we all know this. Before now we knew that they don't want to give Tinubu the ticket. He find a way to get the ticket, and they have been trying to undermine his political campaign. And now they came out with this Naira design, came out with this. So many things we are seeing so many orders. But one thing I will quickly say before we move on, Tinubu is like Incredible Hulk. The more you come at him, the more that energy you come at him will be ×2, he'll be ×2 stronger than you. So like everything they are doing right now is like it's foiling that guy to beat them by 2 steps ahead, That's just what. Let me quickly put that, say this and put it aside. But why telling us this?
What piece? Do you think that this drama that is playing out, do you think it's gaining Tinubu some sort of public sympathy? Do you think the public they are empathizing with him? What is playing out?
Yes, like I said before, Mama, you're asking the question now because I don't want to go in that direction, because if you look at it, the way I'm looking at it from my own way of thinking, is like I feel that Labour Party's style of campaign this election is a protest vote, while Atiku style of campaigning is a tribal vote, which is regional vote, the north, and Tinubu's own is now he has found his own mojo, is a sympathy vote. If you look at it, and if you look at it, very well, it's really working out for them. Atiku is trying to stir up a tribal vote in the north. We already know the Labour Party, most of the Labour Party was a protest vote, and Tinubu is not wants to hit into this party vote, which is working out for him. Of course, it will get to a certain stage. Everyone will get fed up, like, no, why is you treating this man like this now? Of course, even though this man is a bad man, now you bad past all of them. You know, sympathy. We all have that sympathy for him. We are human beings now. We have the same party now. We want to now, like, okay, let's vote for him and see what will happen. Let's see if the move will fall. You know, it's politics. Like I said, everything or anything is on play. We should not underestimate all these politicians. Anything that will do, anything that can lead them to that Aso Rock, they will do it. You know, but again, what's Rufai coming out now is becoming one too much or one too many. Today, speak about this. That's what we should speak about. That we all know Nigeria. No matter how big, no matter strong and big you are, you don't go against the grain. In the sense that when you are in power, when you are in power, you don't go against that power. They will cut it to size. Yes, Nigerian presidency is the second strongest in the world after America. Not like the firearm, but the way it's been designed. Our president has so much power. So Rufai coming out, speaking out right now from the north. Why is he is the only one from the north speaking? Why is it that he's the only one from the 12 national government that is speaking? So it's not becoming somehow for me. Today, this, tomorrow, that, next tomorrow, the other one. First of all, we knew that Asha Buhari was even as first lady, they've run out of Aso Rock. He ran to Dubai when he tried to go this route. When she was saying there was three people controlling her husband, she paid dearly for it. She ran to Dubai, first lady. Then this governor from one state talking that he's just talking with all confidence. You know, something is going on. So I don't want to start falling for these people who think they're not smart. They're not as smart as us, because it's becoming ridiculous. This same Rufai, 2020 here, he was in Abuja, Lagos, mocking Tinubu. He was among the people that make Tinubu not to go to Abuja in the first Buhari regime. They're mocking. They Tinubu, they reduced him, and the guy fought back to Lagos and faced his base in Lagos. When it was 2019, Buhari started going back, begging him because they needed his votes to win the second time. When he came to Benin with Tinubu, let me say body language 2020 now, during that Obaseki situation, he did not support the Shomole. He was among the people that were supporting Obaseki for them, Obaseki to get that ticket back. We all knew all this. Suddenly, he's the one. He's not the favorite child or the prodigal son that came back. That is now. Anyway, Tinubu have a way of aligning with people that fought with him that show they are strong. Look at Keyamo. Today, nobody believe Keyamo will be in Tinubu camp. Keyamo fought Tinubu 2003, took him to court. By the end of the day, he's one of Tinubu cabinet now. And now, Rufai that is starting to be in the open ever since. Now he's a spokesman for Tinubu. Even this guy, Yaya Bello, because of Yaya Bello saga, they have to remove this guy, Oyegu, as the APC national chairman, because Tinubu never bought that Bello's this thing. They are cat and rat, but today Bello is in a Tinubu campaign. So it's like there's a way that Tinubu always bring the people he know they are strong to become friends or ally, you know. But what he's saying.
All right. Hold on, Desmond. So thank you, Wapis. Let me just tease. You have that interjection in a moment, Desmond. But let me just tease the audience a little bit. We have what you are looking at is a spreadsheet. Any of you that spent a lot of time on this platform, you know that we are using figures and data and contemporaneous events to try and predict the Nigerian election. So what you are looking at, and we've had this is the fourth spreadsheet that we'll be interrogating on this platform. So we've had a spreadsheet that looked at the pathway just the general election. We've had 2 instances of that landed us on a Tinubu victory. And then we've had an obedient coming with a spreadsheet that tried to permutate a pathway for Peter Obi, but that spreadsheet, it actually landed us on a dead rubber. It landed us on a rerun. So we've had that. We've even had a micro spreadsheet that tried to explain how Peter Obi would not win anything in the Southeast, but we quickly beat that off because there was no logic to it. But this spreadsheet now that you're looking at is attempting to navigate a pathway for Atiku Abubakar. So we're waiting for our resident statistician to untangle himself from wherever he's tangled to come and talk us through this spreadsheet. So stay steady, just stay dialed in. We're going to, in the course of this session, try to see if we can see a pathway, because they are trying to create a pathway for Atiku Abubakar at Aso Rock. But does the numbers lend to Atiku? So I wait that in anticipation. And once I have the floor for a moment, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. So are your super chats, inviting you to light up the super chat, to light up the comment section, because it is convention usually that when you're live streaming, the comment section, it lights up in multicolored super chats. So Ayo, he super chats to encourage you to do that. And it looks as though Buchi has taken on that challenge. He super chats to say, he says, play Babachir Lawan's interview, not betrayed Tinubu. So I saw that interview, but it did not really have any strength to it. That's why I've not yet brought it to the fore. It did not, because Babachir, he said only really things that you'd expect him to say, and he rounded off to tell us that he has seen the light, and that is why he's now supporting Peter Obi. I read a snippet of it earlier on. So thank you, Buchi Okafo for that. Chris Nwago, he doesn't super chat, but he just super sticker really to do as Ayo was directing. So thank you, Chris Nwago, for that. And then RB joins Chris Nwago in the super stickers. So it's the $ function at the bottom of the stream that people were using for that thing. And also, you know that we have the buy the coffee thing, which we are advocating. Often instances, Ayo uses it with frequency. In this instance, Ayo uses it again. So Ayo, as soon as the session starts, Ayo just does it just as a matter of routine. I think he's treating it as a cinema ticket. And that there he is right there, just as soon as the session starts. So thank you, Ayo. But in this instance, Ayo is joined by James S., who in as often instances joins Ayo in that space. So thank you, Ayo and James. So yes, to you, Desmond, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, what piece? With what you're saying, you're basically saying that Tinubu is surrounded with enemies. Because to be honest, I don't see. Maybe somebody can be your enemy once and you get him, to work on your side. But is that person truly, truly loyal to you? That's number one question. Very important question. Is that person truly, truly loyal to you? Because for me, Rufai, I just see him as a snake, to be honest with you. I see him as a snake. I don't, with all the whole interview he's becoming one too many. So when someone makes so much interviews for one particular subject, it feels like he's trying to paint a righteous face. Do you get? When it's not
Yeah.
necessary. So I just see him as a snake, and I'm very good at reading people. So what I'm seeing now is Tinubu is basically surrounded with too many enemies, and they're trying to pull him down. That's what you are suggesting, and I'm thinking it too.
Okay, are you asking me the question, or you asked a question and you answered it?
Yeah,
I don't know.
it's like a question and still a comment too. Like, what do you think
Okay.
about it?
Okay.
Okay.
Somebody want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say something. You see,
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
one word piece and one man. With that comment, that's what they want. They're just hearing what they feel, what they wish is happening. He said he has granted too many interviews. Somebody is expressing an opinion and he feels strongly about it. And that's what leaders do. Leaders repeat themselves until they get the results. He said he has been saying the same thing. When you go to campaigns, is it not the same thing you say? He said
No,
he's a
now,
snake.
my
Wait, let
friend,
me
my
finish.
Well,
friend,
hold on, let him land.
Emeka,
Let me
One
Emeka.
voice,
finish.
one voice. Yeah.
You look at a human being and say he's a snake. I mean, what kind of spiritual power or what kind of superhuman power you have to describe another person as a snake? You are
Do
not
you
qualified to call
do you
another human being
understand
a
what
snake.
is called personification, right?
No.
I
You
don't
said
think you went
that's
to school.
no, I
Oh
didn't.
So
no.
What you said
Let's not go
no,
down.
why are you?
No.
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 If you don't
Des,
understand,
Okay,
No,
everybody,
you can
please.
you can
Including you. Let's not go down that route. Because we've been having too many fights on the platform. Let Patrick land his point. He's entitled to that point. You don't have to agree, but let's not personally play the ball, not the man. But Patrick, carry on.
Yeah, I'm actually not offended. After all, it's just that I didn't go to school. I've not been called a snake. But what I'm saying is that there's no human being that is qualified in terms of integrity and righteousness and sense of judgment and brilliancy to look at another human being in the face and say he's a snake. No human being has such capacity. Rufai, if you studied him over time, is a very outspoken person. People just have their mind colored. This is a man that looks at power and speaks to them. That was one of the reasons Obasanjo took him. If you read his book, The Accidental Public Servant, he was in Abdulsalami Abakar's house that Obasanjo met him. He confronted Obasanjo with some facts. And later, Obasanjo went to Abdulsalami and said, where is that Fulani young boy that I met in your house? That's how Rufai got into that cabinet. He's an outspoken person. He's very straight. Some people say he's an extremist. No. Rufai has so many times gone to latter rain churches, Bakari's church, to even deliver paper in church on Sunday. So how many Muslims can do that? But this guy is saying, we are men of honor. You cannot take the laws into your hands. You cannot take unilateral decisions. You cannot subject the entire
You're breaking off,
country
Patrick.
to just the statement of decision set. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, carry on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Everybody
carry
has
on.
mentioned cabal, but everybody has mentioned cabal, but for the first time, we are seeing somebody coming out to confront it, and we are saying, "Oh, it's coming too many." What is he saying that is not even in the benefit of Nigeria? That is not in the benefit of. So let us be very objective. As far as I'm concerned, the last speaker is just expressing what he wished.
All right. I think you've lost signal, but I think you've
oh
landed.
man, let me apologize for what I said. But let me apologize for using the word I used. The actually insulting him, but I'm not apologizing for calling Rufai a snake because what I did was a figure of speech, and everybody understood what I meant. It wasn't like I was calling him a fool or blatantly insulting him. I made a
No, you
figure
can
of
insult
speech.
politicians. That's part of the, your
Yeah, but
public
this is not
officers.
necessarily an insult. That's what I'm saying. It was a figure of speech which everybody understood where I was driving it to.
Yes.
But anyway, it's not my wish. It's basically an opinion and what I thought. It's not like a wish. So don't say it's a wish. It
No.
doesn't.
When Patrick said it is your wish, what is actually saying is that you feel that the present situation advantages your candidate,
No, one
and
man, I don't care.
and that's where your push is.
One man, I've told you this yesterday. Like, I know P2B is going to win, like, since months ago, even without all these things happening. So it's not even my business. I'm just permutating towards what's going on now in the political space. I don't care whether money is changed or fuel is whatever. I already know I'm going to win the election, so it doesn't matter to me. Well, I don't say it's a wish. I'm just trying to, read people's attitude and judge it with my own sense. There's not a wish or anything.
All right,
Okay.
brilliant. Back to you.
Okay.
Round of that space, World Peace, and then we move on.
Yeah, thank you, one man. That's my brother. I know you're a true obedient and I respect you for that. Oga Patrick now senior Benin man, but I beg, make everybody calm down. For the platform to move forward and they more mature now we day for. Anyway, just let me answer your question. Like there's a say that keep your friends close and keep your enemy closer. And there's a say that goes like this. Uh, don't ever underestimate your enemy and never you trust a reconciled enemy. So I think Tinubu is playing those both sides in the sense that he's bringing his enemies closer and he's not underestimating them and he's not trusting them either. So you put them in a position that will get them busy. So if this position is getting Rufai busy, you should give Tinubu one credit. It's very good in ambushing. What does it called? Ambushing, all right? It's ambush. Tinubu know how to ambush a political situation. For example, look at the way he did to Afeni, the recent one, not the one he did when he was Lagos governor. So he know how to ambush certain situations to his own victory. So if he's ambushing the North with this Rufai going to TV all the time to call them out, using their own to cut their own out, to divide their own, is a plus for the South. So it's a plus for Tinubu, but he knows what he's doing. What I was just saying, that Tinubu have a way of bringing, knowing the people that is strong, his opponent that is strong, and he know how to make a political deal with them and become friends with them. Look at Rubadu, 2003, 2006. Rubadu was on Tinubu case. It was leaning on Tinubu neck. But as soon as Rubadu get off EICC chairman, what do we see? Vamoose. Tinubu was the part of the day of the Rubadu's daughter Abi's son's wedding. The next day, Rubadu was the presidential aspirant for Tinubu's party. Now Rubadu is going around with Tinubu everywhere. So you can understand one thing. There's no permanent enemy in politics. There's no permanent friend in politics. But what is permanent is interest. Is a permanent interest in politics. So if both interests are aligned, then they will do things together. So I hope I've answered your question there.
Is that not a recipe for disaster? Because I see a lot of people making that statement. Keep your enemies close, keep your friends close, and then enemies closer. Have that ever actually worked for anybody here? Because that's a recipe for disaster. I know my enemies and they're far away.
Okay, let me quickly answer that. In politics, what your opponent is wishing for his opponent is disaster should happen in his opponent's camp. Anything that will make things happen, they will they will try to how do I say, try to do it. And anything to contain the disaster in their own camp, they will do anything to contain it. So if you know this man will sabotage your election, it's better you contain him first before your opponent make use of him. So if Tinubu find a way to put Rufai and some other northern people that will delay his election, and he has bind them to his side, and he's making good use of them, that we can see right now from the historical fact. We can see Rufai go on TV, never done before. Let's give Rufai that let's give him that accolade. I've never seen since the history of Nigeria that a northerner will come on air going against northerner. It's hardly done. So you should give Tinubu the kudos that he's playing his games well and he's putting his card on the right table. You understand? So don't worry about it. We will worry about that. Let them worry. It's their game. Let them worry about that. So we should go do our own bidding by voting who we want. You understand? I hope I answer you, Dex.
Yeah, sure.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Thank you. So thank you, World Peace. So thank you, World Peace.
Please, before you move on, let me quickly say this. Before you move on, I went to say this yesterday, but it skipped my mind. I jotted that down before. But Buhari went to Kano and he was stoned, but yet he still proceeded to the inauguration and did what he did and went back to Abuja. Have you ever asked ourselves, how did he get to Abuja? If the chopper he had was stoned.
No. The true stones at I don't think they inflicted any significant damage on the chopper.
No, there was a one that showed that the windscreen of the chopper was broken, was cracked. I mean, there was a pierce through by stone bricks.
No, I don't think Buhari will struggle to get a chopper to get him back.
Okay, that's the answer I wanted you to. That's the answer I want you to tell me.
Yeah.
When it comes to Pilot One, America will say Eagle One, which is the president. I think Nigeria use Pilot One, which is our own president. Anything that will cause danger to his logistic, whatever he's going to do that day is cut off. The DSS will cut it off. If he's coming to Lagos, as he has arrived in Lagos, and it's like a knockout blast in Toddler Bridge, everything he's going to do that day is off the table. He will go back to safety first. Now, there was a riot, there was stone thrown, threat to his life, and he still went ahead and do what he went to do and came back in peace. And the DSS did not cut anything off. Nobody was arrested. And Rufai is not talking about the Kabbalah that did that. Nobody's talking about that. So don't you see that there's something playing?
No. I think you're reading too much into that. You see that stone throwing, it wasn't to harm Buhari or anything. It was symbolism. It was for the optics. It was for the political headlines. And I'm not sure that any stone really hit his helicopter in any significant way. But yes, arrests should have been made, and probably arrests were made. But I don't think it expands beyond just the symbolism of it, the people showing their disquiet, their anger against the policy.
All right, thank you, Aman. You can move to the next.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. You like to build a conspiracy around everything, I have to say. Well, okay, so look at that. Is there a doorman in you, isn't it? There a doorman.
I'm a conspiracy theorist.
One man, before Warping goes. Warpings. Just one thing. Just this. I want to say this to you, right? Because from there was a statement you made earlier on, so I wanted to make it clear to you.
Don't ignite any fight, or we don't want fight.
No. There's no fight.
All right.
I'm just trying to. His concerns about the Southeast politics were genuine, valid, but I just want to let you know, and also let Nigerians know, that the problem that we have in the South is the leadership issue, just like we have in other parts of Nigeria. The people of the Southeast have a mind of their own. And in the elections, you're going to see the difference. So do not bother about Soludo. They have been taken care of. We, the people of the Southeast, we are coming out en masse for Peter Obi. So just to douse that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have that expectation, by the way, Joel. We have the expectation that the Southeast will turn out in record numbers. My estimation is that you'll see in the late 80%, right across the board. I'm expecting to see wonders in the Southeast, just because they've built it up for so long. We saw in Alaba market, you couldn't come in if you don't have your PVC. So they're not joking. They are organized and they're ready. So we're expecting record numbers from the Southeast. So yes, of course.
One man.
Yeah.
Can I give you this piece of information and let everybody digest it?
42% of Lagos is Igbo.
I got that from Joey, so I didn't make that up. But anyway, let me go to my point.
Yes.
There's about 89 million people, 89 point something million registered, right, for PVC. I'm not talking about collected PVC. Okay, let me break it down for the Igbos specifically. There's 10 million in the whole Southeast that has their PVC, that register for PVC. In the South, there are 6 million Igbos that register for PVC. In the Southwest.
No. Hold on. How do you know there are 6 million Igbos registered in the South?
I'm telling you what. I'm just take what I'm saying. Then go Google it, okay?
No. Is INEC demarcating it along ethnicity?
Just listen to what I'm saying. I'm trying to tell you the population of people. Right. I'm not talking about how many people register from South or whatever. I'm telling you the population of Igbo that have their PVC in Nigeria, all over the country, because there are more Igbo living outside Southeast than in the Southeast. I'm not saying this is going to win Obi election, but I'm giving you a stats. In the South, there's 6 million Igbos registered for PVC. In the Southwest, there's 6.5 Igbos registered for PVC. Then all the whole North, including Abuja, is 12.6 million Igbos registered for PVC. That's a total of 35 million Igbos that has their registered for PVC. I don't know how many that are collected. So take that record and go and do whatever you want to do.
Man of Prestige, can I ask you a question, please? Sorry.
Yeah.
One man, sorry. Now, with these numbers you called, they're not in one place. They're scattered over Nigeria, right?
Exactly. There's only 10 million in the whole Southeast.
Okay,
Southeast
hold
is
on.
the lowest.
Okay,
South
South
has
is the
about
lowest.
14 million. Southwest has about 17 million.
Okay, now, in the South, you said 6 million, right?
Yes, Igbos living in the whole
Igbos,
South.
Just let him ask the question.
Okay, now divide that 6 million into the population of the South, and tell me how many per state the Igbo 6 million vote will count. What's the ratio be?
No. I just brought this
1 million. 1 million.
man. I'm not making a permutation whether Obi is going to win South or Southwest. That's not right. I'm just bringing out to the panel to that is the list. Igbo has 35 million.
All right, thank you. I got you.
I'm questioning the veracity of that. I'm
questioning. Maybe we can look more into that. I'm just bringing it up, okay? I'm not making any assertion.
Why are you giving the impression that Igbos are tribalistic voters? So an Igbo will not vote for Tinubu. You are making the impression like Igbos are tribalistic voters.
Kulata, don't put word in my mouth. I didn't say that. Okay? Don't come here.
Hold on.
Don't come here and make that gibberish statement.
I didn't say that. Can you not do that? Let him push back at you and then you come back. I don't want voices cascading. Oh God. I put you at the back, Prestige. So come back in, but let him push back at you and you come back. But let's not have voices over each other. Sorry, Kulata, carry on. Kulata.
So I said Prestige. Yeah, I said Prestige. So based on your calculation, all the Igbos, let's say 95% of them will vote for Peter Obi. So
no, I never said that. I never said that. I didn't bring it up. I brought that data for people to analyze, because even I thought the data that I brought, like I said, about 35 million Igbo has their PVC. Maybe only about 80% or 75% is going to vote for Obi. That applicable to Yoruba. Maybe about 80% going to vote for Tinubu. 20% may vote for Obi or otherwise. I just brought it up for statistics. It's not for your permutation, okay? So get that straight, Kulata.
All right, post the source
Man
of
of Prestige. Can I come in? I know where he got it from.
Yes. Good to see you, Tiger. Yeah, go on.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Man
Tiger.
of Prestige. I think you watch Kanaya. I think that's where he got it from, because he relayed that information.
God.
Yeah, he got
that. Would have been a better source would have been Papa Jasco magazine.
I think.
I beg. Before I leave,
I watch it.
Sorry, before I leave.
I watch
sorry,
it.
Before I leave.
Hold on. Let sorry, carry on, Tiger. So give him a moment.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, carry on, Tiger.
Who want to leave? Is that Kulata?
I think that's World Peace. Who is in the middle of domestic chores? Yeah.
Okay. I think I watched YouTube today where Kanayo was relaying that information, but he said he got this information from INEC. So he cited Igbos living in the western part of Nigeria, south, southeast, and northern part of Nigeria. And he collected all these figures. He said got it from INEC. So I would like you guys to investigate it to know if it's actually true. So
I think he got it from Papa Jasco magazine. But
I don't know. It could be true, but I don't know.
One man, he was being factual. Is from the INEC data.
The guy is Denomelaye with the
no, he's not Denomelaye. No, he's a classic guy. Kanayo has been a legend in the Nollywood industry.
Yeah, we know him. He's a good actor.
He's a good actor, and as well, when he's serious, he's serious.
Joe, who gave him that script? Who gave him that Nollywood script?
I mean, nobody gave him any. It's not a Nollywood script.
You know, but the issue there is that you cannot doubt our number. I think what Man of Prestige was trying to do was trying to tell War Peace based on what he was saying, like, oh, the Southeast has 10 million. He's also trying to make him understand that no, we are not just 10 million, that we are spread across the nation. So that is not being tribalistic, Kulata. That is just trying to tell you that
I
the
did not say it's
factual
being
thing
tribalistic. I said,
is
is it a tribalistic voting pattern?
it's not going to be a tribalistic
What?
voting pattern.
No,
The only thing,
hold on. If you don't listen to what he's saying, you will. What Kulata is saying is that even if these numbers are true, they don't automatically go to Peter Obi unless yes. So that's
I get,
all about.
one man, I get what he was trying to say.
Yeah.
What I'm just saying is, trying to say is this: that one of the biggest problems that the Southeast has had in the past is voters' apathy, and that is because that some of them believe that whether they vote or they do not vote, that nothing will happen. But with the Beavers and with Peter Obi in the race, it will ignite most of these people. So we are not going to have issues because with the way they are going, you're not going to have issues of people playing football on the streets during election day. You might be beat up. Because if right now you cannot go to the market now in any of those Alaba trade fair, even down to the Southeast without your PVC. So it is that serious. So that's why I say that in the past, there might have been voter apathy. The numbers are there, but people do not come out to vote. In this election, it will be different. Thank you.
All right. In this election, it will be different.
One man, please let me quickly talk to Kulata. Kulata.
Yeah, go on.
Kulata, are you there? No, very so. You know, yesterday you give data and I don't get chance to interject you. You know, you said there's fuel in Abuja. Most specifically, you said there's fuel in Abuja now, right?
I said so.
But that fuel not the Abuja. Solomon no here now.
People for Abuja say fuel don't the Abuja and Niger State.
Down for showcasing. Because yesterday I've talked to like 3 people. My sister's driver, my sister home financial banks in Abuja, up to 6 branches. I was talking to some of our drivers. You know, they were going around showing me. But what they say, not like there's no fuel on paper, but people sell it at night. They are still buying fuel 500 naira to 600 naira in some stations.
Some people said the queues have disappeared in Abuja.
And then it's like that in daytime when the task force is going around, you will see fuel. But as soon as the task force go into their cave, maybe afternoon or whatever, while I start again. So I was like, really? I asked yesterday. They were showing me a video cam. They're going to different police stations. They don't have fuel, but at night they will sell.
So during the day, wait. Say during the day there's fuel, and at night I don't.
No, if the task force is going around. No, the fuel is not even there. But the task force goes around to check the stations that don't really have fuel. If you don't have fuel, it's fine. Yeah, but at night they sell, but the fuel is not really there in Abuja. It's still struggle.
I don't understand what you're saying, but you know, hopefully there will be fuel in Abuja. That's what we want. But let me move the conversation on. Acknowledge Chris Nwago's super chat. He says, looking forward to debating Patrick, Enigmatic, Kulata, and perhaps Thomas after the election. The arena will be one man went to more show. So he's hopefully wanting to come in triumphant to celebrate and luxuriate in a Peter Obi. But if Peter Obi doesn't win, we won't see him. Is what he's saying. But thank you for the super chat. So thank you for the super chat. So let me move the conversation on from you, Joel. I want us to wrap it through so we can quickly land on Kulata's spreadsheet. So let's take the conversation to Man of Prestige, who hopefully is ready for us now. I encourage as many people as can to have their camera on. So Man of Prestige, things are out of Buhari's hands. This is Babachir Lawan on that interview that somebody was inviting me to.
One man.
Yeah.
I'm busy right now. Go to another person, please. Thank you.
All right. Let me go to Thomas. So Thomas, are you ready?
One man, I'm driving. My reception will not be good. So
all right.
I'm with you guys here.
I'll try one more, and then if it's not ready, we'll go straight to the spreadsheet. Let's go to Desmond, see if it's ready. Desmond, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm here.
I'm here. Look at that. You all sound half asleep, Desmond. There is Chilo and there is Desmond Chill. You are too chilled.
I'm too chilled.
What gets you angry? What gets you angry? What jars you up?
Yeah, it's tough to get me angry, oh man.
Oh, oh,
It's
oh,
very
oh.
tough. Yeah.
All right. So hopefully, Peter Obi wins and then you remain chill, but unlikely. Things out of Buhari's and Babache Lawal. So Babache Lawal now, he, of course, the former secretary to the government of the federation before he was caught in that scandal, grass cutting. So he knows the inner workings of the Aso Villa like very few people do. And what he's telling you, because what he went on to describe was that Buhari will give a particular instruction, and as soon as that instruction, and we saw it, by the way, with the previous IGP, the Inspector General of Police, when Buhari instructed him to go to a particular space, that there was a lot of activities there, and the guy never went. So what Babache is telling us is that oftentimes the governance is outside of Buhari's control. And this might well, it leans into what El Rufai is saying of these shadowy figures. So what are you making of that commentary then by Babache Lawal?
Yeah, when he was saying that, I went back to memory lane when Nnamdi Kanu was saying Najubril. But anyway, I think it's partially true in the sense that you know Buhari. I feel Buhari is too old to be that agile to start monitoring everybody. That is why we are clamoring for a younger president. Anyway, I feel Buhari is too, you know, old and weak. He can't just do everything. When he keeps getting, something coming to his stable, people trying to see him every time because of this stuff, that stuff. It's really. I mean, people think the president job is easy. I don't. If I'm thinking about it, I don't see how it's easy because they have a lot of people trying to, meet you, trying to have an interview with you, trying for you to approve something. There's always something every day. So I don't think he has that energy. Maybe at first, I would say during the beginning of his tenure, he had that energy which we saw. Everybody was on their toe. But I think along the line something went wrong. Maybe he started being sick and he was just not. He just lost it along the line and didn't really care that much. He didn't really listen to news. He didn't really care what's going on. I think what was his main goal is his health, along the line. But yeah, I agree partially with Babachel Lawan because it's happening, which we can see. But I think it started when maybe 2 years or 3 years after he became president in 2015. I think that was what Babachel Lawan was saying. The president is still in control, no doubt about it. He still has the power. It's still. I feel like at this ending time, he's actually woken up. As we can see, he hasn't gone to the hospital for a while. Maybe that sickness don't leave him small. So he's now agile, trying to fix what all this,
What the damage? Trying to fix what the
yeah,
damage.
all these hyenas roaming around him, damaged, not him per se. All these hyenas damaged because even in Nandekano's space, I don't. It's probably people that's controlling him on that space. Maybe the what was his name? Um, Forgotten his name. It's people that is controlling him on that Nando Kanu space. I mean, most of the spaces in Nigeria, we can see that some of them, Buhari's hand is not even on it. It's like people just do what they want to do, and he doesn't really care. Even when he said he was, when all this thing, I started noticing it is when the governor of Kanu, Ganduje, when they saw him with dollars and when he was basically supposed to be fighting corruption, and he didn't really do anything about it, considering what he has been doing. When he came in trying to, tell everybody
You,
his
you, you,
story,
you,
let them
you,
make
you,
their
you
money.
you know this. You know this. For me, that Ganduje incident. If they were to ask me when I felt that the Buhari administration started to really fall apart, it was that Ganduje thing when we all saw the guy pocketing dollars, and he told us, and Buhari came on national television and told us that it was Photoshop. That was when I abandoned and I thought, okay, we're,
Yes.
we're we're in trouble now.
We're in trouble. That is the first phase I was like, okay, something is going on here. You get? But yeah, I mean, I think he's trying to, correct some mistakes, and I applaud him for that. And don't let anybody. I'm trying to, reduce my statement. Let's go to Colata. Um, let's nobody tell you that the cabal is not heading it. I think is that person will be wishing that he's not the one heading it, but it's clear, it's clear that he's the one heading it. He's the one trying to stop whoever that is trying to do something in this election, and it's just clear. And I believe even when I think you said something about he's gonna come out and maybe say after the
Mhm.
10th or whatever.
No, it said over the next 7 days, it's going to make a decision that is going to reduce, that is going to douse down the crisis in the country, especially around the new Naira space.
Yeah. So why take if he's trying to do an instant repair for Tinubu? I don't think 7 days is gonna be a little too late. It's gonna be too late for that. I mean, it's almost too late now. Sometimes 7 days that people are just will be probably
I don't
having it
I,
up to
I, I I
here.
don't think they're looking to reverse. What they are going to try and do, I suspect, is to pump heavily the new Naira note, so it's widely readily available. I think that's what they are. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, whatever he does, it doesn't really matter. I mean, votes people are still gonna buy votes. That's for sure. And like I said, it doesn't matter how much you want to buy or how many votes you want to buy. I already know who's gonna win, and that's just certain for
Hmm.
me.
How do you know how he's going to win? Is it your pastor? Or pastor told you, Abi?
No, one
The
man. I
pastor.
don't need a
Hmm?
pastor. I need myself. I have visions myself.
The pastor. The
I,
pastor
I
told
have
you.
I have visions myself.
Pastor Suleiman. Pastor Suleiman.
Oh, yeah, God has already told me. You get. So, but anyway, um, yeah, I think it's gonna be an interesting few more weeks. See what's gonna, you know, what the political system is gonna dig up for us, and because I mean, I think there's gonna be a whole lot of news coming out in the next 1 week. We're gonna be surprised the kind breaking of bottles, breaking of head that is gonna happen in the APC government, APC party. Um, but anyway, all good and all bad. I don't wish Tinubu going through this mess. Like I said, although I don't wish any of my person going through this mess, but he's the one basically he's the one that I feel like he's the one that fucked himself up, messed
No,
himself,
no, mind the language. Yeah, yeah, go.
messed himself up. Like I said yesterday, if you're a kingmaker, then it shouldn't be that difficult for you to make yourself a king. Um, Stop sending your agents to come and cry in the news. If for real, Rufai is not uh, trying to backstab him, then stop sending him to come and disturb our it's 3 times now. Three. I mean, it's even 4 social media that is gone to now. It's not even. It's not one. It's not two. In the space of 2 days or 3 days. I mean, I've not seen that happen. I see people coming out like maybe two medias and say something, and that's it. Well, you've gone to this, gone to that, gone to even BBC House herself. You don't go. So I don't understand all the whole going to every spaces saying the same thing, which we already know. You know, it's people that will still watch TVC, will still watch Arise. People that will still watch Arise will watch Channel. So we know these things. Why are you coming out and saying it all over again? Just call the names. That's all we want now. Call the names. Let's bottle. Let's head break. We want head to be
No, we
breaking
need
in
that
this.
name, you know. We need to know
Yeah.
the names of these cabals. We already have our suspects, but we need confirmation. We need to
Yeah.
know the name of these cabals.
He can't call any name without starting from Buhari. That's the problem. If it's just these people, I know he would have called it. Even Tinubu would have called it. Because Tinubu is ahead of all of them. Tinubu no they fear anybody but Buhari. That's just the truth. If it's any other person, Tinubu would have come out and dealt with them. You know, he knows it's Buhari. That's why all this rat race is going on. I mean, let him come out and tell us. He's saying he didn't call federal government. When you're saying people in the villa, I mean, who else is in the villa? Is it monkeys or cats or who else in the I don't understand. It's federal government now, and the people that are still doing it came out and responded. It shows that they are guilty. It's just so obvious. If you come out and respond, makes you guilty, and the way you responded even makes you more guilty. So what is there for us to even see again? I mean, it's in the body language and the words. Everything is just pointing at the federal government. So stop coming and saying he didn't mention federal government. We know it's federal government that is trying to sabotage Buhari. Sorry, Tinubu. Just man up and say it.
No. What do you mean you know? What do you know outside of what is known? What do you mean you know that it's the federal government trying to sabotage Buhari, Tinubu?
I'm just saying this is what I think anyway.
But why
This
would
is
you
what I
think that?
think.
Why would you think that?
It's so obvious. I mean, it's so if Lai Mohammed, one man, if Lai Mohammed came out, there's something about reading people, which I told you I know how to read people. If he came out
Well, yeah, I'm
and
not sure you do.
nobody else comes out and respond, and with the way he responded, you can even read. You read it here now that this response isn't even good. Even you notice the response he made yesterday was like, "What's this now? What kind of response is this?" It feels like you're just responding for responding sake. You know, just to like justify our righteousness, to come and tell the whole world it's not you. But inside the "it's not you," the meaning of that is you. So it's obvious it's the federal government. Laila Mohammed has come out.
No, man.
No,
You know,
if
oh
you
God.
read people, one man, it's so obvious. If you can read people, there's nothing that I'm saying that is out of speculation. There's nothing I'm saying
You
here.
know,
People have already thought about it.
this is what Patrick was accusing you of just earlier on, that you latch on to this just obscure things and then you try and wrap around it to comfort yourself that it favors your person.
No,
It's
one
not. It's
man, it's
nothing.
not
It's nothing.
favoring.
Look. You have to pay. Look. Not Peter Obi is not going to be the president, so you might as well just abandon that space and
No
come into the
problem.
politics. Come into the politics of it because you are beclouded by that too much in how you are reading everything coming through. You
One
know
man.
what?
Let's take it. Let's take it from the top. Yesterday, you read the statement Lai Mohammed
Yes.
made, said
Right.
allegedly. I'm sorry, it's not. What's that exact word again?
He said
Officially,
aware.
federal
Yes.
government is
Officially
not
aware.
officially aware.
Yes.
Do you know
Yes.
that that reads it reads everything into the message. It reads everything into the message, and when there's a lot of people
All
that
right.
would have come
Hold
out.
on. I want you to listen to this. Listen to this.
let me restate exactly what I said. I'm a quantity surveyor. I am mathematically tuned to be accurate even in my use of words. What I said was, we are convinced that there are elements in the villa, some elements in the villa that want APC to lose the elections. I did not say the federal government. I did not say Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. I said APC, all right? So I don't understand why the federal government is responding to what I said, because the federal government is not part of it. And I referred to elements in the villa, and I know who I'm referring to, and those that are in the villa know who I'm referring to. And with the greatest respect, even Lai Mohammed, my brother, knows who I'm referring to. And I think it's inappropriate for him as Minister of Information of Nigeria to respond to a statement that specifically referred to individuals rather than any institution. If I had said the villa is against us, then I would expect Garba Shehu or additional, my two brothers, to respond to me. If I said the federal government was frustrating the APC, then I would expect Lai Mohammed to respond. Why he responded to that, I cannot fathom, frankly. I still stand by my words that there appears to be very strong evidence of a conspiracy to incite voters against the APC in the forthcoming elections by coming up with ad hoc decisions and policies that are not well thought out, that have not received widespread consultation and a whole of government approach to incite the voters to vote against.
Hold on. Let me talk you through what we just heard. So that was El Rufai telling us that there were elements within the villa orchestrating against Tinubu'S campaign. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing that happened was that Lai Mohammed came out to officially distance the federal government from that, while still opening a portal to say that, to suggest that there might well be some veracity to it. He said the government is not officially aware. So that tells you then that the government as an institution is not of that position, but acknowledges that there might well be elements within the government. And then El Rufai came back to clarify again how he positioned his comments, that he was saying that he wasn't accusing the federal government. You heard him in his own words, and he did not really think that a federal government response was needed, but that there are elements within the Aso Rock Villa that are orchestrating against Tinubu, and Lai Mohammed is also aware. So what that tells us is that you have to understand that the federal government is a huge mass, and there are elements with different interests within that mass, and there are elements within that mass that do not want Tinubu to be president. So that is not to say the totality of it. It's a very simple thing. So I'm not quite sure how it's not being understood.
Man, it's very simple. Let me
Right.
take you through it.
Right.
If Lai Mohammed came out and made a statement, they're not officially aware, which, listen, he's not officially aware, which Rufai is telling you that he's aware. Do you see the contradiction there? Now,
no. There's no
listen.
there.
There's
Oh,
a pure
all right,
contradiction now.
just do it and then we move on.
Why didn't say he was aware now? There's
no, listen. He said, what's it called? Lai Mohammed came out and said the federal government is not aware, officially aware. That means him himself is not even aware. And Rufai came out the next day and said even him that is saying that he's not aware is aware.
Do you know that the
let's get
operative?
the
Do
facts
you know that the operative word there is officially?
Let's get this fact straight.
All right.
One man, let me give you an analogy here when I say something. because you
Right.
have to basically be a psychologist to understand this. If
No, you don't have to be. It's just basic common sense. But carry
yeah,
on.
if like now we are probably 10 in a room, and someone mess, most of the time the person that mess will be the person to say,
You have to
what's
lose. You have to
smelling,
use
right?
the most base level example.
Yeah, I was
It's base level now.
Look at this guy.
I want to get
You
it
can't
down
think
to
of
the
something
base.
elegant. You couldn't think of an elegant example.
There's,
Oh,
Look
man.
I must speak to you. You are a bushman.
I want to make it
all right, carry
basic
on.
so you understand. So now what's happening here is Lai Mohammed, even though there's a lot of people that would have come out and said, no, that's not, for him to basically come out first and debunk it makes him perfectly guilty, and which Rufai still confirmed that he's guilty about it. So that's just what I'm trying to tell you. Whether Rufai wants to announce who is behind this or not, it's clear that the federal government is behind it. To
All
me,
right. That's
that's just
ludicrous.
it,
All right.
woman.
All right, thank you. So let's move the conversation on to Thomas. Sorry, I didn't agree with anything you said there, by the way, but that's your opinion, of course. It's too far-fetched now. There's no sophistication. Huh?
Those who agree say aye.
Those who agree, say
And the reason
there.
why I said, and the reason why I would say, one man will make it short, right?
Yeah, right.
I see what Des was saying, and one man, look, when we are talking about what we are seeing, it is not that it's going to favor us. We have already told you where the pendulum for them is swinging to. It's swinging towards Atiku. We are not talking. When we're talking, we are telling you this is our objective view of what we are seeing. What Des was trying to make you understand is that when what's his name, Lai Mohammed came out, he said that he made a joke. If you have watched the video, I said it the other day, 2 days ago. I said that he made a mess out of the whole thing. Like, it is so inconsequential that they don't know anything official. When Rufai came out to speak, what Rufai said was that he was referring to somebody, and Lai Mohammed knows the person he is referring to. And for me, I know that it cannot be Buhari that he is referring to. I know that probably he's referring to the Mama Darura guy. Do you understand what I'm saying? But the thing there is that when you say someone in the presidency, one man in the villa, there are not much people. It's not like a village square. The people in the villa are well known. You know, according to Ruben Abati, he mentioned the people that could be seen in the villa. So it's not a marketplace. So when you are saying that they know who they're talking about, name the person and let's keep it moving. But stop seeing everything we say as an obedient view. It's not an obedient thing. It's just
No. There's nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong with obedient view, and there's a lot of coloration of obedience in a lot of the punditry that you have here. Only because we notice it, but
one man, we are not your problem. We are not your problem. One man. See,
no, we are not anybody's problem. Don't worry. Nobody is anybody's problem. We're only permitting towards the betterment of you find it. I'm sure you won't find it difficult. All these conversations that we are having on this platform, it's only for the betterment of you and I. What will best enhance our lives? This is what is just the pathway to that, but the destination the same: a better Nigeria for all of us. That's all we want. Let me make a recommendation for you. There's a British series called Yes Minister or Yes Prime Minister. I recommend you go and watch it. Then you know how they speak in politics. Go and watch it. Yes, Prime Minister. Go and watch that series. If you watch about 3 episodes, you will know how they speak in politics. But let's bring Thomas up. So Thomas, you're up next. So Des was agreeing pretty much with what Babache was saying earlier on. But do you agree with what Tinubu has to say? Fifth columnist wants to postpone election, install interim government. This is Tinubu now wanting to preempt that by bringing it to the public space. But the way the political space has been moving over the last couple of days. Does that statement have some veracity? Is there something in that, Thomas?
Thank you so much, Waman. It's been a lot of Nollywood acting all through. I'll just cite somebody telling us there are 6-point-something million in INEC. Did INEC ever divide the southerner registration from the east, or the northerner registration from? It's just I'm very sorry, and it's not good to listen to Kanayo. I listen to that guy. That guy is so ridiculous. But back to Tinubu. One man, this guy. I don't even care about any of them because they are inconsequential. Tinubu has some information that we don't have. If that man is talking, he's talking from deep experience and deep information. Sorry for taking you back. I'm not sounding like a broken record now. The Emilokan word. One hold naira. And everything is playing in our glare face. It's playing. We can't say it's not playing out. It's playing out. So if this man said there are some 5th colonies, they want to dabaru the election to put on the interim government, is that far-fetched? No, it's not far-fetched. It's possible. Anything is possible in that Nigeria. And I'm sorry, Babati normally makes some comments sometimes, and sometimes I laugh that something is coming on that will change all this landscape. It could be that is what is coming up. It could be anything. But even though I don't really agree with him, in my opinion, I think the election is going to go as scheduled and the winner will emerge. But it is possible. Because the body language of Buhari, all the northerner, all the Kabas, they don't want Tinubu. And he has the robust chances to win this election. So they may not want him, they want to stab him at the back, even though he has did everything possible in human nature to support Buhari to become president. But now they want to stab him at the back. So I don't disagree with that.
Thomas, if it does happen, would it be a welcome development if it's managed properly? I was just saying earlier on, if we have an interim government that is headed by a southern person, and part of the remit of that interim government to within the next 18 months run an election under maybe along the lines of what we had with Babangida, a 2-tier system that set barriers that blocks off the traditional politician, and then they recompose, completely rewrite the constitution, and then over the next 18 months birth a 5th republic. Would that be would the Nigerian state be willing to sacrifice this electoral cycle for that?
No, woman, I disagree with you 1,000,000%. There is no war going in our space. There is nothing going on that could preempt somebody wants to cancel the election for what? There is nothing going on. We should have this election free and fair. There's nothing going on that will.
So you would not sacrifice this election for a new and proper constitution. You will not sacrifice.
How do you know they are going to do that?
Yeah, but they will do it in public glare now, and then they'll write that constitution to the satisfaction of the country. Would you sacrifice the country for this election for that?
I could, but you don't know the aim and ambition of the 5th colony that Tinubu is talking about. You don't know their ambition. They may not care about the writing a new constitution, isn't it? So I want this election to go, and one man, as Tinubu has, this is another outburst now. He has touched, he has pinned some people, he has hammered some people on their head. So if they are thinking in that direction, I think Tinubu is giving them brain reset now that don't go to that route. Oh. We are going to have this election and it's going to free and fair. So never, this election should just go as scheduled and let the Nigerians decide. Let Nigerians decide their president, not some people sitting in one corner as a cabal want to truncate this election and bring something that we don't even know. So I disagree with that. And I agree with Tinubu 100%. It could be true, one man. This guy, the Yoruba normally say this adage. He said, I would translate it that, how will I translate this? Allah help me. I don't even know how to translate that.
It's almost impossible to translate the Yoruba language to English. It's so nuanced that if you translate it, it loses its resonance.
Yes, it defeats. It doesn't cohere. But it's, what I mean by that is that anything that happens anywhere is people that normally add the information and pass the information.
And I help you with the translation.
Yes.
Okay, so it simply means that when you hear that the king has his ears everywhere in the town, it simply means that he has his people everywhere in the town that feed him information.
All right, that's a good thing.
Excellent. That's a good bit. I'm a Yoruba man, but to translate to English is the problem. So they have ears everywhere. Don't let this be breaking news to you. Tinubu has ears in Atiku's camp, in Peter Obi's camp, in Showore's camp. These people, these guys are powerful. I could remember the last time they said Tinubu is buying some Yoruba nation people. I said, if Tinubu is buying them and they are collecting money from them, that means they don't believe in what they are fighting for. They should come out boldly and disgrace him that Baba Tinubu is bribing us. So these people have ears, every look and cranny of that country. So anything they said, don't take it for granted. It could be true. I agree with him 100% because we are seeing the handwriting on the wall every time. With Buhari body language only Buhari's body language. I said this time 3 days ago that while I have never heard Buhari say people vote for Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I have never. And they are in the same party. This guy worked for you to become the president, and your body language is not campaign for this guy. So maybe they have their agenda, we don't know, but I know God will not allow them. This election will hold, and the winner will emerge. Nigeria will choose their president. Thank you,
Thomas.
Yes.
Can I say something real quick? I think on that note, Buhari saw the light. He has seen the light, so he decided to, move his support to someone else. So just to add it there.
All right. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. So let me take you to another talking point. So now, this one, there's a real open warfare going on within the political space in Nigeria. Full statement as Buhari government finds Tinubu's TVC, Rice TV over Kiyamo PDP comments. So they've been picking out some commentaries. Did you hear me read them out? They've been picking out some. It's just the most ludicrous thing. Let me give you an example of what they find offensive to punish these people. They said on the 24th of the 1st, 2023, at 3:39 p.m., during the APC presidential rally in Abia State, the APC presidential candidate, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, after telling the public to vote APC under the symbol of broom, he went on to make the following comment. You know what you do with the rest of them. They are lizards, cockroaches, and mosquitoes. Just take the broom and wipe them off. So Tinubu describes his opponents as cockroaches and mosquitoes and invites his followers to sweep them away. And this, according to the Nigerian Broadcasting Commission, is offensive enough for somebody to be fined. On the 31st of the 1st, 2023, at 2:37 p.m., during the All Progressive Congress APC rally, which held in Anambra State, the party's presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu made the following remarks. When you hear Atiku use the word Muslim and say Walai Talai, you know what is in his heart. Na lie, na lie. Anytime you hear Atiku say Walai Talai, just reply him by saying na lie, na lie, na lie, you lie. So, I mean, what's offense there for them to what's going on? What's going on?
One man, I think the Buhari administration, maybe we can say they are new in this cycle of election, and I don't think they are new. They are just being very ridiculous. One man, political campaign ground is the most loving part of election that I normally like to go, because you will hear many banter. It's very lovely. Tinubu is just saying, I don't even know how to say it. It's just playing a scenario with broom. That is election for you. That is campaign for you. That is campaign for you. That is what we listen to in campaign. We hear many times people bring up many rhetoric, many adage to bring down their opponent. So they should carry broom and sweep them away. What is bad in that? It's just creating an atmosphere to demarcate his opponent. I don't find anything offensive in that. Is he inciting any fight? It's not inciting anything. It's just saying what he thinks can win election for him. So if the federal government is going on this bad wagon, saying what he said is offensive, I don't find it offensive anyway, because I don't know what's the one man. Campaign ground is the most good time you can listen to the mind of people. One man, this we saw Dino Milaye singing Baba no dey well, Baba and they shake, leg they shake, and he fell down on the campaign.
To be fair, Thomas, that's one of the things they are being fined on as well. They find them on that as well.
Oh, I didn't even know. I was just fighting it.
Yeah.
To me, it looks ridiculous. Dino Milaye didn't mention Tinubu's name when we were singing that song. When he fell down, he didn't say Tinubu fell down. But people we know that Dino Milaye is speaking to us in the language that we understand, as what normally say. We know who he's talking about. But that is the beauty of election, one man. That is the beauty of campaign. People will send banter. Even that song, singing that song on their campaign, I don't like it. I find it offensive because I know they are pointing it to Tinubu. But it makes the campaign, everything very good. People will laugh. We just laugh over it, and we move on. So I don't find this offense. If federal government is going. I don't know. It's ludicrous to me. Let me use your word now. It's very ludicrous. It doesn't make any sense at all. That is I will call it banter. They are it's just joshing, make people laugh.
I mean, if they remove banter from electioneering, then what's left? What's left? You are meant to mock your opponent. Now that's the whole point.
You are meant to mock your opponent. Somebody want to say something?
Yes, Thomas, is me, Tiger.
Tiger.
Thomas, yeah. Can I add a note and little interjection to it?
Go
yes, of course. Yeah,
you said you find Tinubu offensive, right? Okay, let me tell you about when people say about cockroaches and mosquitoes. because those are the words for when people want to commit genocide, or they're asking people to commit genocide.
goodness.
For example, in not in in Japan, right? In Japan, when the Japanese, when they want to talk evil about the South Koreans that are living there, they call them cockroaches. And let's get rid of these cockroaches. And what do you do with cockroaches? You kill cockroaches. You just don't sweep cockroaches. You kill mosquitoes. So they are looking at the actual meaning of that statement. Not that is because of you want to sweep out cockroaches or that. You don't sweep cockroaches. You kill cockroaches and mosquitoes that perch on you, isn't it? So, and they don't want such word, because such word is usually politically attached to genocide or telling people to commit murder in a way politically. So that's what they are trying to avoid. And also Dilo Malaye's one, when he fell down and was doing that and singing that song as was shaking, you are mocking people who have disability. That's what it means. Probably that's why they issue those fines. Do they target Tinubu with it? Yes, they might have in some way, and also targeted Dino Milaye. But when you look at it, two scenario, one is similar to asking people to kill someone. I'm not saying Tinubu is saying they should kill, but it's genocidal something. And one is mocking people with disability. Probably that's why they did that. So you can carry on.
Yes, I understand what you are trying to say, but as one man said, if you remove banter, joshing, mocking, in electioneering in Nigeria, even in this Western world, don't we see Trump sometimes throw some jab, some banter? That is. Yeah,
Mr.
I don't
Thomas,
find it. Yes, please. Yeah.
Can I quickly just interrupt and
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. It's a conversation. Yeah.
Yes, to support the point of what the other speaker just said.
Tiger.
Tiger just said. You see, the issue of cockroach is a very serious issue. Okay, not only in Japan. I think the major one in Africa was Rwanda. Okay, if you can remember, the Hutu and the Tutsi was a very serious thing. Then, if you can remember this man called Leo Mugezera, the man was later jailed in Rwanda. And in his campaign, he was part of the ruling Hutu party back then. In his campaign, he was the one sharing populations of people, okay, to go after the cockroaches in his campaign. And that was the major thing the court used against him to jail that man. So if you look at the genesis of that word cockroaches and the usage over the time, it has a lot to do with genocide, a lot to do with you saying human being and reduce human being to something that you could easily kill and just sweep away. So I think we should agree with them, with NBC, by bringing sanity at least a bit. You know, there should be a line to where banter should be.
Okay. What about the fine against Dino Milaye for his reasonable enough little skit about Tinubu? How is that justified?
Okay, asking me now.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I think that also is justified, because you see, in this country where we live here in the UK, you can't you can't look at somebody, for instance, in the street now, look at a old man in the street, and you mimic the way that old man, you mock that old man the way he's walking, he's not able to walk very well. It is against the law here. It is only that in Nigeria we don't enforce all these laws. For instance, I tell people, when you say, oh, Tinubu is too old to be a president, you know it's discrimination based on age in this country. You don't discriminate me occupying an office because of my age. You shouldn't even talk about my age at all. Do you get? So I agree with them. You don't mock a man based on his health, in case he has an health issue, or based on the kind of how do I put it now? What comes along with somebody's age. You don't make mockery of such a thing. I think they are just trying to bring sanity. You remember that they fined TVC also recently, sometimes ago. So I think they are just bringing sanity into the system, which is a very good one. I always say there are so many defamatory actions that ordinary celebrities and populations should be, politicians should actually be fighting against people to check how people create fake news and, make some assertions that are not even correct, in the public space to sanitize that space. If not so, if we continue the rate in which it's going now, we may not be able to have sanity return to our political space. So I think I agree with NBC. They are just trying to balance the thing. Give APC one, give PDP one, then probably they will look for one to give Labour Party also to.
Can I interject?
All right. Before you interject, Ogbeni, are you still in Nigeria?
Of course, where am I going?
No, brilliant. Because I'm happy you are there, because we want as much as you can, because you are there for the elections, of course.
Yeah, of course.
And you are a senior mind, so we want as much as you can to be giving us updates on movement, especially at the presidential space, what the latest temperature is. So you'll be our barometer on the floor, our on the floor correspondent, Ogbeni. Yes,
all right. Yes, I'm in Ekiti presently. I've been to Ondo and Kogi. I should be in Osun in the next 2 days. I'll be in Osun and Oyo.
All right. I'll come to you after Thomas. With the permission of the platform, I want to come to Ogbeni after Thomas. One, because he's in Nigeria and we know what the network is like. And two, he has gone. He has put his money where his mouth is. He doesn't come online to make noise. He goes on the ground to effect change. So we want to acknowledge that. But Thomas, so as you were, carry on.
Can I interject?
Yes, interject, Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. I know, Woman, you have a different view about the NBC. You thought, you consider it to be a banter. I don't know what view Thomas had, because I didn't hear. I wasn't listening at that time. But anyway, having said that, I have an opinion on that. I think I agree with Ogbeni what he just said. I mean, there should be some sanity in our election, because remember the Sandy Peace Accord, on how to play the politics right. Because what's really happening right now, I don't subscribe to that. For example, what Dino Miloy did to Tinubu, I mean, there shouldn't be age discrimination or something just because he's old. We are going to get age, to any degree. Sickness is something that you can't control. So I thought that lambasting, falling down, that's beyond banter in my own opinion, okay? So I agree with that. He should be sanctioned or whatever they did to, anybody that promotes such a thing. Then coming to Tinubu, I think Tinubu, has overplayed his card when you call it a banter. No, I thought that's a blasphemy, what he's been doing, because on 2 or 3 occasions, he has called grown-up people. I'm not even concerned about what he said about Peter, uses as a betrayer. That's biblical. So that's not, I didn't think that was going too far. But he has called 2 governors, like Akwa Ibom governor, a boy. I mean, who are you to call somebody a boy? That's disrespectful. And you're saying it was in your backyard or whatever, I mean, Nigeria belongs to everybody. So because he come to Lagos or do something, you want to ship him out. So I thought that was blasphemy. That's uncalled for. So definitely, no broadcasting station in Nigeria, they should be sanctioning people that make such a ridiculous comment, in my opinion. Both blasphemy and lambasting, in my opinion. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to play you a clip, man of Prestige. I just want a brief answer if this should be sanctioned as well or not. Just a brief answer, and then we go back to Thomas. Watch this.
I read very well, and everybody will gain. Yes. This is a WhatsApp sent by Tinubu'S group. No, read it out. I want you to read it out. Everybody can.
Power Glad Lab.
No.
Okay.
Just read out what it says.
Yoruba, shine your eyes on. If you vote for P2B, is automatically voting for seaport in south and southeast. Then Igbos will stop coming to Lagos State to invest, rather they will go to Delta and River State. They may even stop building houses in Lagos. It will affect a lot of Yorubas. Yoruba Renu,
This is your country. He don't see the value of let's have something better. He leads us in confusion. And
all right, so Prestige, should that ethnic dog whistle by Peter Obi, should that be sanctioned? Should that be sanctioned? Should that be sanctioned?
Oh no, this is not a yes or no answer. Okay.
All right.
Hold on. This is not a yes and no answer because your narrative, that's not what we are talking about. Because he was delivering a message. He was saying about what happened. We flogged this about 3 months ago. So I'm aware of this. You don't have to play it because it's not even similar. There's no similarity between all this blasphemy and lambasting. Those two people are doing. So this is uncomparable. This is just a narrative. We were just narrating about what happened. Then I think you blow it out of proportion, making it to be ethnic. He was just reading what was stated. So it's completely different. One man, you know that. So I don't buy your, I don't buy your comparison. Okay, thank you.
All right. The ethnic dog whistle should not be sanctioned. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Today, I confirm it. You are laughing, son. That is what I want to say before you play that video. Is that not hate speech right there? Is that not stereotyping a region of the country? That's nonsense WhatsApp message.
How is it? Thomas, can I say something?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Okay. How is it nonsense? How are both of them the same thing? He saw a text message.
Well, is it not better for Peter Obi not to read that kind of message?
Thomas.
No, but he was talking. Hold on.
And he knew he was being paid. That is racism right there.
There's no racism in it. There's no
racism. Just leave it alone. They say it's not a speech. One man, let's move on.
All right.
Can you?
No. Don't ignite anything now. Sorry, Joel. I'm not muting you only because we know that. Okay, actually, carry on. Have your say. Go on, Joel.
I just say something. That the two scenarios are different.
Don't blow up the space though. But carry on. Yeah.
The two scenarios are different. One is on a campaign trail. This one was him talking to a group of people, and he said it was a text message, a threat that was sent to him. If somebody sent a threat to you, one man, and the person bears an Igbo name, you're going to state it that this is the person's name. In Africa, we go by our tribes and our names. So there's nothing wrong with that. He never said anything like go and kill, but this is what is going on.
You don't see it as an ethnic dog whistle.
No, because this is part of the things that he is trying to correct. The issue of the issue of this tribalism within us. We are not going to act like it does not exist. It does exist. But sorry
for cutting you. Let's put Tinubu in this shoe. Tinubu read a message like this. Just and you know what I mean. Just put Tinubu in Peter Obi's shoe, then reverse it with Yoruba. How will you take it?
No, I will take it anyway.
No, I'm sorry. Let me finish. Okay. I found it very, very, very offensive. With that only that WhatsApp message, I detest Peter Obi. I will not lie to you. Very, very offensive.
Thomas, hold on. Thomas, do you think it should be sanctioned for that?
Why not? That is the hate speech right there. Stereotyping a group of people. The person that sent message to you, you don't know, maybe he even is a false message, is a false alarm. And you just take it cook like a thinker. And you spread it to the world like that. And people just glance over it as if it doesn't mean anything. You said campaign. What is in the campaign ground? What are they delivering? What are they delivering? They are delivering message. On that group, Peter Obi was sitting down. Is delivering message as well. It's the same message, but different venue. I found this. I was so crazy, one man, when you brought that video to us. I can't get it. Joel, please replace Tinubu on this part and replace it with Yoruba, with Igbo. How will you feel?
All right, Joel, have the last word on that space and then we move on.
Okay, well, and Thomas, your concerns are valid. However, what I'm trying to tell you is this: if it happened to Tinubu, and he mentions an Igbo name, there is nothing wrong with it. If you have a criminal here in the United States, they go by what? They say, what is the person's look? What is the person's color? Why? When you do that, you narrow it down to whoever that made that statement or did that robbery. So when he narrowed down, if you say somebody said this in Nigeria, they'll be like, who said this? When you look at the name, you say, this is the name. This is where the person comes from. There's nothing wrong with it. Even if the person uses a fictitious name, the thing that it is yet to be investigated if it's a fictitious name. But we go by the name we see there. So that is the way I see it. If Tinubu, an Igbo person, threatens Tinubu, he has every right. And I will encourage him to come out and state it. Because you cannot allow that to happen. That is the point. It's not about Tinubu or Obi. It's about Nigeria. Thank you.
If you play that video further than that, right, you will see some other comments that he made. I think he was probably referring to Tinubu's health, because as Ogbeni said, right, that you cannot discriminate on the ground of health or age, even though there are no clear evidence or there are no medical reports that somebody is sick or whatever. But if you play further that tape, you will see where he was speaking that this man is not well, or something like that. If you listen to that. But of course, like I say, people will support their own version of criminal or their own version of thief passionately. So it is just Nigerian thing.
All right. Round up that NBC space, Thomas, and then I want to go to Ogbeni, who is in Nigeria, so he can talk us through the experience so far.
Oh, yes. So NBC, if they think all those things are offensive, I think they still have many things on their plate to do. This WhatsApp message too should be reviewed, and anybody that has ever made any hate speech to a region or mimic somebody that we know is talking about, they should do it across the board. So that time I will be satisfied that they are really genuine in what they are doing. But if they are cherry picking, don't take their feet for purpose. And assistant with what I said, there are some banter you can't take away from politics. It has been there even before we were born. It has been there in Nigerian politics. Let me not talk of outside Nigeria. It has been there. People throw banter, people judge, people. It's really, sometimes it's lightening the campaign ground. People will shout, people will just move on. Zero Miliari did what he did. Will it stop Tinubu to become president tomorrow? Even in that gathering, people that will still vote for Tinubu in that gathering, that campaign ground, they are still there. They will still vote for him. So to me, I don't count that too much thing. But if on the Nigerian communication or something they say is bad, well, I give it to them. Thank you, woman. May God bless everyone.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So excuse me. So let's go on from Thomas to Ogbeni, who joins us from Nigeria. Talk us through the journey. So how was the airport experience, Murtala Mohammed?
Yeah, no, I landed in Nnamdi Azikiwe.
All right.
In Abuja.
Right.
So from there I spent just a day in Abuja. And then I flew overland to Akure. So from Akure, I spent one day. The second day in the evening, I drove down to Ado Ekiti. So
by yourself?
Yeah, by myself, of course. So
how was the driving experience?
Yeah, there used to be a road around Total in Abuja. You just go straight to Ijuita, Ogbolu, via Ikere to Ado. But that road has been abandoned because of more like bandits around that place, and because of the state of the road. It's a federal road, So Fayose was able to do that federal road from Ado to Ikere, then to the boundary of Ekiti and Ondo State, and he left it there. But Ondo State government have not done that, and federal government also have abandoned that road. So I was told that bandits used to operate around that place, so it has been abandoned. So the journey that should ordinarily take you Akure to Ado, maybe like less than an hour, maybe 30 minutes, 40 minutes in the 90s. Now we go through Ilawe, that's Femi Falana town around that houses. So it's more like a double, journey for us. But that road is a very nice, very smooth road to Ado Ekiti. Ekiti is in the hinterland, so the tropic region. So it's apart from maybe criminalities, and it's always a very lovely place to be.
In terms of safety, what sense of safety do you feel where you are now?
I feel very safe. I'm in my place. I'm in the street called Bashiri in Ado Ekiti. Yeah. No lights. Yeah. We've not had light for like 2 days now. But I feel very safe. Not the way people paint it. Yes, there is this fear of the election may not hold. I think that fear is getting real, by the day. And when I first got to Ado, I was that was when the whole EU started, and they started, our people murmuring the thing around that there may not be election, and they are linking it to Tinubu'S boss, the fifth columnist, and their activities, which nobody can deny. I was with my dad. My dad happened to be somebody who has been following the political terrain for a very long time. So I always respect his opinion, even though he's obedient. He's not following Tinubu this time around.
Your dad and Ekiti man is an obedient.
Yeah, he is.
Is this some sort of academic radical? Is he one of those academic radicals?
He gave me his reasons, and he told me honestly, Obi may not win. That he supported Ganifa and me under NCP2, who lost, and he's not after whether a candidate must win. For him, it's just to clear his conscience, and he has this kind of reasons why he goes for any candidate.
Hopefully, you're able to beat it out of him. Maybe you have to get Agbo for that. Go get Agbo. But no, you were talking us through the sense that the elections might not hold.
Yes.
So what? Yeah, is it around?
So that's the sense everybody. Don't let me say everybody, because I'm a researcher and I don't use some words like that. But that's the research. That's what I'm really getting from many people around, and these are elites. People. There are some, politicians among them. People should know. People that will know what is actually happening in the corridor of power. You will recall that few months ago, if not almost a year now, Afe Babala was the first person to come out to say there should be interim national government. That after this government, they shouldn't conduct election, and there should be interim national government, and they should allow 6 months to rewrite the constitution. And I think something in that line, I can't remember vividly again, but I know Baba was of the opinion that there should be interim national government. And don't forget, Baba is from Ekiti and he's sitting in Ekiti presently. So people believe that his opinion may be, there is this adage which somebody just said now that Eti Babanle, Eti Babaloko. So that his opinion may not be born out of just saying it in vacuum. There must be something cogent in what that old man, the Baba, is ventilating. So people see what is happening presently as a sign of something not too good is coming our way, and we should find every way to avoid that. And many people I've spoken to also believe that Tinubu outburst, it's a very good way of, more like giving people heads up before anything happens. It could
sort of like a preemptive strike,
Yes. So many people believe that was what Tinubu did, and it was very strategic. If you had not done that and this just happened, people will not be talking about the fifth columnist now. Even though some opposition are taking undue advantage of that to think like Tinubu is the only one affected. It's affecting everybody. And I don't know why people enjoy pains, all because they believe it's affecting the rivalry. It shouldn't be. It should be for everybody. Don't forget the man that trekked from Lagos to Abuja when Buhari won. Where is that man today?
No, he's come out to tell us stories of regret.
Oh, you see. So recently I was discussing and I said that same man today, if he tried to trek that Lagos to Abuja now, maybe he will be kidnapped in the first 100 kilometers along the way, with the same his expectation of Messiah in 2015. So when we see something wrong, and that's the lesson, we should speak out, regardless of who your candidate is. Speak out. What Emefiele is doing and his gang and other, and somebody said that they've not been naming the fifth columnist. I think they've been naming them. FFK named Emefiele, and when Okinbaloye asked him more people, he said he should go and investigate Emefiele first, and whoever you find around him, they are all part of the fifth columnist. He's not going to name them further, but has given us one, and we all see what is the policy is bringing about is affecting people negatively. He wanted to contest this election. We all know. He painted his cars and everything, but he couldn't. So there's a presumption that he may want to frustrate whoever is taking the position that he has once held before. But I would like to speak a little bit about this Peter Obi video that he just showed now, before I go back to where I visited and what people told me and what I feel about the election. So what I've just watched about Peter Obi showed me his level of intelligence. Very, very petty. Even though if you receive such a thing as an intelligent person and a very smart person, you don't bring it out as if it's the gospel truth. Anybody can compose anything and send to you. So it will be very petty of you to, as a presidential candidate and the quote and unquote intelligent and smart man that so many people believe is outside there, to bring it out to make a cheap point, particularly when you're in the public. Yeah, you can get that kind of information and show your people around you, your privacy, but not when you're in the public. You're bringing it out to make a cheap point. For me, it showed the kind of people he will be having around him if he mistakenly gets to the presidency. And for me, to show the kind of information he will be gathering. You see, this was the same thing about Jonathan. We kept complaining back then when we were in Abuja. You should know the kind of information you are getting. You filter them and put the shaft from this thing and then get the good ones that is very important for you. Somebody sent something that you know that is ethnic profiling, it's tribal profiling, and you just take it just like that, hook, line, and sinker. So what is going on in your mind about the Yorubas? You spend 8 years in Anambra, but you're staying in Lagos, the same Lagos that you said nobody built. And it's that Lagos you go to and you have been staying. And you think people now said, oh, if you vote for Obi, the same Obi that have been staying in Lagos for how many years? If you vote for Obi, then a particular tribe in Nigeria will not come and build their house and investment and this and that in Lagos again. For me, it's a very petty thing, and I don't think it's something that somebody of his caliber should just see.
Do you think it should be sanctioned for that? And first, do you think it was an ethnic dog whistle? And do you think it should be sanctioned for it?
No, I don't think it should be sanctioned for it. You see, you can't compare that with what Tinubu did and Melaye did. He didn't utter that statement, okay? Yes, he rebroadcasted the statement. Yes, I agree. But he didn't utter the statement. Okay. So the only problem I have with him is that the pettiness, the pettiness in bringing such a thing out, how important he think that petty message is. A message you don't even confirm the source, of that message, and you're bringing it out. It shows that you have a very low level of intelligence, and I don't understand what is. I've listened to him severally, and he sounds like a very intelligent man, a smart man. But I think this one maybe is one of his lucid interval. It's maybe a time when it's
a brain fade.
Yeah. The time when he's not putting his intelligent cap. Maybe
a temporary loss of judgment. Yeah.
Yes, maybe something like that just happened to him. I know he will go back and have a rethink over what he did. It happens to people anyway, generally, but I don't expect him to. So that's for that. Now,
hold on. I think Tiger wants to interject. Tiger, did you want to come in?
Yes. I like the way you put it succinctly. What's his name again? Sorry.
Ogbeni.
Nla. Yeah. You put it is petty. I agree with that. And it didn't come direct from you. He was only reading what someone sent him. And I've forgotten what I wanted to say now. Oh my God. Okay, continue. Sorry, I forgot. I lost it. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Take us back to your experiences in Nigeria. So yeah.
Yeah. So when I landed, I did the first.
Sorry, I remember now. Sorry to cut you short. Sorry. Okay, Peter B. I think after that incident, he did apologize, didn't he?
Okay.
Did he apologize or not?
I have no memory of that.
I think
but
he did.
It should have. Yeah.
I think he did. He did. So if he did, then we can put a closure to that because he has apologized to that. That's my note on that. Thank you.
All right. Back to your Gwenny.
Okay, so my first day in Ado, I went to collect my PVC. Contrary to what people said, we couldn't get our PVC, I walked straight into your office. I identified myself and I collected my PVC. Now, I noticed something. I met people there who couldn't get their PVC, and they told me the reason, which I almost fell into that same mistake, but thank God. A friend had advised me that instead of moving my PVC, transferring my PVC from Abuja to Ado-Ekiti, I should just simply go to Ado-Ekiti. That was back then when we were doing registration. Just simply go to Ado and go and re-register. It's there. So many people that did that, they don't have PVC presently, and I learned that is a policy of INEC. And so when you see people coming on TV to be complaining or talking to you to be complaining, they are keeping their PVC. Some politicians have gone with their PVC to audit that. We should be asking them all these questions. Did you move your PVC or you just went there to go and do double registration? If you do double registration, it's even a disloyalty to your country. You are not worth someone who should even vote in the election already. So the policy is that you can't have PVC. So I thank God for mine. I went to get my PVC and I have it in my pocket ready for Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu on 25th. So from there, you see, the first battle I started having was with my dad. So I went to ask him, why exactly do you think this Obi man should be the next president? And yes, he gave me some fantastic reasons why he think he should be the next president. He believed that will balance, just like Baba Adebanjo, that will balance the space. It will balance the distribution of power in Nigeria. That a Southeasterner need to, that another Nnamdi need to be replicated in Nigeria. And but he made mention of something. He said, you see, from his experience, that the day Southeasterners and Southwesterners try to reconcile their hostility and find a way to work together, then we'll start having light in Nigeria. That without that, we may not be able to get it right in Nigeria. And he tried to justify that by telling him that, do I know that during the popular MK or Abiola election, that the states where Abiola lost were the southeastern state. Apart from that's apart from the northern part where you could say that was Tofa's how do I put it now? Comfort zone. That do I know Abiola lost Abia State. Tofa won there. He lost Enugu, he lost Imo, he even lost Rivers. That's the only one in Anambra. That so it did. There has always been this hostility of whoever is contesting. If you're coming from that part of the country, that he believed that one of the way to balance that distribution of power is there's a competent. He believed Tinubu is a competent person, but he believed Obi is also equally competent. So he believed instead of going for Tinubu, if you go for another man who is equally competent to balance the equation of power distribution in Nigeria, that would help Nigeria as a country, and it may heal the hostility usually between the southeasterners and southwesterners. So, well, that is his own theory. You can't change an old dog. That's what the saying. So I can't change him. I can't change his mind. He has his PVC also in his pocket, and I have mine. So we laugh over it. And so many people usually say, "Oh, the youth, that the strength of Obi." Okay, somebody want to interrupt?
Yeah, don't hide his PVC because some kids are,
look at that.
yeah, there are so many kids that they said they would hide their parents' PVC who are not ready to vote for Obi on that day.
So is that part of the strategy? Operation hide your parents' PVC.
They tried to convince their parents against vote for voting, trying to vote for Atiku. So they said those people are not listening and they're going to hide their PVCs. So don't be one of them. Let him exercise.
No, I won't do that. I have cousins, nephews, and younger ones who are for Tinubu, and I think I'm okay with them. And if it's just -1 in the family, that's okay.
It's a complete role reversal. I think you're about to explain it. Because what we were made to understand all the way through was that the older generation go with tradition and ethnicity, and the younger generation, they go with this new dynamism. But it seems to be the other way around in your household.
No, I think not only in my household.
Benny, I'm sorry. Yes. I'm sure you are not going to stop your daddy of keeping money.
No. I don't think his daddy needs of keeping.
No, I know what I'm saying. If you understand what I mean, some people said if their parents or family members are not aligned with their candidates, they are upkeeping money or their pocket money will suffer for it. I hope you are not doing that.
All right, but back to the question. It's a role reversal thing, but you were going to tell us then about the youth space where you are.
Yes.
So carry on, Ogwen.
So before leaving, I had this this feeling, which they've always given us this feeling that most youths, they are for Obi. Most youths are for Obi. But I've not seen that. I think I saw that in Abuja, and even in Abuja, it was the mixture of more like a rag bag. You have Obi may win Abuja the way I see it because the elite and others. If you go to those offices, particularly, I went to Federal Secretariat and I met those civil servants everywhere. You see them, obedient people, blah, blah, blah. But they do it secretly, because their minister, PAMSEC, and other major people are APC, since they are part of the government. But when you go to those, the sweepers, the cleaners, the secretaries, the messengers, drivers, those are the ones that constitute the bulk of the population in the civil servants in Federal Secretariat. The newspaper seller, the food seller, you go around that place, you see mixture of Atiku, Tinubu, but majorly labor, majorly obedient. I don't know why that is in Abuja. I want to believe it's because of the elite in Abuja. But the 2 days I spent in Akure is more like a lockdown for Tinubu.
Benny.
Yeah.
What you see is because Abuja naturally is a PDP it's a PDP voting neighborhood. So there's this tendency that PDP renegades would definitely move to. So it's just interchangeable. It's an interchange of those political parties. It's more or less like they call them LPDP now. So if they are mad with Atiku, then by default they will vote for OB, and then so that's how it is. Because naturally, any PDP space, right, that they are not voting for Atiku, of course they won't vote for another party than the PDP appendage. That's just it.
Okay. Good news for the Labour Party people in Abuja. But but my 2 days in Akure is more like a. Look, I hardly see people talking about Obi in Akure. I don't know maybe where I went to, but I'm a grassroots person in Ondo State, so I went around, talked to people, few people that I can talk to.
How long did you spend in Akure?
Just 2 days in Akure.
2 days. For you to know if people are for Labour or for
where
time.
there are places I visited. You see, for instance, in Akure, there are places where you get people's mood. Market, for instance, you get people's mood. If you go to banks, for instance, don't forget these days, banks are filled up with people. In fact, bank is more like a
market
now in Nigeria. So I went there. I was in Federal University of Technology in Akure, and so I went around seeing people. If you're going to have a feeling of which candidate is reigning, you should be able to pick that from those spaces where you have.
You're Akure person.
Yes, of course. I do Akure. No, I'm from Ado anyway, but.
Okay.
Yes, Akure is also my space. So then I do Ekiti. Yes, there are some. I met. Those are Tinubu's space, of course. Akeredolu was almost like more like moving from place to place to canvas vote for his capo. So you should expect that.
You said you went to Kogi as well.
Yes, I was the first day I landed in Abuja. We went to do something in Lokoja and came back to Abuja before I flew to Akure. But I couldn't really relate much with people in Kogi, rather than the fact that Tinubu's poster is everywhere around. But like I've said before on this program, I don't use poster to judge.
Okay, since you did not interact with the population, let's use posters then. Justin, from your travel, who had the most presence? Who had no presence? Just run us through. Did you see any Kwakwanso posters or?
Oh, I saw Kwakwanso poster in Ado. Around that stadium area. They just pasted the one corner like that. You should expect that, and you expect to see there. But majorly Tinubu poster everywhere.
In Kogi, we're going to Kogi, yeah.
Kogi, I can't really pick again, but I know Atiku poster, but majorly Tinubu too. And then Labour, let me see, Labour. I can't remember. I can't recall. But for Akure, it's Tinubu. Everywhere you see Tinubu. I don't know. Maybe others they have poster and they just tore out those their poster. But I don't use poster to judge. I meet people around. I try to talk to those ones that old politicians that I know, and the present politicians, those ones that understand what is going on in town. I talk to them. But in Ado, they told me the youth, and I want to really confirm. I wanted to confirm all those narrative of youth. So the first place I went to was Afe Babala University in Ado Ekiti to engage some of their students there and others. But I can't see the feeling of the Obi thing. I don't know. I don't know where that thing is coming from. I don't know if it's social media. I don't know. I engaged a lot of them. I had cousins and others there. They took me around. I interacted with some lecturers who are friends. I went around, but I can't really see. Yes, one or two will tell you, oh, it's Obi, but majority will tell you, why would they leave Tinubu and vote for Obi? What, are they mad? That
Why did they say? Hold on, Thomas. Why did they say they are backing Tinubu? Is it for? Why? Why are they backing Tinubu?
They have reasons, and they have different reasons. Now, when I tell you the reasons, I'm not saying that I'm supporting their reasons, but they are human beings. So if they have reasons, that's their reasons. Some of them will tell you they are Yoruba. I can't go and vote for. If I have somebody who is competent in Yoruba, why would I go and vote for another person, whether he's competent or not? That is for one. Two, some will tell you that I don't know anything about Obi and everything about him is shrouded in secrecy. So why will I go and vote for? Why will I leave somebody that I know very well, that I know is antecedent, and go for somebody that I don't know anything about? That when you even want to ask questions about him, his people can even beat you. So why do I have to go and vote for those ones? Those I got that feedback too. Then I got feedback from some that will even tell you that his people have irritated them. That initially they were they were indecisive, they were indifferent about the whole thing. They were still studying whether, but with the aggressiveness and the blackmailing his people would come with usually, so they were not going to vote.
Benny, did people actually see all these things you are saying, or you're just making up things yourself here?
How about
No. I mean, I ask a question now. I mean, why you always like this now?
It doesn't rhyme with you. Okay, go on. Push him.
No, I'm asking a question, and you people are saying that you people just all attack me like as if. I mean, did people actually say these things, or you are making these things up yourself? That's a question.
Let me first tell you that there are some. Let me first tell
Ogbeni, hold on, because that neighborhood. Let me just tell you the way they will answer you because I know the way they say Talon Jebe. That's the first thing they will Talon Jebe. If you hear that kind of stuff as their first answer, then you already know the next thing that will come. Talon Jebe. So it's just like some people are saying that Tinubu is a Southwest project, but they fail to understand that this is a tribal election. If you say Obi is a Southeast project, they'll be mad about that. So it's like when you mention Tinubu in the heart of the East, the kind of hatred that they don't hate Obi in the Southwest, but the first thing they will ask, who is that? What
yeah, but what do people expect from the Southwest hinterlands now? I mean, that's inner caucus Yoruba. I mean, what do you expect?
Guys, that's not the question we're asking. You guys have the right to say what you want. But my question I'm asking Ogbeni is that if people actually say these things you're saying, or you are just going by what you've heard on social media before you went back to Nigeria. And one more question again. A good question.
You're accusing him of lying. That's what you're accusing him of lying.
Let me address
good question. Are you related to this guy from Solly? Are you, because you guys sound alike? Are you in any way related to him? I know he's from Ekiti State. He said.
Who is that?
Solly from Amsterdam.
No.
Okay, because you sound alike. So yeah, go on, please.
No, so let me start by saying that your question you would have rephrased it earlier and say
Ogbeni is a researcher, by the way, by profession. He's an academic researcher, but
one man. You see, when it comes to this election, anybody that is participant, I mean, you are oftentimes you guys will also accuse me here because I've not come out that I'm obedient, but I always lean towards obedient. If people say my bias, I mean, anything I say about Tinubu is biased. What should I expect less from Ogbeni to also say things that it seems to be
rational man, you are not obedient.
I'm talking about even you, Kulata. Even
you're
you,
not
Kulata.
rational man. You're not obedient. You're just anti-Tinubu. You're not obedient.
No, that's what some of you say here. Maybe not you. Maybe not you. So I'm not, now I'm talking to Ogbeni now.
It's just a default choice. You are not really obedient for real.
I'm not obedient. My point is,
he always struggles to be obedient.
It's just a default choice for you. You are not obedient. Obedient, you can't. The way they don't even speak like you, right? Because for instance, it's like I just told one man now, like if you ask some like some people in the southwest that you are trying to talk to them about Obi, the first thing they will ask you, who is that? You know what? They say, who is Kininjebe? Kininjebe. You know, that with that derisive tone. So it's the same thing when you go to probably the southeast. You talk about Kwakwanso, right? To somebody who does not even want to know about, then or you talk of Tinubu that they all know but they hate. So it's just the same thing. And then when they are trying to define it as ethnic stuff, then it brings out that kind of the question of double standard and hypocrisy.
Hold on, let me intervene. Enigmatic.
If you can hate somebody in this side of the country,
this is your problem. Enigmatic. You tend to bring your regionality.
Go ahead.
Whenever you make a commentary. That is the problem I have with you every time.
One man living now.
I'm going to counter you because we are talking about differences.
I'm not.
Now you're talking about hate. How can you use the word hate?
I'm saying what I'm
that
saying.
That is a regionalism. Let me make it more clearly. That's the tribalistic statement. I'm telling you.
Okay. Is it racism? Would you define it as racism?
There's nothing like racism in Nigeria. Okay. Go and find the definition of racism, okay? Yeah, playing a very tribalistic.
I'm just giving you a choice. I'm giving you another choice.
All right, let's get back to Ogbeni quickly. But Ogbeni, I wanted to ask you the go on.
Let me just say
you want me to answer his question? Let me start by saying that
Ogbeni, hold on for rational mind. Yeah.
I just want to say this: there's hypocrisy in both sides. And the backside. I see hypocrisy in every. So everybody seems to attack each other. I just want to understand that. So let us not always point finger, because when you're pointing finger at the other person, I as an obedient person, I'm not saying obedient, but if I'm obedient, I'm pointing finger to the batified. What I'm accusing the batified of doing is what maybe I feel equally I'm doing. So I want you to understand that everybody, every side of this political divide, they are all equal of this, this accusation and everything.
All right. Let me ask you a question, Ogbeni. Still in that space, your interactions with the students in whatever university that was, you said some of them they went for ethnicity, the others went for whatever. But how many? Yeah, how many?
Some ethnicity. Some said they don't know him. They don't know much. Some said they were indifferent before, but the kind of irritation they got from his followers would not make them to vote for him. And there are a lot of reasons people giving. Those are just part of the reasons.
Yeah, the question I wanted to ask you is that what percentage of that varied responses that you had, what percentage of it was ethnic based? What percentage of that interaction were people saying they were choosing Tinubu for reasons of being of the same ethnic group as them?
Now, majorly, those people base their decision on ethnicity. They are majorly the indigenes, the Ekiti people, the Ondo people, the Arauke, the people who are Arauke people that are schooling there majorly. The Lagosians and those ones around that place, they are the one, most of them told me, I won't leave the person I know very well and go for the person they don't really know. How much do they know about Obi? Why would they go for him? So majority of, and it's Ekiti now, so the majority of students are from Ekiti. So ethnicity is counting seriously for Tinubu around that space. Now, if I may answer him, you see, if you happen to be my opposing counsel in court, if you ask that kind of question, My style is to just smile, look at the judge, and take my seat. I won't answer that question. You see, Ijagboro doesn't have substance to whatever argument one wants to canvass. I came here, I told you my dad is an obedient. I could have come here without saying my dad. I can come here to tell lies and say my dad is Tinubu person. You won't verify anything. I came here, I told you about the feelings I got from Abuja. I would have come here and told you that, oh, Abuja is for Tinubu. It won't add anything to the information I'm giving you. So from those two alone, you should be able, in the garden of intellect like this, to make reasonable deductions or patterns about who Ogbeni is and what Ogbeni will tell you about. And whatever he tells you should be at least a benefit of doubt. Somebody who could come and tell you that, see, I've met obedience. I think a particular part of the country is actually almost locked down for obedience. I went to Federal Secretariat. I've met so many obedience. But the moment I cross to the space of Tinubu, you don't want to listen. Then you start insinuating lies and attacking my character. I don't think it's fair on my part. Watch my pattern very well. I've told you about
this is not an attack. It's a challenge. I'm challenging your views. And I'm challenging what
you are wrong with your challenge.
Well, you might be, that's up to you to say I'm wrong.
Yes,
but
you are wrong.
Hold on. You can't. It equally means too. People challenge me here of some of my views. So,
that's why I said Ijagboro doesn't add substance to it doesn't add.
I'm putting the question across to you.
Yes.
All right, and I think that's been suitably addressed. But before we go on to Kolata for the next big main event, and hopefully you'll stay for it, another blockbuster by Kolata, who hopefully is not already asleep. It's had a long and grueling day. But before we go on to Kolata, let me. I know you've only been in Nigeria for a moment, but you've traversed about 3-4 states. So, what is your what is your feel of the direction of this election? Where do you think it's headed? Even and adding into what is going on here and now with the noises we're hearing from Aso Rock and all this. So where do you think we're heading with this election? Removing your Tinubu hat for a moment.
Yeah. I don't even put on this Tinubu cap there. Now I can't. You see, it depends on where you are visiting. I want to try as much as possible to visit Osun and Oyo before I can come and conclude about Southwest first. Then I know I won't visit Southeast and other spaces. But for me to be able to have a good feeling of what is happening in the Southwest, I won't visit Lagos anyway. That space, I want to visit those spaces first. Then I will be able to come here and tell you what the feeling is like. I've told you about those states and Ekiti. So once I visit Osun and I visit Oyo, then I'll be able to tell you what is happening around that space. And also to tell you that I didn't only visit Afubala University, I visited Ekiti State University, which is in Ado. I got the same feedback. I visited Federal Polytechnic in Ado. I got the same feedback. So I don't know where...
So Yoruba land is locked down for Tinubu is what you are...
Well, I can't really say Yoruba now because I've not visited Osun and Oyo. So when I visit those places, yes, I can reasonably tell you, at least gauge what the feeling is. But for Ondo and Ekiti, forget it, Tinubu is going to win the houses. I went to so many... I was in Motor Park. I sent something to Delta from Motor Park. I met drivers. They will tell you, the way they will even answer you when you are bringing in the issue of Obi or Labour Party, they will tell you that who is that? Why? So that's the feeling from that angle, and I don't. Whatever anybody thinks otherwise, the election results will come out and tell us what exactly the issue is. And I've told you the fear. In the fear people are having presently is whether the election itself will even hold. An old man told me that the man is he retired as a colonel from the military, a distant uncle. I went to visit him, and he told me that politicians should be very careful of the military these days because he believes most of the major generals now have their children as most of the generals who have in Nigeria now who are actively in politics in Nigeria. They have their children now as major generals in the army. That should go and check the list of what the major. That Obasanjo's son is now major general in the army, and so many of them, he mentioned them. If anything happen in the political space and military is returning, those are the guys that will be in control, and they will always get legitimacy from their fathers. So that he believes politicians should be very careful now and don't toy with the coming election. So, well, that's the feedback I have.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. So that's our on the ground correspondence, keeping us up to date with the most up to date. And by the way, we're lucky to have him because it's a superior mind and devoid of emotion. So that's exactly just the sort of template you expect of this platform. A superior mind devoid of emotions, bringing you facts as he sees and observes them. So there it is, our on the ground correspondent, our roving correspondent now, because it's traveling through the expanse of Yoruba land. But before I move on, Elgbeni, and I'm putting you on the spot a little bit. So you've been to about 2 states. In percentage terms, what level of victory are you anticipating for Tinubu? I'm not going to say in the entire Yoruba land this time because I know you don't want to reach that far. But within the spaces that you've been to and interacted, both from the intellectuals in the university and the everyday man at the motor park, what level of victory do you anticipate, or would you speculate for Tinubu in those spaces? Yeah.
In Ondo,
in percentage terms.
In Ondo, I'm expecting 85% in Ondo. In Ekiti, I'm expecting 85% too in Ekiti for Tinubu. Forget those spaces that are locked down for Tinubu. I can tell you that for fact. I will go out every day to interact with people. I will be in a church by Sunday. I'm expecting to be in the church. And I'm not going to visit just one church on Sunday. I will do all the services. 1st, 2, 3rd, 4th, Catholic, everywhere I will go around to have a feeling of what is happening around me. But I can tell you, artisans, we have a printing press and we have a bakery, and I interact with people too. I sat in my dad's bakery, and market women and others coming to pick bread. I interact. Some of them who have seen me for a very long time will come and I will tell them, first thing we will engage on the election. What is happening? I say, Baba Tinubu knew, see any other person know. Baba Tinubu knew. One of the women told me that when Tinubu came to Ekiti to rescue them from the danger, from Obasanjo danger, that where was Obi? So why will she vote for Obi? That was what one of the women told me. So yeah, I'm not a lone ranger in Ekiti. I have my native intelligence, and I'm a grassroots person. I go around, the space. I'm a free person. So that is it from that space.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Ogbeni. Stay with us because we're about to enter a next phase, which equally as engaging. But before we enter that next phase, let me reopen the super chat so that people can avail themselves of that function. So the super chat is now reopened for people who want to avail themselves of that function. So up next we have Kulata, who hopefully still with us. Kulata, are you still there? I know you're somewhat tired.
I'm here, but I'm beat down. But let's go.
Sorry, hold on. Before you interject, do you want us to launch into it now, or do you want us to defer it till tomorrow?
No,
you make that decision.
Let's just go now. Let's go now.
All right. Yes, Stephen. Have that Steve. Stephen. Yeah. What's this funky spelling of your name, by the way? But yeah, you wanted to interject, Steve.
Yeah. Thank you so much, woman. I just want to interject this on what Ogbeni does right now. Yeah, he's talking about it. That space, I know that space very well. And I don't believe most of what you said is exactly accurate. for once,
we're
I
struggling
totally
to make you out. By the way, we're struggling to make you out. Are you using hands free? It maybe, but yeah, carry on. Carry on, Steve.
All right, is it better?
All right, can anyone still hear me?
I just say one or two.
Yeah, carry on. Yeah, go on. We can hear you better now. Yeah, carry on.
I just want to say one or two things concerning what Ogbeni said. That he went to Ekiti and I don't think all what he said is 100% accurate, because I know that space very well too. I attended UNAD. I have a family on the ground. And the Afe Babalola, he said he went. I have one of our classmates, like about 2 or 3 of them, that is lecturing in that school. So the things he came up with, saying that he went there and people are saying, no, they don't know B, I don't think that's exactly correct. The thing that seems to be correct, from what I've gotten, is what he said, that the politician said the youths are rooting for B, and that is the thing. Because based on many different sources, that is what's on ground. And from what people are telling me, even the Afe Babalola I went to, the guys there, I have, like I said, I have about 3 lecturers there that will finish together, and they are saying the same thing. So I guess one thing is, according for what Rationama said, I'm beginning to think, or probably maybe his opinion is biased based on what he had before, and probably they say bed of the same fodder flock together. So if he goes out and he goes out with his cousin, the cousins, they are going to introduce him to people that have the same mindset. So he's going to get this thing, you get that. Okay, people are saying they don't know.
What about the people in the motor park? Oh.
Yeah, the people in the motor park, yeah, maybe that might be correct for what he said, but specifically I'm speaking to the youth space. And he said before that when he went to meet the politician, that the politician told him that the youths, some of them are rooting for Obi, and that is the correct thing. But he now went on and said, okay, well, he went to Afe Babalola, and people are saying they don't know Obi. I don't think that is correct.
He went to 2 tertiary institutions and got the same result.
He went to Afe Babalola, and I have 3 lecturers there that will finish.
No, but you are getting it from a third source, but he's telling you directly his own lived experience.
Yeah, because
so nobody is telling him that this is the case. He's there on the ground verifying.
Yeah, but from what we know from researches, data can be biased to people that is doing the gathering the data. They can decide to go for a biased data. So from what I can simply say is that because he already told us that his cousins, that all of them are going for Tinubu. So, and he told us he has cousins there. So probably those cousins took him to those same people that have the same mindset. And both of the same feather.
Is that not a sample set itself, his cousins? If his cousins, let's assume there are about 4 of them and they're all Tinubu supporters, is that not itself? And by the way, they are not coerced into being Tinubu supporters because their own father is an Obi man. So if his cousins are all Tinubu supporters, is that not a sample size in itself?
It's a sample size, but it might not really indicate the majority of what we are trying to say. So it's just going to get a sample size that is tending to whatever he had before. So that's
Steve, can I ask you a quick question? So, I mean, in Ekiti and Ondo states, so what do you think Obi is going to get in those states?
No, I'm not. I'm speaking directly to a specific thing, which is that youth space. I know for maybe let's just say 60% certainty that eventually, most likely, Tinubu is going to get this stuff based on maybe the artisan and other people. But I'm just speaking specifically to that.
To the youth,
space.
okay.
And what I've been told is that it's what you told us that the politician told you, that the youth, they are rooting for B. That's what I just want to speak to. That's what I know for a certainty.
But the youth themselves, they're telling him they are rooting for Tinubu.
Yeah, that's what he said. He's pondering to that space in which he's biased to. So he's going to get something like that from that space.
Steve, let me ask you this quick one. So are you trying to say all the youths now, every nook and cranny of Nigeria, they are tilting towards Obi?
No, that's not.
So what's the point of contention then?
The point of contention, I'm just trying to, because he said one thing, which I'm just trying to say, that when he went to meet the position, the people told him that some of the youth are rooting for Obi, but he now went ahead and said when he went to do like a survey and he went to Africa Balola, and those ones that say, oh, they don't know Obi. That is what I'm faulting. I'm not faulting all that people say. So that's
what I respect. I even respect Ogbeni because he's even been too elegant the way he was basically explaining his projection, what he's making his comment, right? From what I know from that place, there are just places you don't even want to speak to because they, if you have to explain it in certainty the way things are, it will sound, people will be offended on this platform tonight because it's like when you ask them something and they look at you like you are an alien, asking them something that is absolutely, are you okay, or you are normal, the way they will look at you. So, but basically, I understand the feelings and the emotion, and that was what I was trying to explain the other time. That I was trying to just oppose the two sides. That guy jumped in and he was yelling, but it's okay. Go ahead.
All right, brilliant. Let me acknowledge
that Southwest is, they consider they're one of the most sophisticated region in terms of voting. They are very sophisticated, so we can't just the way we can't just paint them.
But now us day here now Southwest people.
Are we not Southwesterners here?
Yeah, I know, but they can surprise you from the previous voting we've
Steve,
seen.
there are no. So I have.
Sorry, wherever the music is coming from, copyright. Yeah.
So there are families who are running for Senate, who are running for several offices, and those governors. Let me just tell you something. If you are talking about sophistication or sophisticated voting pattern of the Southwest, it's not in this kind of definition. This is a very wrong definition in that. If you want to see a sophisticated, hold on. If you want to see a sophisticated pattern of Southwest voting, you will see probably a Southwest person against a Southwest person, like the one that happened in Osun State. Though it's still under contention, but the sophistication is not. It's not resonating with this at all, because just like you say that you are calling people, we don't have to call nobody. Okay, we don't have to call anybody to know what is happening on the ground, because we have families who are running in those elections in Ekiti State particularly, and Ondo State. I know those regions very well, and we know their voting pattern. It's not about sophistication or no sophistication. And it's just basically telling you what happens in that space. So it's just like that. So the way you see this natural okay, go ahead, woman. Go ahead.
No, sorry, land that point, and then I want to move to the spreadsheet because our statistician has to sleep.
Yeah, so the way you see this natural movement, right? To Peter Obi in the Southeast, that's the way you see for Ashwaju in some certain places in Southwest. It's like you go to Kwara State and you are telling them, they will just look at you. So it's just, we don't know how to say without not being condescending, but that's just the basic truth. Sophistication is different, but not in this kind of situation. This is a very different election.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Enigmatic. You know him. Pulls no punches. Bucci. No, I wanted to move on, but I have the final word.
Oh yeah, what I just want to say is that I understand what Enigmatic is saying, that this election is kind of different. And the only reason I will admit it's kind of different is because Tinubu is from Southwest, but
we can hardly hear this guy. I can even hardly hear him.
I think he's driving. That's what it sounds like. All right. Let me acknowledge Bucci's super chat, and then we go straight into the spreadsheet. But the super chats are not streaming in quite like yesterday, so let's correct that. Bucci Okafor, one man, I challenged him to do a video interview. Okay. I was wondering what you meant by that.
I've run my video. What does he need from me?
It wants you to go around with your
phone. You should go and walk in
the
NEPA and bring light to my house so that I can explain.
Baba, it won't make you go to a way of advocacy to confirm.
You are in law. In law, you don't contradict a direct evidence with an hearsay evidence. What I hear and what somebody is telling you what he saw. You are using what you hear from a third party to come and contradict somebody who saw something. It's unfounded now. All right.
All right, brilliant. So there it is. That's exactly what I said, but you said it more elegantly. So to it then, Kulata. Shall we stream? Can you tell us why we are looking at this spreadsheet first? Why are we looking at this spreadsheet, Kulata?
Oh, okay. Before I even get to the spreadsheet, yesterday I just did an educated guess, like connecting the dots that Tinubu saw poll results and it didn't favor him. And I said that yesterday, and today Rufai said the same thing. So anyway, I was just happy when I heard it because that was my thought process. Okay, the reason we're looking at this spreadsheet is Atiku is gaining momentum. Let's not deny that. Atiku is gaining momentum in the north, especially. And with this chaos going on, it's only him that it will favor. Excuse me, it's only him that it will favor. And I should have waited to let the thing settle down, but I couldn't help myself. I went back to update my spreadsheet to favor Atiku in the north. So I don't know if we want to go percentage by percentage like we normally do it.
All right, yes, we do that. Shall we do it just in the format that we've always done it? We'll take a geo region, do the numbers. You give us what we're looking at, and then one or two voices push you back.
All right, let's go.
All right, so Kano State, we're going with Kano State. Tinubu gets 35%, Atiku gets 20%, Peter will be 4%, Kwakwanso 40%. So Kwakwanso still holds Kano State. So in Kaduna State, where El Rufai, the man of the moment, holds sway, Tinubu gets 36%, Atiku squeaks with a 38%, Peter will be a respectable 10%, Kwakwanso with a surprising and questionable 15%. So Atiku squeaks Kaduna State. Katsina State, Buhari's own home state, Tinubu 34%, Atiku an eye-popping 48%, Peter Obi an understandable 1%, and Kwakwanso thereabout 16%. So Atiku takes Katsina State. In Jigawa State, Tinubu 28%, Atiku impressive 40%, Peter Obi an unquestionable 0%, and Kwakwanso a generous 31%. So Atiku takes Jigawa State. In Zamfara State, Tinubu 38%, Atiku impressive even more with 46%. Peter Obi squeaks a little bit with 1%, and Kwakwanso maintains status with 14%. Atiku takes Zamfara State. In Sokoto State, where they said the price of voting has gone from 1,000 naira to 2,000 naira, Tinubu gets 28%, Atiku a whopping 58%. Obi maintains respectability, if you call 1% respectable. Kwakwanso 12%, which you might want to question. So Atiku takes Sokoto State. Kebbi State, the last of the northwestern states, Tinubu 34%, Atiku Abubakar 53%, Peter Obi reversed to 0%, and Kwakwanso gets 12%. So Atiku takes Kebbi State. So Atiku takes the whole of the northwest, bar Kano State, Kwakwanso's home state. So this, you said, factoring what is going on now into the permutation. Yeah.
So I'm factoring what is going on now, factoring that people are pissed off with APC, but factoring that the governors are still supporting Tinubu so they can hold on to the barest minimum. You can see Tinubu came second in Kano because Ganduje is extra hard for him in Kano. Tinubu slightly lost Kaduna because El Rufai is like still gonna go about him. But the other states, they're just they're wishy-washy. So we're factoring that Atiku now has momentum. Is from the last time, a lot of Kwakwanso base has collapsed to Atiku. So Atiku is riding the momentum in the northwest. So any questions about northwest?
Anybody want to push Kulata back on the northwest?
Yes, I do. Kaduna specific. I mean, you are completely wrong. I think you and I was about to have a bet on that. You know, I didn't want to take your own bet, and you didn't want to take my own bet from that perspective. But I think Obi is going to get 25% in Kaduna. So that's my only push in that region.
Based on the Christian, yeah.
Oh, definitely. I mean, the Christians in the north. I mean, the Christians in the north, you know, and the Christians in the south, you know, in the southern Kaduna, and some, you know, yeah, definitely. Forget about Rufai. You know,
what's your bet again? Let me see if it's enticing. What's your bet again?
Okay, the bet I said Obi is going to get 25%, but you want to stick that Obi is not going to
get okay. It's going to get lower than 25%. How much you want?
No. My bet is that Obi is going to get 25% in Kaduna.
My bet is it's going to get lower than 25%.
And my bet is going to get 25%.
Yeah, no. So that's the bet now. So are you?
Okay, we have a bet. How much you want to go with?
I'm asking you. You offered the bet.
You are the one calling.
No, you offer.
You're proposing the bet now. So
okay. I am. Let's make it. Hold on. We are going with the bet 25% and less than 20. Not 25%.
Less than 25. Not because if it gets 35, you lose. But I don't want to do that. I'm saying
no. We said minimum 25%. I didn't say anything about 35.
Okay, so for you, anything 25 and above, you win the bet. Me, anything 25 and anything.
And your threshold is 25 below. And your threshold is less than 25.
All right, so that's established. What's the figure?
Let me see. Let me crack.
$10 or $5?
No. We're gonna go big. Kulata is the prince of. Kulata is rich, so let's go big. Let's go with 10,000.
What?
Come on.
Man of prestige. You won't build that for Lagos. You won't build that for Lagos.
If you want to speak with where your mind belongs to, okay? Don't waffle, okay?
No, that's irresponsible bet, prestige.
It's not ready for bet. Okulata. It's not ready. Let's make it
ready. Hold on.
Thomas, don't speak for me, please. Let anybody not intervene. This is just between me and Kulata.
Hold on.
I offer you $1,000. $1,000 bet.
Why you want to go that low?
No, that's respectable. That
one man, you don't. One man, just borrow from this. Just borrow from this conversation, please, everybody.
This is for fun. I can't just do 10,000 for fun. 1,000.
That's not. Let's come in the let's come in the middle. I want something substantial. Whether I'm going to use it or do something with it.
You want a pain point. You want a pain point.
Yeah, remember you was offering 5,000 before. So let's.
No, it was offering 2,500 before.
No, one man, don't be spinning. You always support all this bad because you have that sentiment whenever we have a narrative. So
let's make it. Let make it a reasonable number. $1,000 is reasonable enough.
Let's make it 5. I can agree with you. Let's make it 5 because remember that's what you was offering before. When you were saying Obi is not going to win, not going to come.
It's just a friendly bet now. So I mean,
it is a friendly bet. I'm not going to, but you don't expect me. That's nothing. No, that's not going to because when you bet something reasonable, you said you're going to say maybe I could have used it, do something or whatever. Instead of
prestige. Take $1,000.
No, that's not reasonable. Let's make it 5.
All right, we don't have a bet. Okay, I agree.
Let me have a pushback.
We just move on.
Can I have a pushback?
Yeah, go on now.
Kulata, if you check the comment that I wrote for you, you are shifting the goalposts, and is this what you're gonna be doing every week? Like,
of course, now as the wind blows,
no. We appreciated the first one you did for.
No, you can't fixate now. It's a dynamic.
Yeah, because that means other people are gonna come to and be altering their own. Okay,
of course they should.
It's just projection. When you
just an academic exercise, I don't have no issue with that. But
you will see that it's giving article most of the places, and nobody is.
I know.
All right, say yes or no to the $1,000, and then we move on. So
no, let's come to a middle ground.
Okay, you're not taking $1,000. Let's forget it.
Okay, let's move on. All right.
Kolata, you gave Obi some Northern State 0. I've never seen where someone scores 0. For someone
that means it's going to get 0 point something.
No. No, I don't think so.
I think so.
What do you give him in Kaduna? Let me see.
No, I'm not. Okay. You say gave him 10%, but Rufai
It gave him 10% in Kaduna.
A respectable 10%.
10% in Kaduna? No, that's too high now.
Rufai said today. Rufai said in one of the interview that Obi we get 25% in some northern states. He did.
No,
say
he
that.
didn't. Well, he
Yes,
said
he did.
Christian northern states.
Of
Kaduna
course, Kaduna is it not a Christian northern state?
It's 70-30.
Who is 70 in Kaduna?
Muslims.
Oh no, it's not true.
The only place Obi will get the highest number is in Kaduna.
It's in Kaduna.
In the northwest.
And that's why it's getting. See, it's getting 10% in the northwest. That's
well, I'm saying 25%, the minimum.
And Kaduna too is cosmopolitan, where you have other people from other locations.
But guys, I hope you guys talking of Obi getting this vote in this northern state, you will not run away after the day of election. Because I'm not let me learn. Because it would be very shameful if all this number is not coming into play. I'm not seeing him getting 2% or 5%.
Thomas, there's nothing shameful about it. It's just politics. Exactly. It doesn't mean anything. If you win, if you win. If it doesn't lose, life goes on.
Exactly.
It's not winning anything.
Okay, that's fine.
But let me answer Thomas, right? This is just for this forum, right? And the goalposts keep shifting all the time, like Golata is doing now. Next week,
I'm going to shift again. If things settle down next week, I'm going to redo this thing.
No, hold on, Tiger. Did you expect that the figures that we had nearly a week ago will still obtain in a dynamic political space? The figures will fluctuate, of course.
No, for example, you hold on.
Prestige.
When you made this academic exercise, right? Yeah, it should stay valid until the election, no matter the pauses, no matter the curves.
Tiger. He said it before. There's going to be some dynamic going to make it change. So he's doing the right thing.
I didn't hear that one before, so I'm just thinking maybe everybody take their position, right? Take their position and present their exercise, like what is going to be. Then you don't alternate it at any point in time.
But you don't even know the final results. You're just
all right. Let's go. Let's go to the southwest. Let's go to the southwest. So in the southwest, so everybody mute apart from Kulata. So in the southwest, Tinubu takes it by 53%. Atiku Abubakar gets 40%. Peter Obi difficult to argue against 30%, and Kwakwanso just fulfills righteousness with 2%. So Tinubu takes Lagos State, of course. Oyo State, Tinubu wins by an even greater margin, 58%. Atiku Abubakar, the Muslims turn up, but then Tinubu and Muslims too. So why does he get 32%? Peter Obi gets a very generous 8%, and Kwakwanso did not even register with the 1%. So Tinubu takes Oyo State, as you would expect. In Ogun State, 56% to Tinubu, 28% to Atiku Abubakar, 14% to Peter Obi, and 1% to Kwakwanso. And then others are getting 1% all the way through from all the readings that we've had so far. So Tinubu takes Ogun State. In Osun State, 55% to Tinubu, 34% to Atiku Abubakar, 9% to Obi, and 1% to Kwakwanso. So Tinubu takes Osun State. Was that Osun State? Yes, that was Osun State. In Ondo State, where we were just getting feedback from Ogbeni, 67%, which is consistent with what Ogbeni was just explaining to us. 67% to Tinubu, 22% to Atiku Abubakar, 9% for the Adiabotas, they stay loyal to Peter Obi, and 1% just to fill in the gap, Kwakwanso. Tinubu takes Ondo State. In Ekiti State, 68% for Tinubu, 20% for Atiku Abubakar, 10% for Peter Obi, 1% for Kwakwanso. Tinubu takes that state as well. So any feedback on the Southwest?
Yeah, can I say about Lagos? Can you repeat Lagos? What Tinubu and the what Tinubu get again?
Tinubu got 53%, Article 14, Peter Obi 30, and Kwakwanso 2.
Okay, I have no quarrel with that. I mean, anything is possible. Yeah, I agree. I agree with everything on the West. That's my, that's fine.
Yeah, I have question on the West. Number one, the Lagos. So, well, I don't want to I mean, I'm not going to condemn this because it is just an hypothetical spreadsheet. But of course, 30% is high for being Lagos State. I think, let me see, what is Atiku's number in Lagos?
14, 1-4.
No, that's too low for Atiku. I think Atiku and Obi will be head to head almost in Lagos State. So, well, but I will leave it like that because we are believing it's an
If Atiku and Obi are head to head in Lagos, so where does that cut from? Would Tinubu retain a 53%?
Obi, I see Obi and Obi is still having an edge, maybe like by 2 points. If Obi is having maybe 15%, Atiku will be having 13, and then the remaining 53% remains.
So enigmatic. Sorry, who want to come in?
No, I wanted to say so. Obi gets 23%. Atiku gets 21%. Obi will not make 25% in that situation.
Hold on.
No,
I don't agree.
Enigmatic. I disagree with you. Why? Because
it's okay.
You've always said on this forum that the people gravitating towards will be also naturally PDP voters, right? So if they are naturally PDP voters also in Lagos, where would Atiku get that?
It means they will split the number, but at Obi we have an edge.
No,
in
because
certain circumstances.
Like
in Lagos, like in Lagos is different because in South where you have for instance in like Enugu State where you have predominant Igbo folks, right? You can tell that used to be Atiku's turf. But because of the homeboys stuff, right, Obi will beat him in that. So when you go to Lagos, you have PDP folks from Edo State, from other parts of the country, apart from the natural Southeast folks who are tilting.
But the national
that will play a big factor in Lagos State because you still have outside folks from the north who vote PDP.
Yes, but what we are saying, Lagos is a national spread, right? In terms of population. In terms of Lagos is a national spread. Majority, maybe 40% by the Yorubas, right? Or 50%. The rest are from other states. I mean, from locations, right? So
my point is in Lagos, right? There would that wide margin between Labour Party and PDP. It's not going to happen in Lagos because it's naturally. It's not going to happen in Lagos.
It's going to because no one wants to vote for PDP in Lagos State.
How do you know? How do you know that they have a gubernatorial candidate?
Hold on. I know. Yeah. See, the way people are going to vote in this election, we know that some will, if it comes to like a presidential, they will support a candidate. For example, you have this guy running. This former musician artist, right? Who's contesting as I think
he's not going to win anyway.
Hold on. People might vote for him because
but it's not going to win.
You can't say that.
I'm telling you, it's not going to win.
With that, people will vote for him though.
Of course,
not based on the party, not based on PDP allegiance, but because they know him and they want to vote for him and they felt that he can make a difference. So the same way is going to be, for example, if people vote for APC presidential candidates in some states, some gubernatorial election, they may not vote for APC. They may like to vote for the person maybe from under party. So that's how it's going to work out in some states. That's how it's going to be. So I don't see anyone gravitating towards PDP in Lagos because if you want to talk about sophisticated voting, I think in the southwest, it's Lagos. If you want to talk about that. So
why
they
are you
measure.
guys so fixated on that sophisticated thing every time?
No,
Because this is politics.
When I mean
Okay.
sophisticated voting is that you measure your voting pattern, who you're going to vote for. You have reasons. It's not gonna be majorly. It's not gonna be on ethnicity or blah blah blah. You understand me? So because Lagos people, they're educated, they're more vast, they're more exposed, and there's this national feel in Lagos State because people come from various places. So it's more diverse. It's more, more mixed ethnic cultural than any other state in Nigeria because it's a melting point of Nigerians. So in that voting, their voting pattern will be much more different from any other place in Nigeria. So even though when APC won it last time and PDP, Buhari won it, and the difference wasn't that too much of a difference between both parties. But now, Lagos people are spearheading that they don't want this thing to go back to a Fulani person again. And who's representing that party? Who is that spearheading that? Atiku Abubakar. So I think for some people to vote for, they rather vote for Obi than Atiku. That's the way I'm saying it. So the margin of PDP and Labour Party, there'll be a wide gap between them.
Well, Tiger, what about the 53% that Kulata gave to?
I don't have problem with that.
Okay.
With Tinubu can get that with vote suppression and all this that is going to use.
Oh
yes,
God.
he can get that. Of course, he knows that. Of course,
it's vote suppression.
No. When I mean vote suppression, you know what happened last time when they disenfranchise certain area. They do it, and they do it successfully. They intimidate people.
But Tiger, I'm sorry. In a free and fair election, do you think Peter Obi can win election? Forget about vote buying. Nobody's going to buy vote.
No, we'll arrive at that at the end of this.
It's a candidate now.
In a free fair, let me answer that. In a free fair election, meaning that one, you don't have power of incumbency, right? You are not talking about structure, because when Nigerians talk about structure, it means that can someone rig the election for you at the polling booth? And if they are rigging the election, can your own man challenge them?
That's not the meaning of structure.
Hold on. We know what Nigeria means when they are talking about structure. That's what it means.
But we are Nigerians here now.
Yes. We know when the people say you don't have structure. That's what it means, because here in advanced country, you don't have people at the polling station. The electoral people.
No, but we're not at that level now.
Exactly.
But I'm not sure that you can say that, because what the structure, those people at the polling booths, they are actually there to ensure that their party is not cheated or nothing untoward happens. So that's why
when I say structure, I'm also including cheating in that aspect. That's what I'm saying. I'm adding that as well.
If I may just interrupt a bit. See.
Interject. Don't interrupt. Interject. And then we get back to the spreadsheet.
The reason why you have your polling unit agents is not only for them to just be there and even be monitored. See, the law allows it. Our electoral act and the guidelines says this clearly. Each party should have it. And let me tell you their usefulness. And that happened in Osun again. See, the ballot paper, the papers you see, that's the final one, the for me CA, hey, that big one. You see them filling form and do accreditation and everything. Every polling agent has his own. You are taking it back to your party secretariat. That's one of their major functions. You will see them, they will hold it. Once they finish election like that, so those things are made in counterparts. So whatever you see in the original is what you will see in everything that all the polling unit agents will take to their secretariat. And that's why sometimes, like, they have a situation what do you call it now? Room. If you observe that 2015 APC thing, they had a situation where all those polling unit agents will be returning to. You see everybody coming back. Are you back from your? Yes, we're back. Oh, are you 15 now? Okay, we are 15. This word is complete. So yeah, before INEC announces a result, the result that comes from each polling unit agent, the party have already calculated it, and they know whether they win in that ward or not. This is what Labour Party does not have, and this is part of the structure we are talking about.
Yes,
it's not just about
hold on a minute.
monitor election.
Nigeria is the only place you have all this kind of stuff, right?
No, Nigeria is not. They are third world countries. You cannot compare Nigeria to UK.
One man,
US.
I know. What happens is that if you are contesting as a councillor, if you are contesting as a chairman, you be at your the counting center where they're going to count it, and there they count it, they announce the result now and then there, they announce the result. So the reason why they have this is to ensure that other people are not cheated, other parties are not cheated. And that's what I'm saying. We know when you say no structure, it's about election suppression, election rigging. Or
that's a very feeble reading of it.
Well, that's what it means. Because
especially after the conversation you've just had.
Yeah, because if, for example, if you're a party and you believe that the electoral commissioners or people who are in charge of the electoral voting system there, they count the vote and they apply the results correctly, then you have no fear. You don't have to put everybody there. So in the absence of not having someone there, it means that they might corrupt the result. So
all right, that's your understanding. But let's
man. Can I say something to Gwenny?
No.
Just one thing. Correction.
No, please. Let me just move on. Because we don't have Kulata for that long. Or if it's a very short thing, then say.
Yeah, it's a very short thing. He said something about Obi not having agent in all the polling booth. We have somebody from Obi camp. He may be talking about previously, but at this present election that's going to be held this month, they have agent in all polling. They're going to have agent in all polling booth. The person from Obi camp specifically told us that. So don't be alarmed by that.
All right, good to know. So let's go to the North Central. We kick it off with Kwara State. 50% to Tinubu, 36% to Atiku Abubakar, 5% to Peter Obi, and 8% to Kwakwanso. So Tinubu takes Kwara. In Kogi State, 45% to Tinubu, 37% to Atiku Abubakar, 8% to Peter Obi, and 9% to Kwakwanso. Tinubu takes Kogi State. In Niger State, 38% to Tinubu, 46% to Atiku Abubakar, 5% to Peter Obi, and 10% to Kwakwanso. So Atiku takes Niger State. In Nasarawa State, 32% to Tinubu, 44% to Atiku Abubakar, 18% to Peter Obi, and 5% to Kwakwanso. So Atiku takes Nasarawa State. Yeah, well, that was Nasarawa State. In Benue State, 28% to Tinubu, 32% to Atiku, 30% to Peter Obi, and that, of course, off the back of the complementary noises from Otam, and 9% to Kwakwanso. Atiku takes Benue State, who, of course, Iyocha or you from there. Abuja, 19% to Tinubu, 30% to Atiku Abubakar, 45% to Peter Obi, and 5% to Kwakwanso. So Obi takes Abuja, which is consistent with what Ogbeni was fitting back earlier on. Plateau State, 29% to Tinubu, 32% to Atiku Abubakar, 30% to Peter Obi, and 8% to Kwakwanso. So Atiku takes Plateau State. So that's the North Central. I'll take only 2 voices on this, and then we move on. So any feedback? Okay.
As much as I don't like, ever since you guys started this whole thing, I've not wanted to discuss it, but I just got interested today. Because since somebody says it's dynamic, it's not set in stone.
Your voice is not clear, Rational Mind.
Yeah, your voice is not coming through, Rational Mind.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better.
So I said, I've not been wanting to dabble into this whole thing, but then I realized since somebody said it's dynamic, it's not something that is set in stone. So I can always just discuss that. Well, for me, my only issue is that when you talk about Benue, I think you gave Benue to Atiku, and you gave Plateau State to Atiku too, if I'm not mistaken. How did you arrive at that, Kurata? Because
the The traditional. You asked me a question, and I'm going to answer
Not
you.
done yet. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not done. Go on. Just go on.
The traditional PDP states, and any gain Obi makes is making it out of PDP votes. And so if you combine Labour Party and PDP votes together, those are like 60-something%, which is like what PDP would get normally, assuming Peter Obi wasn't there. So Peter Obi and Atiku are going to divide their votes, while APC loses some votes, mostly to maybe Kwakwanso. So that's why you have those numbers. It's a three-way race. Excuse me. It's a three-way race.
You're not factoring what happened in recent developments in the G5 thing. You're not factoring that and the seeming, although from the media.
The G5 is why Obi can actually even get 30% without structure in Benue State.
Yeah, well, I know. I think everything still boils down to that thing you're talking about, which is the structure people are talking about. But then if we're going by the media frenzy and everything we're hearing, so you're still giving PDP to, giving these two states, Plateau and in fact, I didn't hear you mention Taraba State. Did you mention Taraba State? I can't listen.
It's in the northeast. We're not there yet.
Okay, all right. So okay. Taraba State is considered not central, right?
Northeast.
Okay. So now, so now having said that, now, so you're not factoring the whole issue with this issue of G5 in Benue State.
G5 is in Benue State already now, because Obi will not get anything in Benue if there wasn't for Autumn. Because look, structure matters, right? And Autumn and tactically endorsing Obi, you can see it's just 2 points between Atiku and Obi, and PDP structures are still intact in those states. They've not gone away. For Obi to even do this well means there's a lot of passion.
But PDP structure did not stop APC from winning that state in 2015.
Which state?
Benue State in 2015. When
APC win it?
Yeah, now Autumn was probably APC right now. Was it not from APC? But they won the ticket.
In 2019, I think they.
No. Autumn was in APC now.
It was Sushwam that was there in 2015, not Autumn.
No, Autumn was hold on.
Autumn was on last journey now. It was last. He got
Autumn has done 8 years. It's done 8 years. That's true.
Yeah, done 8 years. 2015, when he came into Buhari frenzy and everything, he was elected on the platform of APC. But when they started giving him the treatment, that was when he had to defect to PDP. The second one was on PDP platform. So my point is that.
But APC is still strong in Benue State, and then APC and PDP, they used to struggle for votes. I mean, those two. Benue State used to be PDP and APC. Now with the dynamics of Labour Party now, so Labour Party would be
Benue enigmatic. Benue has always been PDP. There is no other party that has ever won.
No, I said they used to be PDP plus APC.
Correct.
PDP,
but
APC.
There was no APC in existence until they came in and they won that state. So can we not see the same repeat of that with Labour Party? That's what I'm saying. It's just a supposition.
APC has structures. Labour Party doesn't have structures.
Labour Party cannot win it because APC they have structure on ground.
They have structure to 2015 when they won it. They never did.
Wait, what happened in 2015 was that Autumn and some major guys from PDP defected
to APC.
But presently, there is nobody you can pick in Labour. There is a major weight in any of these two parties that moved to Labour in Benue.
All right, gentlemen. What usually happens is no, hold on. What usually happens is at the end of the readout, then we go from individual to individual to have a real pushback on it. But when we reach section from section, we usually just take one or two interjections. So we'll take that from Tiger and then we'll move on. So Tiger, come in. Tiger, did you say you wanted to? Was that not your voice I heard, Tiger?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
I muted it before.
Right.
I think Kulata, you both Benue State and Plateau State. Yeah, you are not factoring. You only factoring structure. All I heard you said
Christian,
that.
no, not just Christian votes, Christian votes and structure.
Yes, yes.
Because of the people that structure doesn't affect. Let's say Christians.
Okay. Yeah.
They're
Yeah.
voting for Obi, and you can see it's a massive chunk. It's not a small vote that Obi is getting. No, for him to get 300,000 votes in Benue. You know how big 300,000 is. How many stadium will 300,000 people fill?
Hold on.
It's not a
Yeah.
joke.
Yeah, I understand you, but in the whole middle belt, that's where you have a lot of Pentecostal churches there in middle belt, and those Pentecostal churches, right? They've told their people to vote for Obi, whether their members to vote for Obi. It's not only that, you also have some Muslim people there who are affected by banditry. You understand what I mean? Because when these bandits come, they don't care. Most of them don't care about your religion. They want the land. If the land there is fertile, for their own use, they will take it. Or if it's part of their plan to take that whole lots of lands.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah.
The bandit situation was there in 2019, correct?
No, it's still there now.
Yeah. So one man, just scroll to the right and let's see the result in 2019. And this is row 20, row 20, row 20. Just scroll to the right.
Kulata.
Start.
Hold on, let him address what he's addressing first.
Maybe I can add something.
So you see, in 2019, when we had bandits, APC was getting 48% of the votes in 2019 when we had bandits in Benue. 48, close to 50%. So I dropped APC votes by 20% margin, and PDP gained and Obi gained. So Obi, you can see like Tinubu is losing both to Obi and Kwakwanso. Excuse me, Obi and Kwakwanso votes. So look, despite the fact that they had bandits, structure was good enough to almost get 50% of the votes. So
Okay,
you can see that I'm being extremely reasonable here.
Yeah. I just want to push a little bit more. 2019, which political party did Autumn belong to, and when did he switch over?
It was in PDP in 2019.
Not in APC.
It was in PDP.
No, he has already moved.
He has already moved. So when he moved, in 2019, and he contested under PDP, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he won.
Yes.
He won.
Yes. So now the reason why they voted for him because it was between two political parties, that is APC and PDP. Now, and if you check the two people control, two of them were two Fulanis, right? But one was in government doing nothing actually, and they find out that Atiku is not gonna do anything. And now, in addition, they are thinking that their survival will depend if someone not from the north become a president of Nigeria. That is their own thinking, apart from the religious side as well. So they believe in order to curtail this aggression by the herdsmen, it's better someone from outside of the northern region become president. That maybe the person might hear their cry or do something, as opposed to what.
You're entering the realms of wishful thinking.
That's wishful thinking.
Yeah, entering the realms of wishful thinking.
Nigeria is suffering. Nigeria is suffering.
Yeah. So they
Tiger,
might think
Tiger, do you know that this former Senate President, former Senate President David Mark.
Yeah.
David Mark is there. Ayu is there.
So they have strong men in PDP in that state. So what's his name? Otom.
Sushwam, David Mark, Ayu, they're still alive.
Even APC, as strong as APC is, right? They are never thinking, or they've never thought about winning Benue. They just want to make good points. Inroads. No, not inroads. Good. They want to make good points beyond 25%, beyond 30%, and then move on. So there are some states politically that you are just going there to play safe and move, because you know if you try to do beyond that, you cause war.
You're talking about old politicians.
No, you are not. No, forget about. I don't want to hear about all those old politicians. No, this is Nigeria we are talking about, and I've explained it.
About competition here.
No, hold on. No, rational mind. The way politics works, things cannot happen right all of a sudden. For instance, in
demography.
These guys are not relevant. That is what I'm trying to say.
They are relevant. They are very relevant.
The narrative has changed.
They are very relevant. If you talk like this, then
hold on. This guy was giving you a permutation right now. I was saying that you need to factor, because you yourself, I heard you say it earlier, that he said this election is going to be ethnic.
But you said they are not relevant. How would you tell me David Mark is not relevant? What do you mean? Politically?
It's not relevant. If it's ethnic, Benue is not Igbo.
They are not Igbo. If it's ethnic, they won't vote for I will be at all. If you want to go like that.
That's not the issue. The issue we're talking about here is the violent aspect that has come into this whole thing in Benue State.
You guys are reading too much.
All right.
When you say it's not reading too much, right? When you see it's not reading too much, but when somebody answer you,
what are you talking? I'm telling you.
All right. Okay, gentlemen, let me go to the South. Land that point, and I'll go to the South.
You said David Mark is not relevant politically. They've had previous governors who were in PDP. How overnight is Peter Obi Labour Party is going to win a PDP state that APC is struggling to win? They've never won. Look, we have to be realistic.
Right? What happened to David Mark?
No. Let's go on to the South. Let's kick it off with River State. So in River State, Tinubu gets it's only because I want to manage the time. You still get the feedback at the end of the presentation. So in River State, Tinubu gets 29%. Atiku Abubakar gets 30%. P2B gets 40%. Kwakwa Koto gets 0%. So Peter Obi takes Yemse Wike State, River State. So in Akwa Ibom, 28% to Tinubu, 43% to Atiku Abubakar, 29% to Peter Obi. Atiku takes Akwa Ibom. In River State, 34% to Tinubu, 40% to Atiku Abubakar, 26% to Peter Obi, 0% to Kwakwanso. So Atiku takes Cross Rivers. So in Bayelsa State, 33% to Tinubu, 40% to Atiku Abubakar, 27% to Peter Obi, and 0% to Kwakwanso. So Atiku takes Bayelsa State. In Edo State, where money is riding on this platform, Tinubu takes it by 34%, beating Atiku slightly, who scores 33%. Peter Obi keeps them honest with 30%, and Kwakwanso still carrying the bag with 2%. So Tinubu takes Edo State. In Delta State, 20% to Tinubu, 48% to Atiku Abubakar, 31% to Peter Obi, and 0% to Kwakwanso. So Atiku takes Delta for reasons I suspect of his deputy. So two very short interjections on that, and then we carry on. Is anybody pushing back on that?
Yes. Yes. Sorry. I want to push back on Port Harcourt. Clotter, that your Port Harcourt projection, I would take it as like you did it out of emotion.
Why?
Yeah, so you know me now, I'll tell you straight. There's no way, I've said it here, it's just my opinion on where I know local politics in Port Harcourt. There's no way APC will get 15% in Port Harcourt.
This is now with what's it called, Wike.
Yeah, even though Wike, you know APC governor candidate defected to
I know
Labour.
he's working with Labour. I know all that stuff.
Okay,
but this is
it's a win.
Wike. This is with Wike.
It would, yes, with Wike or not Wike, but it's a win for APC too, in the sense that they're not making PDP to win that area.
Okay,
if Labour wins it, it's better.
Let's just do small numbers. Wike has 200,000 army, right? 200,000 army that's going to give money. Now look at the votes that 29% turns to 400,000. That means one person in Wike's army is only able to vote. He himself and one more person will vote for Tinubu. So that makes 400,000. Is that reasonable or not?
It's reasonable the way you are saying it. Wait, now hold on. It's reasonable from the way you are saying it, calculation the way you are saying it now. But in the political landscape, it's not reasonable. It's not that 200,000 staff of weekly employed is for the governor, councillor.
No, it's for his political will, not for
it's political will. Yeah, so and they're not going to they're not going for presidency.
Well,
that presidency.
Who told you that?
See, I'm telling you that. Don't use emotion in this. This is Port Harcourt.
You are the one using emotion now.
No. Hold on now. Let me land now. Let me land.
Okay, land the point, and then I'll take one more interjection.
Yeah,
also,
because
there's no logic to what you're saying, by the way. We can recruit. Hold on. Can you hold on, please? We can recruit 200,000 people to do his political will, and then his political will is to vote for Tinubu at the presidency. And then you are saying he's not going to tell them to vote for Tinubu at the presidency when that is what he wants.
One man. That's your own emotions and your own thinking. Wike did not tell you that 200. Hold on now.
Let him just.
Let me land now. Let me land. When people are laughing, pointing to one certain particular candidate, or I can use my friend Matthew that will not get angry, that will shoot his shot straight, which I respect him for because I know his stand. People don't see it as their own thinking. I'm telling you, Wike will not even dare in his life that he will come out openly say you support Asuwaju. His political career will finish in Port Harcourt. But it's different. Most of them will come from the creek.
No. Leave that statement rhetorical. Let's take another interjection and then we move on.
Yeah, what I just want to say is
this is how World Peace was arguing at Abuja. I posted the proof to you in the chat. I hope you saw it.
I did see it approved. You said in the chat. I told you that there's some stations that sell, but most of the stations they're not selling. The 500, 600.
I deal with facts in as much as I can.
You deal with what is on paper. I know in paper in Nigeria is okay. You know that. If you're dealing with facts,
you're figuring out. I mean, these facts you're talking about are the things you saw.
I don't understand.
Just the same way
if the fact you are projecting about Nigeria, that Nigeria is okay, but everything remains the same.
Did you data you put newspaper article? Yes or no?
I'm telling you, people went to station. My sister have 126 vehicles that work on that work with her. She has 6 banks, our own banks. I can give you the name and go verify. The driver, you know how much I buy for yesterday? 8,000 naira per liter.
All right, let's take that interjection from Tiger.
There is still no petrol in Abuja, please. No.
All right, let's take that.
Am I going to start lying here? My status, I will not lie.
All right, thank you. Let's take that interjection from Tiger, and then we move on to the northwest.
Okay, I'm going to take to interjection Rivers State and Edo State. Please do not believe Wike that he has 200,000 soldiers. That's false, by the way. He just showed voting on that. He hasn't got 200,000 foot soldiers. I don't believe that he's got 200,000. And even if you instruct them to go and vote for a certain candidate, they may turn out not vote because these are people he's paying money for them to do a certain things for him at a certain time, and they know his time is up. So Wike's time is up. And also Kolata, Edo State, who did you give Edo State to?
Tinubu.
Why?
You say why?
No, I'm not. It's a question. It's a question. Why?
Because
can you let please now? Don't do that. Let Kulata answer, and then we move on.
Does the son of the soil want to answer, or I should answer?
No, you are the one who presented.
Okay, let me answer now. I'm the son of the soil.
No, not you.
Yes. Just as much as I did not support the election, but Tinubu will win Edo State because of it's a tribal-based election. If we say that it's a tribal, so the more people in Edo State they treat towards Yoruba, and then they will see Tinubu as one of their own. Bye-bye.
But I support Tony too. I'm a full Benin man. Tinubu will win Edo State, not because it's tribal, as Tony is saying, but APC has structure and PDP is nowhere to be found in Edo State. Labour is just a protest vote. Tinubu will win Edo State. I'm not supporting Tinubu. I'm not against him, but I'm telling you the honest
Don't
truth.
forget that the Oredo local government is Yoruba.
Tinubu will win it.
Then hold on. Then Esa, then Akoko Edo, my friend. Then Sobe. What are you telling me? All one. These are Yoruba people. So there's nothing you can.
Please,
it's about tribe.
Let's
Awolowo is there to unite us.
Okay,
Yes.
me, I'm not coming from the tribal angle. I'm coming from the angle that
I am coming from the tribal line. I'm a tribal man.
Okay, you've had your interjection now, please.
Okay, I'm coming from the fact that a lot of Peter Obi votes are PDP votes. So the people Peter Obi is going to get vote from is PDP. So if you combine Labour Party and PDP, it's 63%. But because Obi is affecting Atiku, they're splitting those votes. So while Atiku still has the Edo Central strong votes, all them Tony Aneni and all the still very strong, Peter Obi gets all the kids, all the Niger Watch kids, and all
and
those
they have PDP governors, right?
And then they have PDP governors. Now APC has Edo North. Oshomole is strong there. Then APC also has a lot of Yoruba influence. Owan, the different local government areas that have, Edo, Yoruba, we're family, kind of. So APC still has that. In spite of that, if you combine Labour Party and PDP, there's still 60-something%. So PDP is splitting their votes. APT is still largely retaining their votes and losing a chunk. But APC will still come out on top because at the end of the day, PDP splits its votes into two.
Okay, I disagree with these two. You just mentioned one of the factors. Okay, I will tell you the factors. The two factors.
One man, please, sir. In addition, in a very low tone, can I?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay, do you know that Edo Central used to be PDP? These are they keep measuring. But for the fact that a train was kidnapped in Anini's town. So there's no way for any full animal to be smelling that seat if we don't tear Nigeria into pieces. No full animal can be president there. Okay, thank you.
All right, brilliant. So let's take it on to the next region. So we're going now to the northeast. We'll kick it off with Borno State. Kashim Shettima, of course, 64% Tinubu, 28% Atiku Abubakar, 2% Peter Obi, and 5% Kwakwanso. Tinubu takes that. We go to Yobe State, where Malabuni holds sway. He certainly holds steady, 52% Tinubu, 41% Atiku Abubakar, 2% Peter Obi, and 4% Kwakwanso. So Tinubu takes Yobe State. We go on to Bauchi State, where Bala Mohammed holds sway. 33% to Tinubu, 56% to Atiku Abubakar, 5% to Peter Obi, and 5% to Kwakwanso. So Atiku takes Bauchi State. We go on from Bauchi State to Gombe State. 36% to Tinubu, 52% to Atiku, 3% to Peter Obi, and 8% to Kwakwanso. So Atiku takes Gombe State. Adamawa State, the homestead of Atiku Abubakar, 30% to Tinubu, 51% to Atiku, 10% to Peter Obi, and 8% to Kwakwanso. So Atiku retains a homeboy advantage. Taraba State, 27% to Tinubu, 39% to Atiku Abubakar, 27% Peter Obi matches Tinubu, 6% to Kwakwanso. So Atiku takes Taraba State. So 2 feedbacks for the northeast. Anybody else feedback?
Yes. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. I see Atiku won almost. I think they said Obi should be winning Adamawa State. What's happening?
How is that possible?
Atiku's home state. Who's on?
Taraba State. Taraba State.
Yeah, okay.
Is it
so I heard? State? But I heard he was supposed to be going to Obi.
No.
According to rational mind.
Okay, that's
Obi will do well.
What did I say?
Obi will do well, but win.
You said Obi will win Taraba because they have Christians.
Yeah, he would. I suspect he's going to win Taraba State, and then we're going to get some vote from Adamawa State because of the Christian part of it,
which is factored. We've factored for it, the Christian votes.
All right,
Imagine Tinubu there.
But you use, I mean, okay, who won Adamawa State? Because I can't see it here because I'm busy doing other things.
Adamawa Atiku, that's where he comes from.
But what is the percentage of APC there?
30%.
30%.
And Obi has what? Lower
10.
than
10.
No. Well, it sounds like that's ridiculous.
APC is very strong in Adamawa. I hope you know that.
Kulata, who won River State? Is it Atiku?
No, I gave Obi.
Peter Obi.
That's not possible now.
But allow now. Kulata,
can I say something?
It's not possible.
Kulata, sorry. Kulata, me man so realistic in him. I'm not thinking of wishful thinking. A state that APC had structure, they have won election previous year. They are struggling to win in that state, and we are giving it to Labour Party.
Which state is that?
How is that?
Which
Sorry?
state are you talking about? Which state are you talking about?
Some state that you've like
no. Obi has all the states Obi has won so far. APC has never won those states. Never.
But that River State, Atiku
I want to ask you one question. I know you know politics. Can you tell me, I'll tell the public, the states that PDP was formed and launched in Nigeria?
That's tricky.
You
tell us just for the benefit of time.
I think it's between Edo State and River State, if I'm not mistaken.
It's Port Harcourt. The meeting was held in Edo State. The launching was in Port Harcourt. So tell me, when I say something about that, they're going to allow the vote to go through Labour so that to take away PDP vote there, not because APC will get 18% to take the vote, not because Labour will win it, just because they don't want Fulani from Fulani to Fulani. This article, Wiki fraction, the power that be in Port Harcourt, they are all supporting Wiki, but they cannot come out openly to say we are supporting Peter Obi or Tinubu, because that will be their end of.
Let me ask you a straight question. Do you think Atiku is not going to take River State?
No, that's the plan, the game. Now, Port Harcourt is actually a PDP state. You understand? Like just like you see before, it was 3 states. PDP, Port Harcourt, Edo State, Delta. Regardless, they win it. Even in the last election, PDP won all the presidency, as into Senate, House of Rep in Edo State.
Right.
They only gave you know that election was just there anyway. It was like vote allocation. PDP always win their stronghold. But now, what would they do in Port Harcourt not to step on toes, the PDP toes, the people?
You mean River State, or you're not talking about Port Harcourt as a whole?
I'm talking about Port Harcourt.
No, River State. We're talking about River State here. No, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt is just a place.
Port Harcourt is River State. Port Harcourt, but one from
Asari Dokubo is for Tinubu. Asari Dokubo.
Hold on. Now, what they will do so that they can take that vote away from Atiku, like I said here, they will allow the people the vote go to Labour. They will vote state PDP. PDP will win the governorship. Don't forget, Port Harcourt is in play. Like governorship, House of Rep, Senate, local government chairman, councillor, and all that. So it's very crucial states. So they will allow those states.
What piece? You're confusing us with your Port Harcourt. Are you talking about River State, or you're talking about Port Harcourt?
Man, guy, relax. Let me just say what I'm saying. Then you can put in the puzzle.
I understand. So I will follow you. Want to follow what you're saying?
What is Rivers? Not Port Harcourt. Cross River is Calabar.
No.
And Akwa Ibom. What are you not saying now? We start making fool of ourselves in the public so that people start watching. What's our dirty outside? What is Rivers?
Hold on, don't be fast. I'm trying to make you understand that we need to follow you on understand what you're saying. Are you saying River State, or you're talking about Port Harcourt as a whole?
River State used to be the old state. They used to call them way back when they are 12 states. Now they are divided in Port Harcourt. So just
hold on. What please? What? It's just an administrative question that that Rational Mind is asking you. It's a bit like saying that somebody will win in Ikeja, So he's asking you, do you mean the whole of Lagos State, or are you just talking about Ikeja? So
yes, I said Port Harcourt. I said Port Harcourt. I said Port Harcourt. I said Port Harcourt, and I said it again
Port
several
Harcourt is
times.
just a city.
Port Harcourt.
It's just a city within River
Port
State.
Harcourt is the name of the state now. Is River State called? Port Harcourt is not Port Harcourt. I don't know what they call it, but it's Port Harcourt anyway. It's River State anyway. Cross River or River
They
State
have
anyway.
a 3 senatorial district. They have 3 senatorial districts.
It's okay.
What
okay?
A part cannot make a whole.
Hold on.
River State.
Let's put it like this. Let's put it like this. River State, for your understanding. River State, for your understanding. River State is going to go for PDP regardless. But what they would do to take that vote away from PDP is to allow Labour, the protest vote, go to Labour in presidency. But in the state level, the governorship, councillor, House of Rep, best believe it is going to PDP. I think the people you are saying, House of Rep.
That's a given. My question is, I'm talking about at the presidential level. Do you
the presidential level will go to Labour because to take away the vote from Atiku.
Okay. That's what
That's the only way they can beat Atiku. That's the way they can beat Atiku there.
But hold on, one piece. This chart is a presidential chart. It's strictly,
that's what I'm saying.
It's just about the presidential. Yeah,
I just build it up to there so that we know where I'm coming from. So I'm not just giving a random figure. So I just build it from local to this presidency. The presidency, I will let it go to Labour. I'm not saying Labour is going to win, but to take away that vote from Atiku, and if that gives Obi a win, then it's a fair play and a good play for APC. Because what APC will do in that riverine area, that is South State, that is a pretty stronghold. APC will do one thing. If I don't win it, you will not win it. And the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So if APC cannot win it, PDP cannot win it, that vote go to Labour, and we know Labour is not going to win the presidency. That's my submission. You can go on.
All right, but Kulata actually gave it to Labour, so yeah.
Yeah, can I add what is good?
Yeah, make it very brief, and then I'll go to the Southeast.
World Peace called it right. Also, if you are talking about the population of people in River State, they are mostly Igbo people. So if people use that for Edo State, I'll call that for Port Harcourt too. I'll use the same sentiment people use, or what factor people use for Edo State.
But Rivers don't call themselves Igbo. They say
no, that's a different conversation.
It's a different thing.
But Tiger, just to give you the figures of River State again, 29% to Tinubu, 30% to Atiku, 40% to Peter Obi. So Peter Obi actually won Rivers from this chart. So that's not, So
I don't think Tinubu will get 29% Port Harcourt.
Well, that's subjective, isn't it? Let's go to the Southeast. Let's go to the Southeast and kick it off with Peter Obi's own home state. So a questionable and argument inducing 5% to Tinubu, a mysterious 25%, but probably understandable to Atiku, a probably subdued 65% to Peter Obi, and 0% to Kwakwanso. So Obi takes Anambra State according to this projection.
5% goes to Umeadi in Anambra.
5%, yes, to
Umeadi.
Yes, another homeboy. So Imo State, 25% to Tinubu. That's the power of the Fulani made. And then 28% to Fulani born Atiku Abubakar, 47% to Obi, and Obi takes Imo State. Abia State, 20% to Tinubu, 26%. What do you mean how?
He has no government.
No. Let me give you the region, and then you get the pushback.
Okay.
Yeah, Abia State 20% to Tinubu, 26% to Atiku Abubakar, 54% to Peter Obi. Peter Obi takes Abia State. Ebonyi State, 32% to Tinubu, 18% to Atiku Abubakar, 50% to Peter Obi. Peter Obi takes Ebonyi State. Enugu State, which is who's the governor there? Ifeanyi, yes. 50% to Tinubu, 30% to Atiku, 55% to Peter Obi and 0% to Kwakwanso. So Peter Obi takes Enugu State as it does all the southeastern states. So you were very quick to push back. So let's hear from you, Tiger.
Can I have
so
my
let Tiger go first.
Hold on.
Tiger go first.
With the one with Imo State, yes, I will agree with the governor there. We make sure Tinubu get the percentage that is required from 25%, at least minimum of 25%. Now, if you check between I think Anambra or Enugu State, they have problem because they are accusing the Imo State governor of interfering in their state, and there is problem within APC people there. And for the fact that they don't have governor there, all right, I don't think Tinubu will get the required 25% in that state.
No,
Right?
Tinubu got 5% in Anambra and 15% in
Enugu.
Yeah.
I don't think in Enugu will get 15% because they will make sure PDP get their 25% in Enugu. Then
PDP will get 25% in Enugu now.
They got 30, yeah.
Yeah, they get their 25. I think the plan is to make the PDP get 25%. All these places is just they want just minimum requirement of 25%. So because if they make it more than that, then it might amount to they have to do rigging to rig the election on a massive scale. Because Peter Obi has huge following in those areas. The same thing with Ebonyi State. I watched the crowd at Ebonyi State. It was so massive, more than Anambra, more than Enugu one. It's so massive, and they will be there out for their governor. And you can see for a while now, what is his name again? He hasn't come out to say anything bad about Peter Obi because he's scared now because he's contesting as a senator. So that's why he's not coming out to condemn Peter Obi. So
I'm even querying the figure for APC in Anambra State, 5%. Especially after the rally that we just saw. Yeah.
No, it's a point that the one you should query now because the rally was so massive, and David Umahi after
and then Chuba Kadigbo, still a strong name in Anambra.
Not previously, not anymore. There are new boys in town now, so but David Umahi, after he sent police people to tear gas P2B supporters when they were doing 1 million march for P2B, he hasn't come out strongly again. You can see he's been quiet, and he's so scared now because he needs to get to the Senate as well, so he's scared. So I think he'll be more worried about himself getting to Senate than trying to provide 25% for Tinubu. I think for him to get 25% for
in Ebonyi, all the local government chairmen and APC,
no, they defected. They can defect back again, but they've defected.
Not defected. They are in APC.
Yeah, but don't forget, in the southeast, right? People will defend their votes more than any other place for Easterners. They will try and defend their vote more. They'll be more aggressive. They would like to make sure their votes are counted in the south. It's more than any other place. So it will be difficult for the governors to rig the election. But in Imo State, yes, he will use the military might there to do whatever he wants to do in Imo State.
So that can happen in Ebonyi State.
But in Imo State, it will be easy for him to get the governor there to use all the security personnel to get 25% for Tinubu. But in Ebonyi, please, if you see the crowd, go and watch the crowd again.
Forget about the crowd.
Now.
Forget crowd.
Okay, so crowd doesn't count anymore.
If you look at Tinubu's crowd too in Ebonyi State, you're probably going to be saying the same thing. What I think will happen in the southeast, right, is a given, just like what will happen in southwest. It's a given that Peter Obi, we've said it over here, you're going to have all the states in southwest, in southeast. But Imo State and Ebonyi State will be two different states for Peter Obi in Ebonyi State, and it will be a head-to-head. I see Atiku pulling very strong in southeast because there are still strong PDP men in southeast. So it's not just going to be a straight shoot for Peter Obi in the Southeast.
If I may ask you, if I may ask you, who are these PDP, strong PDP men? Can you mention them?
Don't you know them? PDP,
No, just for the sake of this argument. I know you know them, but mention them, then I will say if they are strong or not.
No, I mean in Anambra State, for instance. Let me start from Anambra State. Anambra, I think they have like maybe 3 different political parties struggling, jostling for the power there. They have the incumbent Abga. They have their own presidential candidate. Obi.
Did you see what they did? Did you see disgrace? How this disgrace Obiano?
Hold on now. You asked me a question. So all these things will be a big factor. Of course, I'm not saying don't get it twisted. I'm not saying Obi is not gonna win any of those states, but those factors are very big consideration, because you cannot tell me that PDP senators, PDP House of Rep members going to run election. Of course, they will tilt towards Obi and hide under the presidency of that. But I'm saying it's a region that has had PDP for 22 or over 22 years. There's no way they will just be blown out like that in the Southeast. They're going to have a good run, but they won't win. They may probably not win. Atiku will have a good run. Nobody's expecting APC to. They've never had a good run in Southeast. But Atiku will do well.
No, he's not going to
do well.
You know what? He's not going to do it, because this is the first time Southeast people have decided to come and vote en masse, and they know where their support is going majorly.
Can you tell me percentage of Atiku's votes in each of those states in Southeast, so that I'll understand where your mind is, and I'll tell you what my doing well means, my definition of doing well.
The highest place Atiku will score vote in Southeast will be Abia State.
By what margin or percentage?
I would say you could get like 25%.
That's a lie.
That. I'm telling you.
No, that's a lie. Atiku is going to pull over 30% in Abia State.
Okay, my wife is sad. I don't want to bet with you.
No. I mean, he's going to. I'm not going to bet Southeast. That's a wrong bet for me now. I mean, Atiku is going to.
But Kulata, even though that the presidency must come back to the South, due to that the Igbo people are so stupid like that, the president must come to the South, either they vote for Obi or vote for Tinubu, that's all.
They're voting for Obi now.
They are voting for Obi in the Southeast now. So what are you talking about, Mr. Tony?
All right, guys.
Yeah, where would an Awusama get a vote there? Where would they get a vote? Where would Atiku should go and disappear?
One man, I'm supposed to be the second interjection in this phase.
All right, have your interjection, and then the next phase, Atiku, not Atiku, but Kulata will talk us through it. Okay, and then we get the general feedback.
Before I begin, let me ask Tony something. Tony, are you Yoruba? Are you Yoruba in Edo or what? What are you?
Let me tell you something, sir. Forget about Yoruba in Edo, but we said
no. Just say yes or no. It's not anything.
Hold on. The presidency
yes or no
must come.
Now, you know that.
The president must come to the South.
That's not even my question. I have my reason. Just answer so I can go ahead with my...
No, have your interjection and then we must move on.
No, the reason why I'm saying that about Tony...
No, have your interjection.
Let me answer you.
No, I'm saying something about Tony.
No, leave Tony alone, because you could open a half hour on that.
No. It's just a two statement. When you come here, you claim what you are. I know you are supporting Tinubu. Why not be very factual on that? Because you went to Niger Watch and they asked you who is supporting. You couldn't say who is supporting. I hate that kind of people. Just
you are not being fair to me. Do you know that I'm the only person that protects Nnamdi Kanu here from those useless people?
Okay, let me go to my addition about that, please. Because I just want to make that point. Don't be deceiving people here, Tony. But anyway,
before you go ahead, sorry. Wait. Before you go ahead, before you go ahead, let me quickly tell you. In those states, we have a Benin Yoruba or Yoruba Benin. You have to understand that. You have to come to Edo and understand. I don't have so many culture, so many race inside Edo that make it. Not just only Benin speaking person is Edo person. There are Yoruba speaking people in Edo State. There are Igbo speaking people that's in Edo State. There are people speaking people in Edo State. There are community inside Edo State. There are Edo people. You have to understand that.
I understand that there's probably more Yoruba speaking people in Edo, but that's not the reason why I asked. I asked because of Tony Wavelin. He couldn't answer that when he was in Niger Watch.
He can be an Edo man and supporting Tinubu.
No, that's not what I mean. When he went to Niger Watch, they asked him that. he completely denied that. So that's why I was saying that.
I didn't say that I didn't support Tinubu. I said that I support Tinubu too. Hold on. Sorry. Hold on. Man of prestige. You know,
I was listening.
No,
Well,
hold
let me
on.
go to my vision, okay?
No, hold on. You know, ex IPOB, ex San Diego. You know, I know you quite well. And then listen to me. You are the one that told me here that that you came into this platform, you know, see, with one leg standing because you want to know how the place is like.
Yes,
I'm not like that. I'm not a pretender. I'm not a pretender.
I don't
You know,
care.
I stand for justice. Like Ajani Kokolo say, justice and you know, and equity. You guys, I'm asking you guys, whom are you going to dump Obi for? You useless Igbo people.
Oh my God!
No.
One man.
I told,
you see, this is what you say. You don't want to.
But I told you. Hold on. I told you not to open up that space, and you
but
did.
Why would he call Igbo useless? And you still letting him? You still want him on this space?
But is he on this space?
No, you call Igbo people useless. What is? Okay, one man. You know what? If you're not going to penalize him, I'm gone. Thank you, one man.
Look at this guy. All right, thank you. You need to.
One man, please.
First of all,
that's one man, please. Enigmatic, please. That is why I told you guys day before yesterday.
What you cannot
speak to the issue. Leave Tony out of it. Speak to the issue. Tony has the right to support anybody he wants to support. You don't need to ask Tony who he wants to support.
But Thomas, Thomas, the question he asked this guy from Benin we're talking about, what's his name? Tony. It was an honest question. Where are you from? He wanted to confirm what he had. He said.
If you don't want to answer,
hold on now. But that does not mean you should insult a whole tribe. That's useless.
I don't say he insulted them.
Just stop, Tony. Thomas. What happened when he said that? Rational mind.
I mean, he was saying that he said
no. I didn't ask you what he said. I said what happened to when Tony said that.
And he said he's leaving. That's what he said.
All right. Sorry, Kulata. What happened when Tony said that?
He was removed.
So I acted swiftly. So what else?
I didn't see that.
Well, you didn't see that. But that was what happened.
Hold
on, and then that one just shut off the lips without even saying what's happened. If you're not going to do anything, I've already removed the guy. So what do you want me to go to Germany and shoot him?
I didn't even know that part that you did that. Well, I'm just saying when Thomas said this and that, I said no. Let's speak to
but you did the right thing, man. You did the right because
I removed him instantaneously, and it was still rabbiting and that. If you don't do anything, then it was
because I was
I told him not to open that space because I know how that space can go.
Yeah.
I see the way Dr. Damages, there was a lady who was going there and she was not removed, she was not even cautioned. But at least you are making an effort. Now,
everybody knows I don't tolerate that language, and Man of Prestige knows, so I don't know quite what that little cameo by him. Everybody saw the screen. As soon as the guy said the words, I removed him immediately. But let's go back to a more important matter. So, Kulata, do you want to talk us through then the final phase of this, and then we get the feedbacks?
So, for how long do you suspend them for? What's the rule?
No, it's removed for the day, and if he ever turns up again, he has to address that and apologize before. Right. Yeah.
Okay. Final phase. You still have BAT winning, despite Atiku winning all the northern regions. So Tinubu is still able to eke out less than 1 million votes. So this is too close to call election. It's less than 1 million votes. Like 700,000 between them. And when you look at it region by region, Northwest goes to Atiku, Southwest goes to Tinubu, North Central Atiku, South Atiku, Northeast Atiku, Southeast Obi. So you guys will be wondering, how did this happen? Because look, Atiku won 1, 2, 3, 4 regions. Tinubu only won 1 region. Obi won 1 region. Just to show you how this thing can be. So if you scroll down, if you look at head to head, you'll see where the result is happening. Scroll down a little bit. Under those green, yeah. Now, when you look at the head to head, you can see where exactly the numbers are coming from. The Southwest. Tinubu versus Atiku head to head. You can see the Southwest. So what to win the election, even if Atiku wins most of the North, like he won most of the North, he just needs to outperform in the Southwest and be competitive enough in the rest of the Northern state. While he loses them, he just needs to be competitive enough. And he's still, but this is not a good win. Or this is a very, very, very close win. This will be contested in court forever. But you can still see he's able to eke out the win. So in spite of all this, with this very pessimistic scenario, it's still the front runner. That's the summary. Still the front runner. It's tight though. It's not close at all. I mean, it's very close. It's too tight. But it's still the front runner. So, yeah.
All right, brilliant. An excellent job as ever by Kulata. So an excellent job as ever by Kulata. But is that the verdict of everyone? So we'll kick it off with you, Ogbeni. So Ogbeni, so that was Kulata's presentation. Taking into account all that has been going on up to this very moment within the Nigerian political landscape. So it lands now with a quick through still by Tinubu. But what's your reading then of the argument as presented by Kulata's a spreadsheet?
Well, I will still give it to Kulata that his projection is still in line with the political temperature in the country. And but there's one area I actually want to address, and I think is in the area of the Southeast. Imo, I believe Umai still have the weight there to pull whatever they want to put for
Umai is Ebonyi.
Sorry, Ebonyi. Opus Odima in Imo also has what to pull for Tinubu. I don't see Peter Obi having the Eldorado. He will win. He will surely win Southeast, and I don't think the other political party, PDP and APC, are really contending that now. I think what they are really fighting for is to have enough bites from whatever is going to gain there. And I think the Anambra rally, which Tinubu boldly went to do there, has shown to us that it is not that uhuru for Peter Obi there. And I remember, don't forget, in this same Anambra, for instance, PDP still have their chieftain there. I remember one of them challenged somebody to mention some of the chieftain. I think Stella Odua is still in PDP, if I'm correct. Chris Uba is still in that PDP, if I'm also correct. In the last election,
there's this guy from our aviation minister. What's his name?
That's Stella Odua.
No, the other guy. There's a guy. He has a brother. He has a brother in House of Reps. What's his name? I forgot his name now. Former this road transport.
Uloka Shubike.
One young guy. He's quite very young. He has a brother in House of Reps.
Yeah.
Is it something? Is it something?
It goes by Chima. Is it Chima? Whatever. Is it Chi? Whatever.
Is it something Chuku? I think.
Former aviation minister under Jonathan, right?
Yeah, it was with Jonathan, and then before that ministerial appointment, he was a Federal Road Safety Commission, whatever.
But in his Atiku camp now, it's with Atiku now.
Shidoka, yeah.
Yes, okay.
And then there's this lady who is in the Senate too. This dark lady. She ran for. I mean,
Stella Odua.
No, there's another one.
Stella Odua is the former aviation.
You can go ahead probably when
So when you look at these big guns, they're not going to just this thing is a game of power.
Ekwunife.
Okay, they're not going to just relinquish power just like that. And when you say relinquish power, what we are saying is that they have people under them, they have people that follow them, people who look up to them, and they give political direction, more like their political children. People they will tell, people they control, in terms of direction as to where we're going, in terms of this politics. And so they don't see politics the way we see it. It's more like their profession. So that's what they stand to protect. So for them, yes, they will allow give away parts, but they will ensure that they get their own good bites of whatever is there. Then another thing I actually wish to talk about is when somebody mentioned Middle Belt, and he was talking about the Christians in the Middle Belt and the Pentecostals. I think somebody mentioned it and said, oh, they've given them go ahead to go and vote for Peter Obi and co. And I started wondering if the person actually understand Nigeria very well. Who are these people you call the Middle Belter? And where do you get this chunk of population you're talking about? Middle Belter, the two major states, in the Middle Belt along that line, that has this chunk of population of Christians that you can really talk about this thing. I think it's just Benue and Plateau. Don't forget that in that same Middle Belt you have Kogi. Are you saying Kogi is part of those states you just mentioned? I don't think so. In that the Middle Belt you have Kwara. You're telling me that Kwara? No, it's not possible. The Yorubas in Kwara, it's a very major, what do you call it now? Very major weight for Tinubu in that Aziz. Then you now see the chunk of the Nupes and the Fulani part and the Muslim part in that area. Yes, you still have the Christians. Even the Christians you have in the Yoruba part will still tell you that, maybe they want to vote for Tinubu. It's going to be divided. It can't be an block vote like that. Then what else? Which state do you have in Middle Belt again? Is it Nasarawa?
Ogbeni,
Yes,
do you factor in Saraki's influence that is still having in Kwara State? Because when Kulata had to give it to, I think, Tinubu, did it factor Saraki's influence?
Saraki? They've edged Saraki guys out from government since when?
Are you saying it's no longer relevant in?
It's still relevant. You see, there are remnants of this.
Do you know what Abdul Fattah? Was this the President?
Abdulaziz.
Abdulaziz. Do you know what is? Do you know is underperforming in Kwara State?
So what do you mean by underperformance?
Yeah, it's not really.
He's lost the structure in Kwara.
I mean, when you say structure, what do you mean? I mean, I'm saying about in terms of governance and infrastructural development and all of that. Kwarans are lamenting heavily about the poor governance of Abdulaziz. What was his name? Not Abdul Fattah. The other guy, this present governor I'm talking about.
The present governor.
Yeah. So APC in some quarters is not popular in Kwara State. Do you know that?
Oh, I don't think so.
This guy is very popular, and they are even considered
APC is in government. Then when you now bring in your friend Bukola Saraki, don't forget that his sister is still in APC. Gbemisola Rukayat Saraki is still in APC, and she's a very strong figure in that area. So yes, Saraki is strong, but Saraki is more like the remnant of the Sarakis. And don't forget that Gbemi is still there to check Saraki in so many respects. So in that Aziz, and don't forget, my calculation about that Aziz is what I've seen on ground here is which I never before believed that it's going to play out is tribalism, ethnicity, everything is really a big factor in this election. And for me, when you go to Kwara, I think it's going to be worse in Kwara because when you check Ekiti, where I am presently, in Ekiti is a bit at least in terms of level of education and literacy. And if that is happening in Ekiti, I wonder what will be happening in the interior in Kwara, where you can't compare the level of education to Ekiti. So that is going to play out. Even when they detest what the present government is doing, they still see Tinubu as we speak the same language, our man. So the Yoruba part, all those of Fauro, all those of Maron, all those areas. you have Yoruba area in Kwara, and Atiku could have the part of the Fulani area and Noka. So, but my own is that I'm talking about the middle belt. So when people pick middle belt sometimes, and they think, oh, middle belt just end in Benue and Plateau, that's not it. Niger is part of it. So what are Kogi, Niger, Kwara, Nasarawa, all those areas? You are telling me that they tell people to just go for a man, and you think Peter Obi will win that line? I don't think so. Maybe Benue, why I give it to Kulata. Benue, Plateau, yes. There is this huge number of the prison population in those places where they have the sentiment of Babashilawa, sentiment of, oh, yes, these people are betraying us. We have to look for an alternative, and they find alternative in Peter Obi. Yes, fine, but don't extend that to Kogi. Don't extend that to Niger. Don't extend that to Kwara. Don't extend that to Nasarawa. So majority of the states you find in the middle, the so-called middle belt, they are still locked down for some other parties, which is APC and PDP. That's just my take.
All right, brilliant. So you're up next. World Peace. World Peace. Your feedback to the Kulata's revised spreadsheet.
One man, sorry, am I permitted to quickly speak on something before I go on that spreadsheet, please?
Yeah, go on, but don't excite the place though. But carry on. Yeah.
No, I'm not exciting the place. I just try to calm the nerves down. Man of Prestige, if you are listening to me anywhere you are, please, Tony can always come back and submit his apology.
Sorry, World Peace. I'm not. I don't understand what Man of Prestige was expecting me to do. As soon as Tony uttered those words, I removed him from the screen, and then Man of Prestige then went off in a huff. What else could I have done other than just to remove him?
Yeah, one man, because the thing happened in split second. Man of Prestige didn't know Tony was not. You know, the spreadsheet was on the main screen. We the panelists were on the down screen. So Man of Prestige didn't notice that you have taken Tony away, and we all my mic was mute anyway. But there were so many voices. Let me borrow your word, cascading over each other. So he couldn't understand that Tony is no longer on the system. Don't blame Man of Prestige too much. He felt touched, you know. But again, there's a saying in my town that a king does not get angry to destroy his deed or his honor. What Tony did, it was wrong. He's supposed to lead by honor. To use that statement on a whole tribe, let me say a group of ethnic group is not good. But people don't understand where Tony is coming from. I can understand his pain though, but we'll leave that for another day. I suggest if Tony, I beg you come here and do the right thing, you know, because as you are speaking here, you are speaking as a Benin man, and we are the remaining Benin people are going to carry this burden for you. So you have to come here and talk to this man and clear your issue with him. You know, it's not right. I have Igbos as my cousins, first cousins, because my great grandfather, fourth wife, is an Igbo woman. I have people in Anambra, have Igbo cousins, you know. So you have to come here and talk to Man of Prestige and chop it up. Okay, having said that, let's come to this spreadsheet. I don't have any problem with the spreadsheet. The only place I have problem with the spreadsheet is the percentage Kulata give to APC in a certain region as PDP stronghold. Yeah, so I'm not going to take your time. Now, that of the Port Harcourt. And sorry, quickly, I wanted to come to the stage to talk to Rational Mind before this thing happened. So how am I now able to talk to my own brother, Tony, which me, I've done my own. So I got Rational Mind. I wasn't trying to talk about your voice. I was trying to use Port Harcourt as a catchphrase to summarize that area. And because I was rushing because of time, that's why I was like, okay, you have to, Port Harcourt, and you were trying to tell me to expand it to rivers. So sorry about that. Anyway. That's Port Harcourt. APC is not going to get up to that 25% Kulata give to APC. That's the only problem.
Do you know how much they got in 2019?
Yes, that's why I started from the state and local level to the national.
How much did they get in 2019?
They were not
in presidency.
Not contest in 2019. Do you
in
remember?
2019, presidency.
2019, they won.
Okay.
2019, they won.
I can tell you the numbers off at the top of my head.
I know.
They got 23%, and that was when Wiki was against them. They still got 23%.
Yes. I'll tell you what happened that space. That 2019, Buhari went. This is a funny game. If you have to go with the permutation and the numbers and the logic, you see, it does not add up, because every House of Rep, local government chairman, even Wike himself, councillor, won their seats, the landslide in Port Harcourt, that 2019. Yet Buhari still got 23% from there. How? So that's why I say it's allocated votes. But just leave it like just leave that.
See, in River State, there are two people fighting for Tinubu. There's Magnus Abbey, and then there's Wiki. So when you combine both of them, because back in 2019, there was only Amechi and Magnus Abbey.
Do you know 2019 APC did not have a candidate? Okay.
And then they got 23%, because Wike was the one that made sure they didn't have candidate, and they still got 23%. So in this case, that Wike is supporting them with his thugs and all those things, you're telling me they won't get 25%? I think they'll get 25%.
No, I beg to differ. In 2019, APC did never have a candidate. You know that in Rivers, they never have a candidate yet.
Now. That was for the governorship. He's talking about.
That's what I'm saying. But that's what you bridge from governorship to the presidency.
No,
that's
not really. They're like 2 weeks.
I know it's not really. But I'm just saying you build from there. The Senate, House of Rep, the House of Rep, and the senators have election the same day with the presidency, which every constituency have to go to the polling booths to vote. So if APC, PDP we take everything, take the House of Rep and Senate, and yet the presidency still might score 23% when there was no APC present in Port Harcourt. During that period, Amechi couldn't even go past to Port Harcourt. We came running out. He was a minister, but he couldn't even step into Port Harcourt. But yet they got 23%. But it's okay. Then Buhari was in play with his military might and everything, and he was still 23%. Now Buhari is not in play. It's just every man for himself.
Will Port Harcourt people vote more for a Southerner than for Buhari? I don't understand your argument here.
No, they will vote PDP. It's a stronghold. It's not about Southerner.
PDP is coming second.
Yeah, but my problem is the percentage you give. I'm not saying percentage is not coming second. I'm saying the percentage you give to APC, 28%, that's where I have issue with. Not what you said is wrong. I'm saying the 28% you give to APC is my issue. They will not get up to 28%. Because we were the one, this guy you're calling now, this Magnus Abbey, is more or less just himself and his Creek boys. But you don't have the structure there. You have the structure there.
In reverse politics, normally APC will get that kind of 23% normally, and that's after all the toggery, because really no real elections really happens in Rivers State. Let's be honest, it's just no real election that happened in Rivers State for the longest. But I feel if Wike supports Tinubu plus combination of Magnus Abbey, that support coming from two places, they will be able to eke out 25% at the minimum.
Okay. Anyway, I cannot impose my opinion on you. I've made my point. I believe, for me, I feel they will not get up to that 25%. But I feel what they will do, they'll make sure PDP will not even get the 25% to win the presidency. So if the APC don't get it, PDP don't get it. It's a win for APC, and that's how I see it. Actually, I don't really have a problem with the rest demography you plotted out. It's not just that Port Harcourt I have issue with. So one man you can move to the next person. See, my suggestion is so short. So that's my money.
All right, brilliant. But short but powerful. But thank you, Wapi. So that's Wapi, of course, our Edo correspondent from Japan. So from our Edo correspondent from Japan to our correspondent location unknown, even ethnicity unknown, but he goes by the name Rational Mind. Rational Mind, feedback to Kulata on that spreadsheet.
Yeah, I think he did a very good job. Kulata, I must say I respect your how you come about this whole thing. Yeah, but like I said earlier, this is just assumptions. This is just theories and permutations that we can't really put a finger to it that this is what is going to eventually play out. But from what he said, I mean, from what he put in his statistics in the number form, we can kind of deduce that possibly this election is going to be very, very it's going to be very, very how do I say it's going to be really, really contested. But it's just that I have issues with some of the things he came up with, like in Plateau State and Benue State. Though the reason he gave to me why he arrived at that conclusion where he had to give it to PDP still to win those two states. It makes sense, but for me, if we were to go by what we've been seeing on social media and all of that, and what we've been hearing, and we can say maybe it's going to be very hard for PDP or APC to win those states, even Taraba states. These are the three major, and Kaduna State too, which are the four major north central states. If I'm allowed to use that. Those four states would not give Obi, a huge chunk of votes that will propel him into maybe second place or if not even winning the election. We've had Rufai yesterday. Rufai was it yesterday or the first day when he was talking about just one local government in Lagos. That guy is just ridiculous the way he talks, and he keep hammering on that one local government in Kaduna is bigger than the whole of South. Let me not go there, one man, because that's one of the things that brought me here. I should have said that yesterday when I were here. It was just that we had so many things to say. I have so many things to say still. But then, for me, at the end of the day, you gave it. I know that when I say Kolata is partified, I know what I was saying. At the end of the day, the whole thing led us to Tinubu winning the election, right? According to your.
But look at the result. Atiku, it just shows numbers.
I know. But
Atiku won Northwest, North Central.
Yeah, we know. But the little vote here and there, 25%, 30-something% that Tinubu won from.
Because the governors have not abandoned Tinubu.
Say that. Say again.
Governors have not abandoned Tinubu, so they will still try and deliver minimum.
Well, like I said, this is just still something we just theories that we're just propounding. We're just proposing out there. But then the reality will have to be what we're going to see after the 25th of February this month. But then I understand how you arrive at that Tinubu winning. The little votes here and there, 25%, 30% here and there. Even though Atiku won most of the votes from those states, that was what prepared Tinubu to victory, according to your statistics that you provided. Your numbers that you provided. But then we just have to wait and see how that plays out. This whole Naira redesign and everything is really making Nigerians really not wanting to even talk about APC. But I don't know how how you factor that into your how you factor that into this your projection that you just provided us. Because I know it's dynamic, it's always moving. We don't know what might happen, but from what the presidency is saying that they needed seven more days out of the many 10 days. Before February the 10th to arrive at a conclusion as to whether they want to extend the date more or scrap the whole thing for now. We have to see how that plays out. But the thing is, you must also understand that Nigeria right now, it's in fact there's a huge problem going on with even foreign currency now. It's in high demand now. People are trying to change their money, like Bureau de Change now. If you go there, you ask them, which is another avenue for people getting these new Naira notes. A lot of them, they have this cash crunch now. They can't even get money to change into dollars and the rest. And people are buying CFA now to preserve their money and all of that. So I don't know what Emefiele is thinking. If already they've had about 1.something trillion Naira already in the coffers of the CBN, and less than maybe $1 trillion is still in circulation. I don't know what's the benefit of that Naira design then. It's still debatable. And like I said, they only printed 300 billion. What I saw, 300 billion Naira. And one man, if you remember very well on this your platform, I've said it. I said we need to factor in inflation into this whole thing. If Naira is a very powerful money now, you can say, okay, you're printing 300 billion Naira, and that would should suffice for a population of 200 million Nigerians. And with the cashless policy, maybe that would work if we have all the infrastructure. But we do not have all of this already, and you have to factor in what's it called, inflation, whereby what you would have needed like 10 Naira to buy like 8 years ago, you might need 100 Naira to buy, which means you have to get more Naira into your pocket. So all these things, I don't know what the federal government is thinking when they brought it. So these things you have to factor in into this election. And that is why your boy is lamenting, as we can see, lamenting that this whole policy is just to make Nigerians not to vote for him, to see him as a party that has brought suffering on his people. But I don't think he has nothing to say as to that, because he's part of the people that brought him to Buhari, so he should also bear the brunt for that. So, Kulata, I must say I give it to you. Yeah, you did a very good job, but I know nothing we can say. We can't expect it to be perfect. But I must say it looks like Tinubu might win the election. If you ask me that, it looks like it might.
We've run about 3 sets of numbers, and all of the numbers, by very margin, they still always return to Tinubu. Well, we had an obedient come and present his figures, and he couldn't even land anything outside of Tinubu.
But then, you see, if we were using 2019 as a yardstick in determining if Tinubu is going to win this election, one thing you also understand is that I think was it War Piece here gave something that really caught my attention. That's the point. I wanted to bring it up when you guys were you and Kulata and War Piece were having that back and forth exchange on that. But then you see, because he could have signed that electoral bill during 2019. Bubu did not do it. Buhari did not do it because he knew that if he did that, that might work against him in the election. They will not be able to rig and just throw out numbers like they did in the River State, 25%. And like what he said, and with like the evidence we saw in River State, PDP won every seat in that state. So how did they come about that 25%, that they got? No doubt is because they just have to make up numbers. So with these beavers that INEC is touting as a solution, a panacea of some sort that will bring about a real election that whereby they will capture the real data, and people that are not supposed to vote, if they bring in numbers, this like we saw in Osun State, this will be deciphered at some point. They'll figure it out. So if that's what he's doing now, I mean, we're going to see play out in this 2023. I doubt if Tinubu will be able to rig election. Like maybe they might buy votes, which I think that's what this redesign is trying to stifle, so that they will not get money to be able to buy people's votes. But we're going to see how all this plays. I'm just saying that I hope Kulata factored all of this in, because I don't have the time to sit down and do it, because I have so many things to do here. So maybe next time if you're doing more of this, your statistics you're bringing forward, you do a very good job, my brother. Don't get me wrong. Maybe you need to factor all of this in. I'm not saying you need to factor it in, but maybe you need to sit down and factor all of this in, current situation going on. For me, I believe Tinubu is in a fix right now. And like I said, I don't know, that was one of the reasons I came to your platform today, when you said they find TVC. And I said it yesterday that Tinubu Mate to Bashora, he will get into trouble. I mean, even before the election, I just hope they don't kind of incarcerate him, they don't get him arrested. The way he's going about this whole thing, which I don't think, I'm not saying he doesn't have the rights, but I don't know, this is the same guy who never talked about people being killed during his own time, when people were killed in Congo. But suddenly, because of his own election, he sees that he has to talk now. So, but then my point is, he's a selfish guy. Anything he's going through right now, he deserves it. He helps to bring this guy in, and whatever treatment he's getting from them, that is his problem. But my point is this, that it's easy for us to say, maybe because of 2019, he might win the election. But I think the result we're going to see is going to shock everybody, that Tinubu might not win his election. But it's looking like it that he might, but going by what we're seeing from 2019. But 2019
may not win. If Peter Obi is weak, Tinubu will not win. If Peter Obi is weak, the votes will go to Atiku. Peter Obi's votes can never go to Tinubu. So if Peter Obi does not perform, that's an automatic win for Atiku. That's you. I don't know, because the southern factor might. I don't know. The numbers are there now. Peter Obi is strong in South, and Southeast. If Peter Obi doesn't perform in those places, it is Atiku that will take those votes. Tinubu can never take those votes. Never.
Well, it might. It sounds like what you're saying might happen that way too. But then, you see, we just have to wait. I mean, let me just say this quickly, just to round up. I thank you for this this number you brought up. But the current reality that we're seeing, I don't know, maybe you need to factor that in more.
I factored the reality. I think it's because we didn't look at the right side of the spreadsheet this time around. You'll see how Tinubu is bleeding votes from 2019. Bleeding votes massively.
But then, like I said, the beavers is another thing you need to factor in because they smuggled in numbers that never really existed. I mean, this guy just gave you an example of River State where they had 25%, and you see that PDP they won that election landsliding in River State. So
you can see the votes Tinubu is losing 40-something%, 45% from last time. Northwest is they're beating him to stupor in the Northwest. They're beating him in the North Central. They're beating him in the Northeast. He's losing all those Buhari votes massively based on what I did. Massively. You see how he's losing all those Buhari votes, those red.
Okay, but then it's getting snippet here and there, right? It's getting like 25%, 13%, like that.
Yeah, that's why I said is until those governors abandon him. If those governors do not abandon him, and if Obi doesn't perform, there are two things. Governors don't abandon him means he'll get like the 25%, 30%.
Okay.
If Obi doesn't perform, then those votes will go to Atiku. So those are the main factors.
It sounds to read it that way. Yeah, it looks like it that way. Yeah. So just in conclusion, for me, I just think, you did a good. Again, I'm sounding like a broken record. Yeah, you did a good job. Maybe as we go deep into this 25th of February, because I know every day new revelation keeps coming up. We keep getting new things that are coming up that seems like something is tilting towards Obi or towards Atiku. But I don't even see Atiku even in the north. I don't know if this article. Something is even really a thing to talk about in the north, because it does seem to me that the northerners they've not really come out and really say this is who we are for. It's like they keep saying every day it's like one time they're for Tinubu, next time we're hearing that maybe they're for Obi in some ways, and then later we hear Atiku, but I think I don't hear much about Atiku. Maybe Atiku is doing some secret underground work, which is going to shock everybody. Maybe that's the shocker we're waiting to see to happen. But let's just see how it all plays out. That's all I can say for now.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. So from Rational Mind, let's go on to Enigmatic Hondi. So Enigmatic, to you.
Okay, so first of all, I'll say good job once again. And why I actually like most of these projections, because I like the way you are putting effort to shrink and stifle APC's numbers, so that at least, regardless of how bad it is for them, as we can see, APC is still coming tops most of the I think we've had over almost 3 now, thereabout, and then we've had Lincoln to provide East to, which is basically reasonable. So I'm not going the overall the summary of this is just that Obi, like Kulato said, nobody is writing off. I mean, people are not writing off Atiku because Atiku is take it or leave it, is a political juggernaut. But we have to understand the fact that every vote that goes to Peter Obi in X PDP's stronghold is a big plus. It's an advantage to APC, and people need to understand that. So if Obi is underperforming in some areas that possibly people are expecting to shine, that would be a very big deal for APC. For instance, in the Southeast now, that we are expecting that Obi should actually go bloody over there if he underperforms to maybe Atiku, for instance. That would be a very big blow to APC, and even APC, Tinubu himself will be worried. And that's why you see Peter Obi being in the race to the finish line is a very big win for APC. And then the place I just want to speak to is the north. The northwest, and the northwest is actually that is the stronghold of the APC in the north. But I like how, like I said, you've been very, very, very conservative in dishing out the numbers to actually see that, okay, this is not something that is biased. And this is because I can see some numbers too from the southwest. I can see some numbers from some places that I know Tinubu will crush easily. So where there are some few states I'm actually going to be keeping my fingers crossed on that election day, like maybe 3 of them. One would be River State. I want to see how the politics of River State plays out, and then the North Central. Of course, I know the North Central is going to be a big one for APC. For instance, Kogi, Kwara, Niger, and what other states? That's already a big win for APC. So
Yeah.
Benue State and Plateau State. Of course, I'm not expecting APC to do anything there. I'll give those 2 states to Atiku. So the only state that I'll be expecting Peter Obi to pull a good string will be Taraba State. So I'll be keeping my fingers crossed for Taraba State, and then Ebonyi State and Imo State. I want to see how APC is going to perform by the virtue of those 2 incumbent governors. I know APC will try their best to probably replicate Buhari's number by virtue of maybe going just by that constitutional number of just 25%, which I know is probably going to be hard this time around, because it's going to be like a three-way race in the southeast. But regardless of what happened, I know for a fact, I know that Atiku and then Tinubu, they're going to be a 2-way race at the end of the day, and Obi is going to be distant third. Kwakanso, of course, is going to be the fourth. But very good one. I wish Nigerians were 25th. All of us will be here, and this is a very good one. So my except those flash areas that I actually want to see: River State, Ebonyi State, Imo State, and Taraba State. I want to see those 4 states. I want to see Peter Obi's performance in Taraba State. I want to see APC's performance in River State. I want to see APC's performance in Imo State and Ebonyi State. I'm not giving them those 2 states in the southeast, but I'm expecting some significant amount of percentage in those 2 states. And in River State, I want to see what Wike's game is going to play out. If the seconders of this world, or the Limaiba, all those PDP groups, is going to give him a big fight and wrestle the power from him. The dynamics of Tonyeko, trying to lash on to the obedience movement versus Obi versus Wike, trying to work for APC. So I want to see the dynamics of the politics that actually play out in River State. So those are my 4 flagship points that I'll be looking forward to. But at the end of the day, APC is still going to be providing the next president. That's a slam dunk fact already. And that's a very good one. A good job, Kalata.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Enigmatic. So thank you, Enigmatic. So the final feedback from Thomas, and then after Thomas, our final words from Kulata, and then we wrap it up. So Thomas, Kulata delivers again, but we've now come to, is Kulata still setting the standard too high for this platform? Or is such an excellent job, or is it matching up to our standards? But there it is.
It's excellent submission spreadsheet. You will never disappoint me, because I know what you can offer. Your brain is not like some people. It's a very good one. I could like fight with you. Even I thought maybe everything will end up with Atiku at the end of the day. But when you said it still go to APC, I said, oh, wow. With all these numbers, with Atiku, with
everything is still go back to APC. The day I will have problem with you is if you, as I'm especially to Kolata, if we bring any spreadsheet that will make Peter Obi the president, that is the day I will have fight with you. But everybody know my submission on this platform. APC or PDP will still end up to be your president. So, and you finally landed where I think is going to go. So, my brother, kudos to you. We don't need to sound any. You spoken my mind. So let's just give it to Kolata. Thank you, one man. God bless everyone.
All right, thank you. Yeah, no free Nandekano today.
I'm about to super chat that. Free Nandekano. Yeah.
No, go and super chat it instead. The super chats
you guys don't go and fight on Dr. Damages tomorrow.
I will not even go to. I will not go tomorrow. I will just listen at the background.
Is he up tomorrow? Is he up tomorrow?
Yes, it's up to. It's up tomorrow and Sunday. Yes, yeah. So all those yamhead for there, they can go wire me again. Yes. We have only two tribes in Nigeria: the oppressed and the oppressor. So you know what I mean.
Wait, is Mayagu Dari still on air?
Not only is he on, he's pulling huge numbers. Don't worry about him.
Is he obedient? Is he obedient?
That's where the market is now. He was very quick to move into that Obi space, and it's just
no, one man. It's not for Obio.
Who is it for?
It's for Yoruba Nation now.
No, that's a side betting now. His politics. He's always speaking about Peter Obi, is it not?
Okay. But he's using that for monetary aspects now. Anytime they hear Peter Obi, they will rush down there and started super chatting. So you know now.
Wait,
I don't get his notification. Huh?
You know, there's a side fight going on between him and who was that guy that came to join us the last time? The Sunday Igboho guy. What's it? The one Sunday Igboho.
Is it Koiki?
Yes, there's a fight going on between him and Koiki.
Yeah, I think they are fighting because of this. They've monetized this whole Yoruba thing.
Now money, everything now money now. That's not mind. Your people, everything now money. Now go they fight.
Well, you can say that, but it's just that Nigerians we always be Nigerians with all this kind of thing. So that's what
rational mind. Anybody fighting on money and they are fighting for secession, you just have in the back of your mind, they are just nonsense people. Money should not cause any rancor in a secessionist group. They should have all means to do every all means, not let money to bring problem in their midst. So if money is the problem, that means their aim and ambition from the onset is about money.
Of course,
they don't have the love for what they are fighting for.
Anything Nigerians get involved like this, you always expect something like this to happen, and that is why they made a nonsense of the whole thing. Just the same way they made the nonsense of the IPOP thing, And this EPA guy is making money from it. He's a millionaire. He's $1 million millionaire now. He has money. So you see, for that of Mayegun, I have issues with Mayegun too. There are times I go to his platform, I listen to him. I think both of us will share some views even long before I even know about Mayegun. So for me, it's just see that he's this kind of person that he's open-minded kind of person. Like I heard when you talk about Obi, he's becoming obedient. Well, I think recently I listened to him. He's not saying that he's obedient, but his pushes that, according to what he said recently, was that I'm not here to speak for him, but that's what I heard. Is that he said he wants the obedient to punish the establishment, which is the APC and the PDP. And if that would be a way by which Yoruba Nation, like I said yesterday, was it yesterday when Kulata was asking me a question that, so your plan is that, so if Tinubu loses election, then this Yoruba Nation and whatever, and Tinubu can start using this this Yoruba Nation thing. I said, yeah, if that's what's going to bring about Yoruba Nation, so be it then. So for me, that's just what Mayegun is all about too. Like if this obedient thing can lead to a kind of a mass protest, whereby if they rig him out, and it's obvious that this guy out, Tinubu rigged him out, or Atiku rigged him out, and maybe let's say for example, Atiku won the election, and it's like Southerners are like, what happened here? These guys, they rigged us out, and then it becomes a kind of real big fight. So be it then. So that's just where my own thing is with that, and I think that's the same view expressed. So if he talks more of obedient these days, I don't think it's because he's obedient, but it's just that like some of us, we just believe that that could be a way by which you can realize this sovereign state of Yoruba, or maybe Southerners going on their own.
All right, thank you. So Kulata, final thoughts, and then we wrap it up. Kulata.
I don't even know if I have thoughts. It's way past my bedtime. So, well, see you guys tomorrow. I hopefully will go and cause trouble in Dr. Damages tomorrow. I feel like I feel in that mood.
Yeah, go and cause trouble there, but I don't think I'll be turning up there anymore. But I said that, but I still turn up anyway because but I try not to turn up there, because it's not, maybe after the elections, maybe when they've cleared the place of the.
Well, man, we all cannot do without all these things. Sometimes at times I say for my own sanity, I just don't want to come up.
No. Of course I listen, but I won't go on a screen. It's more, what else? Yeah.
Well, let me say this now. What are you going to different platform?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm really just wanting to drive the traffic. That's just my own thing, But that's
okay. Your own is possible. Your own is plausible. Your own is plausible. Your own is plausible. Then when I used to run club, I go to other people's club. Go party there, get customers that come to my side, get the way they play their music, check things, they come to my own club, improve on my own club, and that. But this election cycle, I cannot even go to Spotify space. Apart from this place, I come only. I can't go to Tinubu'S, how do I say, the diehard fan.
Is there a Tinubu diehard fan on YouTube? I
don't know, but I'm just saying. And let's say there is, I cannot go there.
It's funny, actually. There is no Tinubu or article space really on YouTube. The only space that there is Peter Obi.
So I cannot go there, another article or Peter Obi, because I will get insults. I'll be insulted because this one are just one way. They don't, it's either their way or the highway. But here I can get pushed back.
You've never gone to Nigeria. You've never gone to Nigeria Watch before.
Have you ever seen me in any other? I don't come on my own Facebook.
I'm just asking.
No, I don't. I don't even. I set my Facebook to that extent that I don't even get all this notification. If not one man, I don't. I only go to check on past whatever shows. Anyone I like, I just watch a little bit and that's it. Because they're still going to say the same thing I already know. The obedience space will only talk obedient. Tinubu, so we talk Tinubu. The article, so we say article. So what am I going to do there? What am I going to learn there? I'm learning nothing. So I'm here. I can interject. I can interject somebody. Sometimes the talk, the headline, I don't really have insight. I don't have the insight. But from your analysis, I can use your word against you. They say in the court of law. I start interjecting your own analysis to see how true or how concrete your information is. That's all. I just enjoy it. Sometimes you can say I don't make comments. I just wait. Sometimes I just bust in and ask some kind of ridiculous questions and all that. It's all fun and you're learning. But though other space, it will cost you. Oh my brother, I don't know what people are going to do there. I don't know, Sha. It's okay.
It's fun. I discovered Dr. Damages first before actually discovering here. But it's fun for me because you are talking normal and people are going crazy. And you are just talking normal. You're not trying to do anything. You're just analyzing and people are just going nuts. And it amazes me. So I just sometimes it's just for the fun of being normal and getting that people's skin.
Well, not allowed to troll. It's an internet troll.
and it does it with a straight face as well. So you don't know.
Exactly. Yeah, Kulata, how do you feel? I saw you were just on the damage and you were just masked up. Like, what's going on? And I was saying, why don't you remove your mask? Now let's see your face now. What's going on?
I've removed my mask before. Maybe I'm in a place where I have to wear a mask.
Okay, Kulata. How will you feel with some people that I'm not just trying to say that the people are not up to your level or capacity of thinking? How will you feel when they start throwing jabs at you, tell you some kind of bad words?
I don't care about those things. Look at Pansat. Pansat causes me almost every single second. But I mean, it doesn't do anything to you now. It's just people freaking out. It doesn't make you one bit.
This election, after this election, they're supposed to do a healing process in the cyber space before Nigeria itself, because the hate.
Don't worry. That healing will start here. As soon as the elections are over, we'll find a way. We'll find a way to bring people back together because it's been too.
It's too much. It's crazy.
A couple more words from Kulata, and then we'll call it a day.
No, I don't tire, man. There's no words coming up from this brain.
All right. Thank you, Kulata. So thank you, Kulata, and thank you, World Peace, and thank you, Thomas. Thank you to everyone that turned up. So that has been the session. So that has been the session. I must just address apologies to whoever felt offended with Tony's somewhat verbal diarrhea. You know, I did tell Man of Prestige not to open that portal only because we know Tony so well on the platform. He always speaks often instances speaks in an unguarded way. But I have to take responsibility because it happened on this platform. So apologies to whoever felt offended by that off-guard comment of verbal diarrhea by Tony. I tried to cut it off just as soon as it happened, but perhaps Man of Prestige did not see that I'd acted, and then he went off on one as well. But then you get that sometimes. But there it is, and there it is. So the usual roundup. Thank you to the super chatters, Alexander Gomez, of course, Ayo joins in that space, Bucci, who's been doing that regularly, Chris Nwalgo, he decides to join them today, Albi, who does that with some regularity, Chris Nwalgo, haven't discovered it, does it again. Bucci still continues the conversation with the super chat, and that has been the space for today. Not quite as elegant as yesterday, but elegant nevertheless. So thank you to all those people. So as the super chat, Ayo, he doubles down with the buy the coffee, which, as you all know, as soon as the session starts, if Ayo is available, often instances, let me not say all the time, so he doesn't feel under pressure to do it, but often instances he does do it, and he did it again today. So that's Ayo, and joined in this instance by James S. So that's Ayo and James S. So thank you to the two gentlemen. So thank you one and all to the super chatters, the coffee buyers, the happy clappers, and the in-betweeners. Thank you one and all. We'll do it all over again tomorrow. You know we will. So I'll leave it here. Carry conversation on within the comment section, but here I say, peace.